Chapter 1. Oren walked behind Daniel, the same as he did every day after school. At least for the last 2 months, this had been the routine. His friend did not look back once as he jabbered away to his new girlfriend, Kara. At least her house is on the way to our neighborhood, Oren thought, as he kicked a rock on the sidewalk. It skittered along for a few feet when he failed to connect fully. Daniel and Oren had been inseparable since elementary school. They had become friends due to proximity. As they had grown up next door to each other, their parents made sure they did all the same activities: soccer, baseball, even martial arts, until everyone realized Oren was terrible at any coordinated activity. Daniel had excelled at everything. That continued into high school. Daniel was on just about every sports team, while Oren just existed. He had decent grades, but wasn't anywhere near the top of his class. He had some friends, mostly people who would say happy birthday, but nothing more. The entire cheerleading team had baked a cake and sung happy birthday to Daniel. Despite his popularity, Daniel stuck around as Oren's friend. He brought him to parties, where Oren sat in the corner. He made him go to the homecoming dance, where Oren sat in the corner. They played video games together and shot hoops at Daniel's house. During dinner, Oren tried to be invisible while Daniel's parents talked to his sister and Daniel about their days. Oren's mom was an emergency room doctor, staying late into the night and working strange hours. His dad had disappeared years ago. No letter, no going out for milk. Just gone. So Oren ended up spending a lot of time at the Kaysons. Mr. and Mrs. Kayson treated him like another son. Daniel's sister was a year older than them, a senior, and the unrequited love of Oren's life. They had all played together when they were younger, but Oren knew he didn't exist in her orbit anymore. Oren stood back as the trio approached Kara's house, letting Daniel get a minute of privacy. The street was pretty empty as he looked up at the old Victorian with the well-manicured lawn. I should probably mow the lawn tomorrow before Mom gets off shift. The sound of metal on concrete tugged his attention away. He heard the mechanical grunt of a motor speeding up, the gears changing as the speed increased. He turned his head and saw a truck speeding right toward Daniel and Kara. It had already hopped the curb and was riding 2 wheels on the sidewalk. The sun glinted down, glaring across the windshield. "Daniel! Kara! Look out!" Daniel looked back to see Oren waving frantically. Oren threw his books to the ground and ran with all his might toward his best friend. Why am I charging like I'm going to tackle him? Oren thought. Daniel turned toward the growing sounds of metal grinding as the truck got closer. Oren watched his friend hurl his girlfriend through the air and prepare to dive himself. He's not going to get out of the way in time. Oren was close enough now. He went low, just like his coach had taught him in Pee-wee football years ago. His entire lanky frame hit the solid mass of Daniel as he pushed his friend out of the way of the swerving vehicle. At least, that had been his intent. Oren hit Daniel just as he jumped after Kara's body, flying through the air. If Daniel's feet had been on the ground, Oren would have bounced off him like a ping-pong ball hitting the wall. With his feet already in the air, Daniel lost all momentum as Oren slammed into him. As they fell, the truck seemed to correct its course, as if it was trying to hit them. Oren scrambled up in front of his friend. Daniel started to crawl frantically toward the house, but the truck's front bumper was too close. Oren didn't have time to say shit before the crash and pain. Interface loading. Error. Unknown essence found. Rerouting. Error. Changing parameters. Loading. Error. 2 entity essences entered. Rerouting. Initializing sequence 427AB. New user interface loading. 58%. 74%. 99%. Enter name. Where am I? His thoughts felt slow and distant. Oren turned his head to... His head didn't turn. Or maybe it did, but the floating prompt in front of him was all that remained in the darkness around him. O-R-R-I-N. He thought then, and the letters appeared one at a time before merging back into his name. O-R-R-I-N. O-R-R-I-N, accepted. Loading creation table. Error. Multiple essence error. Debug, debug, debug. Rebooting. Class table. Mainframe loading. Error. Administrator access granted. Class table loading. Select your class. The blue screen in front of his eyes scrolled by with thousands of options, using words from every video game and tabletop manual Oren had ever seen or heard of, and more. There didn't seem to be any sort of order to the selection list, but he found a few he recognized. Fighter, Mage, Rogue, Sorcerer, Dragoon, Paladin, Wizard, Priest, and some he didn't. Bloodfinder, Stalwart Wall, Knife in the Dark, Spade, Jester, Glass Fiend. Even normal-sounding jobs appeared. Farmer, Farrier, Cook. I'm dead. I'm dead, and I've been isekai'd. This isn't real. I have the day off tomorrow, and I'm going to play video games with Daniel until Mom comes home. Wake up. Wake up. Oren felt himself begin to hyperventilate. He hadn't had a panic attack since his end-of-year presentation in 8th grade, but he felt it happening now. He tried to take deep breaths and close his eyes, but the boxes remained. Error. Anomaly building source overridden. Mind bastion granted. Oren felt as if he'd been dunked in a tank of cold water, then blasted dry with hot air. Suddenly, he could think clearly again. I died. I really died. I was hit by a truck and died. This is either the afterlife, or I'm about to meet a goddess who will give me a giant sword to kill the demon lord. I know how this story goes. No use panicking. I can find a way home if I try. The hero usually gets a wish at the end of the story, right? Okay, so he started looking over his options again, slower this time. His options took up hundreds of lines of text. Fighter and straight melee are out, since I'm never going to get that right and don't want to stab myself. As he had the thought, the list shrank to about half its earlier size. Convenient. I've played with magic before in Dungeons & Dragons, but I don't really know what kind of world this is. I'm going to guess that anything named different is a specialized magic class. And that sounds like a lot of pressure. I don't want to be the special one getting targeted. I want to be of help, for sure, but I want to be in the background, quiet, and away from any main battles. Able to control fights with precision, but also have some options to do big damage or escape if I need. Maybe something with healing? Not like a priest. I don't want to be worshipping some god or gods. Amazingly, the list responded to his thoughts again. Oren watched as the list became smaller, smaller, just a few, then 2, 1. Wait, what? The entire list disappeared. Shit! Initialing custom class creation with administrator access. What the fuck? Creating custom class based on given parameters. Hold on. Wait, let me see the list again. I'm sure something is... Class created. Utility warder. Welcome, Oren. Blackness engulfed him. Name, Oren. Class, Utility warder. New class. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Ability points, 10. HP, 80. MP, 120. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Dexterity, 8. Will, 12.
Intelligence, 10. Abilities. Mind Bastion. Individual is able to control his own mind and therefore part of his body.
Oren woke with a start, scrambling back along the ground and digging up tufts of grass with his hands before his back hit something hard. Rubbing his neck, he looked back and up to see an 80-foot tree towering above him. A forest? He looked around. And no starter pack or flaming sword of doom? Lousy Isekai. Oren spotted a pair of legs sticking out from behind a tree a few yards away. A low groan emanated from the body. He crawled forward to find Daniel face down. And very naked. Oren realized his clothes were also very, very gone. Fucking hell. At Oren's outburst, Daniel seemed to come around. He sat up. Looking dazed, he peered at Oren, then turned away. Dude, what the hell? Put your clothes back on. Daniel started to pull his covers over his body. He had been having the weirdest dream about... He looked at his empty hands. No blanket. This was not his bed. He looked over his own body, turning red all over. What the hell is going on? Daniel started to stand up, but ended up in a half squat, covering himself and looking around with frantic eyes. There was a truck, and I think it tried to hit me. Why are we in a forest? Where the fuck are my pants? Oren turned to face away. Daniel, dude, we obviously just got hit by Truck Coon and are in another world. Take a look at your status screen. What the hell is a status screen? What the fuck? There's a blue box in front of my face with my name and it says, Hero. Oren, what did you do, man? Oren was so shocked to hear Daniel's class that he turned and, after getting an eyeful of his friend again, quickly turned back. I didn't do anything. I think it was just supposed to be you that got hit by the truck and sent here. I got a lot of error messages and had to create a class and... Daniel interrupted. Listen, I don't give a shit what you think right now. I've got a game tonight and a date tomorrow. I have to finish my homework and see my parents. Oren, how the hell are you so relaxed and what the hell are you doing? As Daniel continued to flip out, Oren decided to give him some time. He had started playing with the blue box. A row of icons in the corner he had missed before was blinking. A small square with a triangle on top, almost like a little house, lit up twice as Daniel had gone into his tirade. Welcome to the Store AP. 10 spells. Skills, abilities, misc. He clicked the blinking spells cursor. Attack spells, defense spells, buff spells, debuff spells, healing spells. The list grew and grew as he watched. This would take him years to get through. It responded to my thoughts last time. Maybe. He concentrated on the blinking cursor, watching the list scroll faster and faster, until the words were a blur. Plink. Spell selection. Calm Mind. Negates mind magic to a degree. Calms the target, reducing stress, anger, or sadness. Increases peacefulness and allows logical thoughts. 5 megapixel. Would you like to purchase for 2 AP? Yes or no? Daniel was still yelling at him and crying now. Yes! Knowledge of Calm Mind filled his brain as he turned back to his friend and put his hand on his shoulder. With a thought, the spell drained his MP by 5. 4 times. He was left with 100 MP. Daniel's eyes glazed over for a minute, and then he took a deep breath. He looked down, and Oren watched as his friend found himself again. The trauma wasn't healed or gone, just reduced and pushed to the back.
Probably not the healthiest thing, but they were standing naked in a forest that probably had some sort of monsters coming to get them at any point. Sorry. Thanks. What was that? A spell? Daniel stood straight and watched the distance. No problem, Dee. Yeah, I bought Calm Mind from the store. Little house cursor in the top corner. You can use your ability points to get stuff, although I have no idea what options Hero is going to get you.
Oren replayed the list of options he had seen. He was 90% sure Hero had not been available. So you picked Hero? Anything else? I'm at 80 hit points and 120 mana points. Magic points? I think Constitution must be a 10 multiplier for health and will for magic. No idea what strength, dexterity, and intelligence do, though. Daniel risked a glance back before keeping watch of the distance again. Oren, I didn't pick Hero. I woke up to it. And how are you only at 80 health? I've got 300. What? You started with a 30 Constitution? No, that's at 15. What about your strength? Same. Any abilities? Yeah. Summoned Hero gives... Oh, that explains it. Gives me ×2 to all physical stats. So it must double my HP, my strength, and my dexterity. During the back and forth, Oren kept scrolling through the store. He tried to remember every web novel, comic, manga, and show he had watched or read that could help. He was creating a list in his mind of possible options to buy. So I'm guessing you're going to want to take a look at the miscellaneous section of the store. There are some really great options for weapons, but most are too expensive right now. I only have 8 points left, but I think I could get a... I have 300 points, Oren, Daniel almost whispered. Must be nice to be the hero. Oren regretted the thought and was glad he hadn't said anything out loud. He glanced at Daniel, glad he was too distracted reading his own blue boxes to notice any jealousy on Oren's face. Okay, well then, I'll just get some of the things I'm eyeing then. Can you get us some clothes? Some of the common clothes come in sets of 10 for a point. Daniel grunted and pointed at a pile that had appeared between them. He was already dressed. Oren really needed to start paying attention to his surroundings. He grabbed a dark green shirt and something that looked like jeans but with more movement. Well, I'm going to have to wait for some of these things, but I think these are most important right now. Spells. Heal small wounds. Heal up to 10 HP, 5 MP. 0/1000. -2 points. Increase strength. Increases target strength by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. 0/1000. -1 point. Increase dexterity. Increases target dexterity by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. 0/1000. -1 point. Camouflage. Melt into your surroundings. Increase ability to remain undetected for 5 minutes. Attack damage breaks the spell. 10 MP. 0 out of 10,000. -1 point. Abilities. Dimension Hole. Place items into a container of your choice, pocket, bag, etc. Store items in a dimensional chest, retrievable from any empty container. Upgradable, -3 points, 8 points used. Oren squatted down and started shoving the extra shirts and pants into his dimension hole. Daniel was still looking into his purchases. Occasionally, something would appear around him. A sword strapped to his back, a bracer of knives. Oren blinked, and an entire set of leather armor appeared on his friend. "D, don't spend all your points. We might need some for food." Daniel looked down from his boxes. "I think we'll be all right. I took map, and I think we are only a few miles from a town. Besides, I took Hero Kit for most of my skills. I still have about 100 points left."
Daniel picked up a small backpack from right outside Oren's sight. This one is yours. Just some jerky, water, and a bedroll. But at least you don't have to carry all the clothes. Where did the extra clothes go? Dimension hole. Oren pulled his shirt halfway from his pocket. That's not showing on my list. What else did you get? Heal small wounds, increase strength, increase dexterity, and camouflage. Yeah, man. None of those are in my store. How do you have things I don't? What's your class? Oren pulled his status up again.
Utility warder? I don't know what that means, but maybe I just get better options? Better options than hero? Daniel frowned like he did when Oren used a glitch in a game to win. We can figure it out later. Have you looked at quests? Oren pulled his status back up. At the top were tabs, status, the house that would open the store, and an empty circle. With a thought, the circle tab opened. Quests, 0/0. None available. Open right now. Guess we don't have to defeat the Demon Lord or anything, huh? Oren chuckled. Daniel's frown deepened. How did you know there's a Demon Lord? It's a joke, like one of those stories of getting hit by a truck or stabbed and having to defeat the Demon Lord before the world is destroyed. Daniel paled a bit. Oren, you know I never watched the same shows as you. I have a bunch of quests, and one of them says, defeat the Demon Lord. He put his hand into the air and moved it toward Oren. Let's see if this works, he muttered, before a new blue box appeared on Oren's screen. Daniel, Hero Level 1, is sharing a quest. Would you like to accept it, yes or no? Yes. Quests 0/1. Defeat the Demon Lord. In the southern lands, the Demon Lord has risen. The dark armies have been assembled. Seek out and defeat the Demon Lord before the Dark Horde attacks. Reward: 1,000,000 XP and Dark Essence unlocked. Okay, that's just too cliché. How many quests do you have? 6, but I already completed Buy Hero Kit. Daniel started tossing them all over to Oren. He spammed the yes response. Quests 0/5. Defeat the Demon Lord. Expand. Defend the wall. Help push back a horde. Reward: variable on participation percentage /horde. Type: defeat a dungeon. Reward: variable, obtain level 10. Reward: Hero Kit level 2. Unavailable reward. Reach the Wall of Day within 24 hours. 23 hours, 20 minutes, 18 seconds. Reward: +1 to all stats. Failure: no penalty. Weird. The Hero Kit seems to be unavailable to me. Guess I won't be getting any help there. Oren finished reading and watched Daniel pull the straps closed on his backpack. If I'm reading this right, we're only half a day from day. You ready to go hiking, oh? Daniel smiled for the first time since they woke up here. Oren felt the pressure in his chest lift. His friend was here. He'd be fine. Yeah, we got this. Daniel's smile widened. I'm glad you're here. I really don't. Something from the tree overhead reached down and wrapped around Daniel's leg, yanking him up into the dark foliage above. Chapter 2. Oren stared at the spot where his best friend had stood seconds ago. Blood dripped down from the tree above. Too much blood. New mandatory quest: Save the Hero. Reward: 100 XP and Identify ability. Failure: Death of Hero. Likely annihilation of the world. What the fuck? Oren had no offensive spell. The only reason he hadn't been scooped up as well was camouflage. He had been concentrating on his new spells and activated camouflage in terror as he saw the vine-like appendage grab Daniel. He looked up at the tree. He could see a form through the branches, struggling, but it appeared to be moving slower and slower.
Oren searched the ground for anything to throw. He was definitely not climbing an 80-foot tree. A few of Daniel's daggers had slipped out, or more likely Daniel had reacted and tried to stab the vine. Oren found two and picked them up. And what good is throwing a knife into the air going to do anyone? Oren peered through the leaves and watched a second vine ensnare his friend. Even with a double increase in strength, 2 vines seemed to be more than enough to hold him tight. Strength. That's it. Oren locked his eyes on Daniel and started pushing mana into his buff spells. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase dexterity. Increase dexterity. Heal small wounds. Heal small wounds. Heal small wounds. Heal small wounds. Oren lost 50 MP in the span of seconds. He didn't know how hurt Daniel was. He didn't know how much extra strength he'd need. Hell, he didn't know if the spells were touch-only or ranged. A third vine was snaking its way across the branches. Oren started casting again. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase strength. Increase dexterity. Increase dexterity. Increase dexterity. Increase dexterity. Increase dexterity. His MP bottomed out. He felt dizzy for a second and tried to push more mana into a healing spell, but nothing happened. 0/120 MP. Oren tried to throw a dagger at the third vine, but it went wide, like 10 yards wide. He clutched the last dagger and drew back his arm to throw again. "Screw this!" Daniel yelled from above. His friend finally had gotten a hand free and pulled his sword off his back. He swung drunkenly with no balance. Luckily, one wild slash thunked right into the third vine as it neared his neck. Oren heard a scream from behind the trees, an unearthly, low, rock-on-rock scream. Daniel was swinging at the other 2 vines, his arm a blur as he chipped strips of plant life off each. Oren quietly stepped around the large trunk and squatted low, imitating every stealthy video game character he had ever played. Oren realized his camouflage was still active. A few yards away was a monster. It looked like a ball of vines constantly wiggling around. 3 appendages had reached up the side of a nearby tree, traversing branches to sit over where they had been chatting minutes before. It's an ambush creature. Oren did not know where the thought came from, but he trusted it. He'd always been good at figuring out strategies in games. More than once, he'd pissed Daniel off by coasting through a difficult part of some video game, pulling off something unexpected like running at the creature instead of rolling to the side or throwing a torch to distract an enemy. If I attack it now, it might just run away. Yeah, all 130 pounds of me running at that thing with a kitchen knife is totally the way to survive. Guess this world is doomed. Sorry, Daniel. Even as his mind was second-guessing, Oren was moving. He held the knife point up in his fist. He would stab it and then run. He was only about 5 feet behind it now. Sounds of Daniel's sword hitting the vines and the occasional thunk of wood as he missed and hit trees still echoed. Almost there. Crack. Oren looked down. So engrossed in his upcoming role as Jack the Ripper, he had stopped watching where he stepped and broken a long stick cleanly in 2. He felt the vine monster's attention turn to him. Obviously stopped working if he made too much noise. Shit. Well, good to know, I guess. Oren lunged forward the few remaining feet, the knife hilt gripped in both hands as he pushed it toward the monster. He saw the third vine arm swinging down toward him. It would be close. The knife hit something rough and hard. The tip snapped and turned the entire blade to the side.
Then it stuck fast, and the monster howled again. The vine arm smacked Oren in the side, and he was thrown 10 feet, rolling and coming to a stop only when his left hip hit a tree. An explosion of pain blossomed from his rib and hip. The vine slithered along the leafy forest floor and gripped his foot, pulling him back toward the waiting monster. The sounds of swordplay in the trees had stopped. This is bullshit. I'm going to get eaten by Tangela, but the uglier wooden vine version. The vine had grabbed his left leg, so every pull jostled his hip and sent a fire throughout his body. Something definitely was broken. It hurt to breathe, too, probably a broken rib. His mom's constant chattering about her job had caused a few bits of medical knowledge to get stuck in his head. He hadn't even thought of her since he'd landed here. Did she know he was dead? Would his body have been brought to her hospital? She'd be fine, right? They hadn't had a dinner together in 2 years, so her life wouldn't change that much. The vine monster lifted him in the air by 1 foot. Oren heard a thump as Daniel's body, still wrapped in vines, hit the ground nearby. He wasn't moving. Oren hung upside down, waiting to die. As the vine lowered him down, the wiggling mass slowed, and a hole appeared in the middle. A mouth filled with rock-like teeth, maggots, half of a rotting animal, and breath so pungent he gagged. And there, just to the side of the lip, was the knife. The vine let go, and Oren fell into the gaping mouth. When Oren was 9, his dad had signed him up for soccer. Oren had already proven at this point that anything involving moving objects and him were a recipe for disaster. However, his father was adamant. So, Oren laced up his new shoes and set up behind their house to kick a ball with his dad. Oren faced away from the house, so anything he kicked would only get lost in the small wooded area behind the yard. Look, son, you don't have to be good at this, but you do have to try. Life is trying. His dad paused, looking for a laugh to his dad joke. Now, set your feet and just kick when I roll it to you. His dad never pressured him to succeed at anything, just to try everything to find his passion, as he called it. The ball rolled slowly and stopped a few feet behind Oren. He picked up the ball and rolled it back to his dad. He hadn't even tried to kick it the first time. His dad let out a sigh and nodded. Readying himself, he tossed it again. This time, Oren had the speed down, and when his raised foot came down to kick the ball, he missed completely and was looking at the sky. His dad laughed as he bent over to help his son up off the ground. Really whiffed it there, huh? Don't worry, you'll get it. They spent an hour trying before Oren connected with the ball with any meaning. He fell more times than he could remember, missed nearly every easy roll, and when he finally kicked the ball, the light in his dad's eyes had stopped shining as brightly. But his dad never gave up. That was one thing he always remembered. His dad never gave up. Until he left. Okay, you'll get it this time. Why his dad thought the 100th time would be any different was beyond Oren. But as his foot moved, something clicked. He launched the ball. All his strength was in that foot. The soccer ball blasted off his leg and whack! It hit his dad right in the face, ricocheting over Oren's head right through the dining room window. Oren had never played soccer again. As he fell, Oren remembered his dad and that soccer ball. The handle of the knife was so much smaller, but with nothing to lose, he turned his body as he fell and punted the knife as hard as he could. Of course, he missed. He kicked the side of the monster instead, but his right shin connected with the knife, driving it through the meaty part of the monster's mouth.
It must have been a poor quality knife, too, because it shattered even more, shards of metal penetrating deep into the open maw of the monster. It shook its head in pain, which meant Oren landed only half in the mouth. The pain in his left hip reached new heights as his left leg crumpled in the meaty mess of rotting flesh and blood. He tried to lift himself out gingerly, but the monster finally had had enough. It shook his head and launched Oren into the air. He landed near the still body of Daniel. The monster retracted its vines and rolled off into the forest, keening as it went. Quest complete. Save the hero. Reward: 100 XP and Identify ability level 2 obtained. Plus 10 AP plus Identify. You can see, Oren looked at Daniel. He was breathing, but those breaths were ragged. His right arm was snapped in 2 places, with bone sticking out and blood running. The entire side of his face was bruised where a vine had slapped him. 0/120 MP. This is too much. Why? He's the hero. He's my friend. Oren felt tears sting the cuts on his face. He opened the store. Listen here, asshole. You do not get to die. We are going to solve all the quests and get back home. You are going to go on your date with Kara. I'm going to make my mom stop working so much. Can you hear me? Oren kept rattling off whatever popped into his mind.
He went through spells, skills, and abilities. He almost bought a, but he wasn't his mom. He didn't know how to set a fractured arm, or what to do about internal bleeding. I need more mana, he thought. His blue box gave him the options. Regenerate mana at 1 MP per minute, 5 AP. Increase MP by 100 MP, one-time purchase, 10 AP. Blood mana. Exchange HP for MP, 1-to-1, 5 AP. Oren took a breath and thought. Mana pool sounded like the best idea, but he didn't know if it would actually give him MP now, or just increase him to 0/220 MP. Plus, with that cost, he'd have no other options if it didn't give him 100 MP to use. He purchased, and after a moment, went ahead and got blood mana too. HP 35/80 MP, 1/120. This is taking too long. Oren hesitated for a long second, and dropped 24 health for mana. HP 11/80 MP, 25/120. Oren cast Heal Small Wounds on Daniel 4 times in rapid succession. Then, on a whim, Oren used his last spell on himself. He pulled up his status and Heal Small Wounds. HP 23/80 MP, 0/120, 45/1000. So, Heal Small Wounds heals 12 HP but only costs 5? That seems broken with did I really find a loophole here? He pushed 15 health into his mana and then healed himself 3 times. HP 59/80. All the while, his MP ticked up 1 every minute. Okay, let's figure this out then. 5 MP for 12 HP. Turn the HP into 10 MP and heal 2 times more, upping my health by 24. Rinse and repeat. I should keep my health above 10 if I can. This is totally broken. Oren got to work. He dumped 45 points of health back into mana and then used 9 times in a row on his friend. That should be 108 horsepower, in addition to the 48 from before. Daniel coughed and then breathed easier. His eyes flickered open. Did we die again? Oren laughed. Oren kept the healing up, cycling. He told Daniel what had happened, his ill-fated attempt to be a soccer player again, and the glitch he had found. So you get to heal as much as you want, and regain your own mana from your health, at a rate of 1 to 2? Actually, I'm healing more than I should be. I think will is more than just my MP times 10. I haven't figured out the equation yet, but I'm going to. It definitely boosts the damage, or in this case, the healing of my magic. It's like will also makes spells hit harder. Oren realized he was waving his hands as he walked in circles in front of his friend who was still cradling his broken arm. He started healing again. Sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. You saved us. Daniel watched in fascination as the bone of his arm pulled back in and reset. Yeah, I'm glad I haven't eaten anything. That was disgusting. He cast his spell until Daniel told him his HP was topped off, then got his own HP back to full. He almost stopped, but realized he could gain more XP by pushing his MP to full too. He started blood mana cycling again. When he felt no more returns were really possible, he tried to pull up a smaller status. Level 2, 0 out of 200. HP, 74 out of 80. MP, 120 out of 120. Heal small wounds, 315 out of 1,000. Damn, I forgot identify. He tried to use the skill. Daniel Hero, Level 1, HP 300 out of 300. MP 25 out of 80. Strength 14. Constitution 15. Dexterity 13. Will 8. Intelligence 10. Abilities: Summoned Hero. Gives X2 to all physical stats. Hero Kit. Sword Proficiency, Level 1. Dagger Proficiency, Level 1. Mace Proficiency, Level 1. Axe Proficiency, Level 1. Hammer Proficiency, Level 1. Spear Proficiency, Level 1. Bow Proficiency, Level 1. Quarterstaff Proficiency, Level 1. Unarmed Proficiency, Level 1. Hide Status. Map. See the world around you. Stone Skin. Increase your vitality. Physical damage is halved for 5 minutes. Attempt to peer into others' status. Deal 2 times damage on your next hit. See up to twice as far. You can fight on. When your HP is reduced to 0, find the burning life within. Damn, Daniel. Your abilities are no joke. Oren tried. On the trees, grass, and even the knife he had thrown and found again. Nothing appeared. I guess it just works on people? How can you see my abilities? Daniel was looking down the length of his reclaimed sword. I can only get your status to say your name and HP, Oren shrugged. They were going to have to ask a lot of questions when they got to the nearby town. They should really discuss their cover story. Too many stupid adventurers and stories ended up getting duped because they just loudly proclaimed, "I'm the hero!" without doing the smallest bit of reconnaissance first. What did you say the nearest town was again? Day? Yeah, Day. D-E-Y. Daniel slid his sword back into the sheath holes near his shoulder. Oren hadn't noticed it in detail before, but it was a big thing. A two-handed weapon for him for sure. Hadn't Daniel been swinging it with one hand in the air with ease? Right, like the quest one. Oren pulled it up. 5. Reach the wall of Day. 22 hours, 5 minutes, 10 seconds. We should probably head out. You said it would take half a day to get there? I should probably get 2. I used all my points from leveling to heal your sorry ass. Oren bumped his shoulder into his taller friend's side. Daniel didn't budge. You leveled? How? We didn't even kill the thing. I got no XP for all the damage I did.
Oh, I got a quest reward of 100 XP for saving the hero. Oren drew the last word out sarcastically, wagging his eyebrows up and down. Daniel shrugged again. Well, savior of the hero, try to keep up.
We're going to need to jog a bit. It looked like the sun was in the middle of the sky when that thing tossed me over the tree line. We should probably not try running in the pitch dark of night. Oren hated running. The first 10 minutes were bad. The following 2 hours were brutal. He could tell Daniel was trying to go slow for him. He even knew Daniel was stopping too frequently for rest breaks. But none of that mattered, because Oren hated running. Wait, stop a minute. Oren pushed himself off another tree and sank to his knees in the leaves again. Oren, we just stopped 20 minutes ago. At this rate, we won't make it in time for the quest. We've barely moved on the map. Oren didn't care. Logically, he knew the quest rewards were worth the pain now. More health, more mana, more everything for running a few miles in the forest. He'd been all for that, before the running. Unless you plan on carrying me all the way there, we need to set a better pace, D. I just can't run like you can. Oren breathed hard, trying to remember if it was in through the nose, out through the mouth, or the other way round. Carry you? Oren heard Daniel muttering. Oren, how much do your spells increase my strength and dexterity? Oren pulled up his spells. +1 for 5 minutes every cast. Daniel grinned. Does that stack? As it turned out, the spells stacked 5 times each. With Daniel's summoned hero perk, that gave him a +10 strength and dexterity. More than enough to let Oren ride piggyback as Daniel dashed through the trees at a rate that left Oren feeling a little nauseous. They made great time. Daniel said they'd made almost the entire trek, but when the sun went down, the rustling they had heard as they traversed the forest turned into full-on growls. Branches swayed above them, and neither felt comfortable being a moving target. They discussed climbing a tree to sleep in the branches until a large cat the size of a small car walked by above them. It ignored them completely, but the timing and the wicked intelligence in its eyes made Daniel pick up his jog for 20 minutes. Then Oren spotted a tree with a crack in the side. There! The tree was dead, hit by lightning in the past but still not fallen to time. A large crack stretched up 15 feet, and a fire had obviously burned out most of the inside. The darkness was heavy now, as the sun had fully set. There's probably only 5 feet of space inside, Oren, Daniel said hesitantly. Good thing you have axe proficiency, then. Get chopping, Paul Bunyan. Daniel set Oren down and sighed. He poked around on his screens, and a set of axes appeared in his hands. That cost 2 points. He handed one to Oren. Watch my back. Of course. Oren took the axe and turned toward the encroaching darkness. He pulled up his status as his friend used Power Strike after Power Strike on the dead wood inside the hole. 3 hours of running hadn't done much for Daniel, but Oren had been soaking in the XP. He used Increase Strength and Increase Dexterity 5 times each, every 5 minutes. He'd also put Camouflage up just in case it helped. Then he'd done his Heal Small Wounds blood mana cycle to get his MP back to full before starting over and over. He had a blinking exclamation mark next to one of his abilities. Heal Small Wounds, 1,000 out of 1,000. Upgrade available. 4 AP, insufficient AP. Increase Strength, 970 out of 1,000. Increase Dexterity, 960 out of 1,000. Camouflage, 380 out of 10,000. As they'd been running, he'd watched as he neared the 1,000 mark and was surprised when he realized he needed to buy the next level. No other healing spell had been available in the store, but he'd figured it would level. He just hadn't thought that it might cost points after he had worked so hard to use 1,000 mana worth of heal. I need to level again and get that. And strength and dexterity are so close, too. The chopping behind him stopped. "Here's our home for the night." Daniel pointed his axe at the tree. He had hollowed out enough for them to sit comfortably on the floor. No standing room. They pulled some brush up against the edge and sat down in the dark. "I'll take first watch?" Oren asked. Daniel had almost died earlier and carried him, and just chopped down half a sequoia from the inside. "Fine by me. Holler if something tries to eat me." Daniel pulled out his bedroll and covered himself, turning to the side. "D, I'm glad it's you I'm here with. Thanks, man." Daniel sat up and smirked at his friend. "Same, buddy. I know I said it earlier, but thanks for saving my life. Now, don't let that tiger leopard thing eat my face. I'll carry you into town tomorrow and we'll find the local king or president and get set up for success." Daniel was blinking hard as he talked. The day had taken more out of him than he was letting on. Oren smiled softly at his friend. "Yeah, we'll kick ass and find a way home." He'd remember to get a good plan ready in the morning, because no way were they going to go straight to whoever was in charge. Daniel nodded and fell asleep as Oren held a sword way too big for him, pointed toward the night. Chapter 3. Oren did not sleep. His friend snored gently and tossed occasionally. Daniel's parents had been strict with bedtimes for as long as he could remember, but Oren had become his own guardian after his dad left. Spending all night reading or playing video games had become a normal occurrence. "He needs the rest. I'll sleep in a real bed tomorrow," Oren told himself. This was all temporary. He would find them some way home. Until then, he was already piecing together a plan to survive. Spells. Teleport. Teleport to any known point within 10 miles. 50 MP per person. 0/5000. 5 AP. Increase will. Increases target will by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. 0/1000. 1 AP. Increase intelligence. Increases target intelligence by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. 0/1000. 1 AP. Abilities. Sidesteps. 1% chance to evade any attack. 0/100. 1 AP. Map. See the world around you. 4 AP. Mana pool. Increase MP by 100 MP. One-time purchase. 10 AP. Skills. Merge. Combine spells/abilities for new effects. Caution. May lose original spell/ability. 20 AP. If he could max out teleport, maybe there was some way to get all the way home. Oren doubted it, though. It was probably a distance modifier. The stat increase spells would round out his ability to buff up Daniel. As they had run, Daniel had mentioned that all those spells had buffed him during the tentacle monster fight. So Oren's spells were ranged to some point. If he could increase his own will and intelligence before a fight, he could do more. Plus, extra intelligence would mean a quicker blood mana to HP conversion. Oren was beginning to believe MP reset during sleep, as other than his +1 a minute from meditate, his MP never recovered. Sidesteps also would help him avoid taking damage. His HP was full, but he could still remember the feeling of the vine breaking his ribs. Skills seemed to be full of things like blacksmithing and alchemy. Nothing he really thought would be helpful short term. He'd scrolled right past Merge the first few times. It's expensive, but maybe I could combine all 4 stats into one spell, or find something to merge with Teleport to make a universal teleport or something to go home with? His first priority should be to level his healing. Then the stat increase spells, so Daniel could tank better. We can probably take on most things with a little more preparation and a few more levels. I wonder if there are any other ways to gain XP besides quests and killing monsters. The lack of even partial XP for fighting had really pissed Daniel off the day before. He spent the hours blood cycling, as he named the process. He quickly brought increase strength and increase dexterity up to 1000/1000. He also kept camouflage running on himself. He had tried to cast it on Daniel too, but nothing happened. At a cost of 120 MP, he could keep it running on himself for an entire hour. He let Daniel sleep for 7 hours before waking him to talk. Heal small wounds, 1000 out of 1000. Upgrade available. 4 AP. Insufficient AP. Increase strength, 1000 out of 1000. Upgrade available. 2 AP. Insufficient AP. Increase dexterity, 1000 out of 1000. Upgrade available. 2 AP. Insufficient AP. Camouflage, 1220 out of 10,000. Orange and red light trickled through the treetops and lit up the ground as Oren peeked through the hole in the brush he'd created. The frequent howls and crashes in the night had stopped an hour ago. "D, wake up. We should head out soon." Oren pushed his bedroll back into his backpack, using Dimension Hole to make it disappear. "No, Dad, I have a game. I need more sleep." Daniel turned over and pulled the blanket over his head. "No game today. Just reaching the wall of a fantasy town before monsters eat our faces." Daniel's breathing stopped. Then he sighed heavily. "Fuck. I guess that wasn't a dream, huh?" He sat up. "Did you let me sleep the entire night? Damn it, man." Oren was busy pushing the brush out of the front hole in the tree. "You needed it more than me." He grabbed a branch and pushed. It stuck tight. He pushed again. Nothing. "Besides, you're the one who did most of the heavy lifting." Daniel walked up beside his friend and kicked the limb. It snapped in two with a loud crack and fell to the side of the entrance. "I can't believe you did that. You've been casting spells non-stop. I don't know how you do that. When my MP got low, it felt like I got kicked in the nuts. You should have taken the chance to get some sleep." Daniel grabbed the last of the tree branches and walked out of the tree. At least the temperature isn't too cold here. That sun feels good." Oren frowned as he hitched his bag on his shoulder. "I've gotten down to below 10 MP a few times and haven't felt more than winded. Must be a class thing." He pulled up the quest box. 5. Reach the Wall of Day. 8 hours, 18 minutes, 34 seconds. Just over 8 hours. Can we make it? I really need to get mapped, too. Yes, you do. It looks like we made it about 3/4 of the way yesterday. Should be fine with time as long as nothing jumps. Shut it. Don't jinx us. Daniel smiled and knocked on the tree as he adjusted his armor. "So am I carrying you again?" It took 2 hours of Daniel running to reach the edge of the forest. Oren got camouflage to 1460 out of 10,000. Nothing jumped them either. Oren squinted against the sun. He could vaguely make out a blurry mass in the distance. It was mostly wall-shaped. "Is that?" Daniel grunted and picked up his pack from where Oren had put it down. "Yeah, that's gotta be day. I think we can probably walk from here. It's only like 4 or 5 miles. Oren frowned, but didn't argue. Riding into town on Daniel's back would be too conspicuous. "Is there a road you can see, Mr. Eagle Eyes?" Daniel pointed with his sword before he strapped it back in its sheath. Oren saw nothing but the hills and field. "Lead on, then, because some of us can't see that far." They walked for 20 minutes before Oren could make out the road in the distance. little more than packed dirt and the occasional ditch along the side. It was no wonder he hadn't seen it. Just as he saw the road, Daniel's hand darted out and grabbed Oren's sleeve. Oren opened his mouth to speak, but Daniel put his finger to his own lips and squatted down. Oren did the same. Oren tried to see what he was missing, but it wasn't until he tracked Daniel's pointing finger that he made out the small smudge in the distance getting closer along the road. It was headed toward the city. "A horse-drawn carriage?" Oren whispered. "Yes and no. About 300 yards ahead of us, near that small clump of trees. There's a group of men holding swords and something else. I thought it was just a group of travelers waiting in some shade, but now I think they're bandits." Daniel slowly drew his sword. Oren groaned. "D, you can't possibly be thinking you're going to rush in and play hero. How many are there?" "Just 4. And I have to. Just got a quest. Here." Daniel, Hero Level 1, is sharing a quest. Quest: defeat the bandits 0/4. Reward: 200 XP. Penalty: lose 2 strength for 14 days. Would you like to accept it? Yes or no? Oren hesitated to accept the quest. He could just buff Daniel and stay out of sight, but if he did that and Daniel died... Yes. Shit. Okay, what's the plan? Oren put 5 increase strength and 5 increase dexterity on both of them. He also topped off his camouflage, as it had ended while they sat and watched the carriage approaching. He also cycled his health and mana until he was topped off again. Daniel gave Oren a quick look and smirked. "Remember when Mark Lenotti tried to pick on you in middle school?" Oren moaned. "No, I'm not doing it." Daniel's grin grew. "Got a better idea?" The carriage slowed to a stop when 2 men walked in front with crossbows drawn. "Move, vagrants! You do not wish to attempt a robbery here today." The man driving the carriage looked the part of a knight, but from where he stood, Oren could tell he was outmatched. Crossbow bolts would probably punch right through the man's armor. The horse would have been dead already if he hadn't stopped. Daniel had traveled toward the city and was supposed to come from behind. With camouflage, Oren was able to get about 20 yards away from the men. 2 held the crossbows pointed at the knight. The other 2 held their swords bare to the side. "No need for names, sir," the larger man with the crossbow spit to the side. "Just have the lass throw some gold out the door and we can all be on our way. We know she's in there and what she's been doing. What's a few hundred gold to the Catanzanos?" The knight's visor had gone down as soon as he'd spotted the trouble, but Oren could almost feel the man shaking in rage. He quickly cast strength and dexterity on the man, hoping the added bonuses would help keep him alive. "Or, if the lady would like to spend some time with us instead, I'm sure something could be arranged." The large man, obviously the leader, had a wicked grin as he watched the knight get angry. Oren could tell this was the moment. He stood up from his spot in the grass and walked to the road a few feet behind the carriage. "Hey, guys, do you know the way to the nearest rest stop? I've got a shit so bad and forgot to pack any toilet paper." The 2 nearest the carriage door turned their swords on him. The leader kept his bolt pointed at the knight, but the second crossbowman wavered between the knight and Oren. The plan was for Oren to distract them until Daniel blindsided them. The same tactic Daniel had used to teach Mark Lenotti not to pick on Oren. The plan had worked great on a preteen boy not used to actual violence. Oren suddenly realized just how stupid they had been. "Kill both the guards," the leader ordered. The crossbows released, and both bolts hit the knight, pushing him off the carriage. A quick scream from inside cut off in a quiet sob. "Idiot!" The leader tossed the crossbow to his comrade. 2 bolts, 2 guards. What if he's a sword hand or something? He drew his own sword as the three men surrounded Oren.
Listen, guys, maybe you didn't hear me. I just need a bathroom. I didn't mean to interrupt or any.
Oren started backing up and tripped over a small rock. He hit his ass hard as he landed. He watched as the nearest man smiled in relief.
Nah, boss. It's just some lost pup.
Don't worry, son. I'll make it quick. He lifted his sword to strike. When an axe lodged itself in the side of the man's face, Oren blinked for a solid 5 seconds as the blood rained down on him. The man's body dropped like a doll. Yelling and clangs of metal exploded around Oren as he sat staring at the dead man in front of him. The blood was soaking into the ground, but there was still so much pouring out of the cracked flesh of the side of the man's face. The wooden handle of the axe had been splattered as well, leaving the grain darkened as it, too, drank the man's life.
Oren! Oren!
Daniel was shaking him. Oren wiped at his face and saw his hand was covered. The sticky feeling, combined with the metallic tang of the blood on his lips, was too much. Oren turned and vomited on his friend's shoes.
Is that your blood? Are you okay? You were only supposed to distract them, not get in their faces. What were you thinking?
Daniel was getting more frantic as Oren didn't respond.
Fine. I'm fine,
Oren finally sputtered. He cast calm mind on Daniel, who visibly slumped. He pushed himself to his feet and looked around. The bandit holding the 2 crossbows had been opened up from behind. Oren spotted a dozen cuts on the second swordsman's arms, his body folded around a gaping stab wound in his chest. The leader's head rested by the carriage wheel.
D, you butchered them.
Oren dry heaved, reminding him that they hadn't eaten since yesterday. Daniel stayed quiet. He moved the axe stuck in the bandit's face with his foot, and then left it alone. With his back to his friend, he whispered,
"It was them or us. I'm not dying again, Oren."
Oren turned and walked to his friend. He grabbed his arm and pulled him around.
"You did the right thing. You saved me."
Oren shivered.
"I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Golden Daniel is good at everything, right?"
He tried to smile, using the nickname he knew Daniel hated more than anything.
"Asshole."
Daniel reached down and pulled the axe free with a squelching suck of air.
"Go check and see if that guard is alive."
Oren scrambled around the carriage, remembering he could heal. Maybe the knight was still alive. He could still redeem himself and feel useful. The armored knight was face down, and Oren couldn't turn him even with his strength still buffed.
"D, come help me turn this guy. I think he's breathing still."
Oren began spamming his heal and cycling his own mana and health. The knight's breathing evened and came deeper now. Definitely still alive. Good.
"Stay away from him. I will give you 100 gold each, and you will leave."
"Has already been sent, and help is on the way," a female voice called from inside the carriage. "We don't want your money," Daniel announced as he walked around the carriage to help Oren, who had already dumped around 150 horsepower into the knight. His identify showed the man's HP was still dropping even as he healed him. Brant Bennett Knight, level 18. HP, 80 out of 200. MP, 90 out of 100. Strength, 15. Constitution, 15. Dexterity, 15. Will, 10. Intelligence, 9. Abilities. Sword proficiency, level 3. Mace proficiency, level 2. Axe proficiency, level 2. Spear proficiency, level 1. Unarmed proficiency, level 1. Hide status, map, identify, power strike, defensive fighting. The man's abilities went on and on. Oren had to stop reading and focus on healing. Daniel grabbed his arm and grunted as he lifted, turning the knight on his back. "My father will kill you if you attempt anything." The woman sounded scared. Oren looked at the 2 bolts that had pierced the knight's belly and chest. Blood seeped out from both wounds, and he could hear the pierced lung gurgling. Oren looked at Daniel in horror. "I can't keep his health up. I think we have to remove the arrows before I can heal him." He turned to the carriage. "If you can't help, then shut up. We saved you, but your knight is hurt." Oren heard the door open and leather shoes dropped down. "Are you a healer? What are you doing outside a hospital?" The lady from inside the carriage had come out. Oren and Daniel saw a girl near their own age with dark skin and short hair. She wore well-oiled leather armor that looked expensive but comfortable. A single earring pierced her left eyebrow, and her brown eyes were on the knight. I can use small heal wounds?" Oren turned it into a question. Tears streamed down her eyes. "Then he will die. We would need to rip the barbed bolts out, and you will run out of MP well before small healing would make a difference." She stood straight and looked to the sky. "Please end Sir Bennett's suffering." "Yeah, no, fuck that noise," Oren muttered and grabbed a bolt. He pulled hard and gagged at the noises. He pushed healing and cycled his own health. He had to rest every few heals on the night and get his own HP back up, but the more he did his cycling, the quicker he got at the process. "What are you doing? I told you it's hopeless. Under the banner of House Catanzano, I command you to—" "Dee, can you shut her up? I need to concentrate on this." Oren took the second bolt, the one in the man's chest, and yanked hard. His HP dropped by nearly 150. He listened as Daniel used a gentle voice to push the girl back. 2 minutes later, the knight coughed once. His eyes pulled open, and he vomited blood and something gray to the side. "Daniel, he's back up to full. But I think that kind of damage might need some recovery time." Oren pushed himself up and looked around. The adrenaline was fading, and the gore made him feel like he was in a dream. The ground was hazy, and Daniel was far away. Everything was getting farther away. Oren came back around to the bumping of the carriage on the road. Daniel was sitting across from him, talking with the girl they'd rescued. "You're awake?" Daniel noticed his friend open his eyes. Oren groaned. The dark-skinned beauty turned to Oren. "Thank you, sir, for saving Sir Bennett's life. I should not have doubted a healer's own skills. We are in your debt." Oren didn't correct her. Let everyone think he was a healer, and he wouldn't have to explain his class. "Oh, Oren's not a—" Daniel began. "Not one to keep another in my debt," Oren cut in over his friend. Daniel's eyebrows went up, but he shrugged. "I'm Oren. Nice to meet you. How's the night?" "My name is Madeline Catanzano. Everyone calls me Maddie. Sir Bennett was up and pulling those bandits to a ditch within 10 minutes of you overexerting. He's driving now." She waved toward the front of the carriage. "Overexerting?" Daniel butted in. Maddie was just explaining that when someone uses the entirety of their MP multiple days in a row, they can pass out from mana use exhaustion. "I guess you doing that a few times in a row short-circuited you." Daniel laughed. Maddie looked at them strangely. "You used your entire mana pool more than once to heal Brant? Did you have an MP potion? I will reimburse you for the use, of course." Oren had meant to talk with Daniel about a story to tell when they got to the city, but the bandits had ruined that plan. "Maybe we can use saving their lives to get information and get them to keep quiet about us being summoned here." "No, I have an ability that lets me swap my HP for MP. Then I just heal myself. I should have known I couldn't have found an unlimited mana cheat." Oren watched Maddie's face change from disbelief to shock to anger. "You use blood magic?" Her voice was quiet. "And you brag about it?"
Oren shrugged and smirked at Daniel, thinking she was joking. You dare. You. She took a deep breath and sat back imperiously. Oren and Daniel, I thank you for saving my life and the life of Sir Bennet. However, the laws of Day are absolute. You are hereby under arrest for the use of blood magic. I will deliver you to the city guard, and you will be executed by the end of the week.
Chapter 4. While Oren's mind raced through different scenarios, from jumping out of the moving carriage to attacking Maddie, Daniel started laughing. Leave it to you, O, to find the one thing these people have outlawed, he said, as he turned toward a glowering Maddie. First off, I have no blood magic, so you aren't arresting me, that's for sure. Secondly, I'm not even sure Oren is actually using blood magic. Or at least I've never seen anything using blood. I mean, the guy is basically just healing. Daniel paused and watched Maddie's face switch emotions several times. He asked in a quiet voice, Maddie, do you even know what ability he's using? Maddie spluttered for a minute and then put her hand out to Oren. Show me, she demanded. Oren put his hand on her hand. What are you doing? Maddie flushed and pulled her hand back. I have no idea what you want here, Oren lashed out. We saved your life, and now you want to kill us? Me? For using some sort of magic, which, by the way, uses my own HP to be able to heal my friends a bit more. Maybe we should have just completed the quest and left you to the bandits. Maddie sat emotionless through his tirade, but when he said, quest, she sat forward with blazing eyes. Quest? You found a quest? For what? What type of reward is there? No matter. It's almost always worth it. Can you share it? Do you both have it? Oren opened his mouth to tell her no, she could not share their quest. But Daniel beat him to it. No, we will not share our quests with you. Especially not after how you treated Oren about the abilities he picked. Quests? Multiple? Maddie was near hyperventilation now. Daniel smiled, crossing his arms and sitting back as the carriage hit another rut and jostled them all. The three sat in silence for a few minutes. Oren pulled up his status and noticed a lot of blinking exclamation points. Quest complete. Defeat the bandits. 4 out of 4. Reward. 200 XP. Level 3. Obtained. Plus 10 AP. He cleared the boxes with a thought and started rummaging through the store again. He should just buy teleport and get out of here with Daniel. He hovered over the buy button, but then stopped. Maddie, if we share a quest with you, what would that be worth? Daniel raised an eyebrow, but Oren ignored him. She looked at Oren with a sneer. Not enough to save your life, blood mage. Oren smiled at her and leaned against the shut door. What if I told you I'm not a blood mage? I'd call you a liar. The only classes that can use HP for MP are blood mage or vampire, and I saw you in the sunlight. Is there a way to show you my class? Or do you not have identify? Oren asked. Maddie's sneer turned into a frown. I have no need to waste the points on identify. That's for the guards or guild. And to ask to see a person's class is rude. I should not have asked to see your ability either. I apologize for that, even to a blood mage. Oren thought of how Daniel had shared his quests before. He pulled up his status and pinched the boxes he wanted. He flicked his wrist toward Maddie in a throwing motion, tossing the ability and his class boxes. The shock on her face turned to puzzlement. I've never heard of Utility Warder, and Blood Mana is a restricted ability to only Blood Mage. Daniel finally spoke up. Is Blood Mana or the class outlawed?
Maddie answered hesitantly. Blood Mage is outlawed, mostly because the spells of the class require sacrifices for fuel. I've read that blood mana is used to sap targets of their HP for the large mana requirements, but it's usually not the worst of what those who take the class do. Oh shit. I didn't even think to try using it on others. Could I have drained those bandits? Oren fiddled with a loose string in the upholstery of his seat. You truly have never used your spell on another? Maddie asked incredulously.
Only had it for a day, and the only person I've been draining is myself. That sounds dirtier out loud. Daniel chuckled. But if I promise not to use that spell to do blood magey things, and we gave you a quest, we could probably overlook the whole thing, right? Oren was betting quests were rare based on her earlier reaction. I mean, we did save your life, too. Daniel had leaned back and closed his eyes, ignoring the entire exchange now. He knew Oren could weasel his way into a good deal. The law technically only regulates the class, not the ability. And you did save the life of a noble going about the administration of the country's business. Hook, line, and sinker, Oren thought. If you give your word, I will not alert the guards. But if they check your status, I can be of no help. What is the quest? Maddie tried to keep the excitement off her face, but her hands were clenched on her seat cushion. Oren pulled up the quest, reach the Wall of Day within 24 hours, 3 hours, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Reward, +1 to all stats. Failure, no penalty. He willed the quest to her and leaned against the side of the carriage again. +1 to all stats? Maddie exclaimed. To simply reach the city walls? This is the most ridiculous quest I have ever heard of. What kind of quests do you normally get then? Daniel chimed into the conversation. Maddie mumbled and pushed Oren's hand off the upholstery string he had started pulling on. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Daniel insisted. Oren waited for Maddie to turn and then yanked the thread out completely at the base. I've never received a quest before. Most people see 1 or 2 their entire life, unless you find a hero. But we haven't had a true hero in over 60 years. Maddie frowned at Oren. She had noticed the vandalism. Daniel looked at Oren and said nothing. Oren could tell his friend was letting him take the lead. I haven't heard of that class, he gambled. Not surprising. Usually, the nobles try to keep it contained. Nobody knows all they can do. They start off with ridiculous boosts and only grow stronger. I heard a visiting duke tell a story that 1,000 years ago, one of them killed a demon lord and created the Sea of Fire. So anyone who took that class would probably stay away from nobles then. I guess that's why quests are so rare. Well, that's only the nobles who don't care for the people. Someone with a class can only be summoned, and that uses a lot of magical resources. Usually an entire country will pool the cost together in the face of a major threat. Most are treated like foreign dignitaries and given every comfort. Of course, they also have to defend against whatever evil arises, but most succeed. Just most? What happens to the rest? Daniel asked with trepidation. Maddie appeared bashful again. I don't think I should be talking this much about classified classes. But thank you for this quest. How did you get it? Meet any traveling? She tried for a joke. Daniel and Oren glanced at each other. It was an instance of 2 friends communicating far more than an outsider would guess. Should we tell her? Daniel wanted to trust her. Hell no. Oren didn't want to get tangled up with a noble family. I'm going to have to defeat the demon lord eventually. Might be nice to have some backing and not have to buy clothes with my points. Don't do it. We don't even know why she was out on the road. That bandit said something about what she's been doing outside the city. What if she's more than she seems or tries to imprison us? Daniel let his easy smile spread on his face.
Nothing like that. We just got a quest to reach the wall and another to defend it when we were traveling nearby. We've never been this far from home. Maybe we were just lucky. Defend the wall from a horde? Maddie sat forward on her seat again.
Does it have a countdown too? Would you share it? No countdown timer. Variable reward. And what's in it for us? Oren butted in before Daniel gave away the quest.
Maddie looked at the ceiling. I could have my father give you knighthood for the city? Or 1,000 gold each? That's about the price to purchase knighthood anyways. Daniel and Oren exchanged another glance. Neither wanted knighthood for sure. And while money was probably good to have, what they really needed was information. Only 1,000 gold for us to split? But you have to answer every question we have until we reach the wall, Oren offered. Deal. I can pay you that right now with the tax money. She bit her lip. Please ignore that I just said that. Nobody is supposed to know I'm out collecting on my father's behalf. Maddie pulled Daniel off the seat next to her and flipped the seat cushions up. Underneath, hidden below a false top, was an iron chest with a single keyhole. She made them both turn before pulling a key from down her leather chest piece and opening the lid. Inside were stacks of gold coins wrapped in cloth to reduce the jangling they made with the lid open. There were hundreds of gold pieces, thousands of silver. I may only be able to give you a little less than half now, Maddie said sheepishly. But you can find me at the castle gates, and I'll get you the rest, of course. Or I can open credit for you at the guild. Are you registered? Oren and Daniel took 150 gold each from Maddie and began to ask questions as she opened a small basket and handed out some bread and cheese. Day was the most western fortress on the continent, sealing the only pass of the Great Mountain Line, the impassable, impregnable mountain range that separated the civilized world from the lands of roaming monsters. The no man's land through the pass was certain death to anyone below level 50, and even then, most adventurers never returned.
Day was governed by the houses of Day, the Catanzano family, the Wendoln family, the Terrace family, and the Timpa family. Control of various parts of the city was cycled between the families to keep power out of the hands of any one person. The Catanzano family was currently in charge of the guard, the collection of taxes, and internal crimes. The Wendoln family watched the wall and would repel any hordes that arrived. The city saw a horde every other month, with the occasional surprise horde as well. Scouts in the pass usually gave a few days' notice before any attack. The Terrace family was in charge of dungeon eradication. The various dark energies that allowed monsters to form in the first place could occasionally fester, even on this side of the Great Mountain Line. Those energies would create dungeons that would grow until ripe. Then they would pop like a festering wound and open their doors to the world. A newly appeared dungeon was hopefully defeated within the year. If not, they grew exponentially harder to end. Luckily, only 2 dungeons in the area had ever been able to evade total subjugation. The Terrace family kept those contained. As Maddie answered their questions about ruling classes and dungeons, she only gave a few odd looks at how little they seemed to know. Oren waved off her concerns by saying, "Yes, that's how we were raised too. But Mom always said it's best to find out how the locals think before you say something stupid." She seemed to buy it. They didn't ask the more pressing questions in their minds, like, what is the guild? Although Oren had a good idea. They also steered away from more class or ability talk. Best to not have her dwelling on Oren's near ability. The horse pulled the carriage to the side of the road and stopped during Maddie's explanation of the last horde attack, something that sounded like ghost panthers the size of a small carriage. The crunch of boots on the ground alerted them to Brant hopping down. He opened the windowless door. "Lady Madeline, Should I approach at the commoner's gate as planned, or should we abandon pretense and announce ourselves? Huh? Orin asked elegantly. Our original plan was to travel incognito and retrieve some taxes that local lords had been late on paying, without alerting anyone that I was gone from the city. But we only have an hour left before the timer runs out, and customs and guard checks will take at least that. Maddie's brow furrowed as she considered. Abandon pretense. Don't announce my name, just the house. And for goodness sake, don't tell anyone we were attacked. Lady, I must report my near failure to protect you. I am sworn to it, and have lost honor enough already. The knight's helmet was in his hand. His dark brown hair contrasted with his bright blue eyes and pale skin. The pain he felt was etched across his face. Sir Bennet, if I might, Daniel chimed in. You failed at nothing. In fact, you have brought much more into Lady Madeline's life today, and your own. Keep her secret as she requested, and Daniel made a hand gesture. You can join us in getting some free stats. Maddie and Brant looked aghast, but for different reasons. Brant was fumbling over himself, thanking Daniel for sharing a quest with him. He hadn't been able to hear the conversation from outside the carriage, and the shock of a quest was obvious. Maddie looked pissed that Daniel had shared the quest so easily with Brant. With Sir Bennet's cooperation settled, Maddie continued to answer questions about the best and most affordable inns and shops, and even the general location of the guild, for 20 minutes, before a ding rang in Orin's mind. Quest complete. Reach the Wall of Day. 35 minutes remaining. Reward: +1 to all stats. Name: Orin. Class: Utility Warder. Level 3, 0/300. Ability points: 10. HP: 90. MP: 130. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Dexterity: 9. Will: 13. Intelligence: 11. Abilities: Mind Bastion, Dimension Hole, Identify, Blood Mana, Meditate. Spells: Calm Mind, 5 MP. Heal Small Wounds, 5 MP. Increase Strength, 5 MP. Increase Dexterity, 5 MP. Camouflage, 10 MP. All three of them were reading and not paying attention to each other or their surroundings, so when Sir Bennet opened the door that Orin was leaning on again, nobody could react. Orin fell out bodily and landed hard on the dirt. Sir, are you all right? I apologize for... Bennet picked him up by one arm and stood him up, brushing his pants off while he continued to sputter. Brant, it's fine. Orin tried to back up. It's fine, really. Daniel stepped out, laughing. Maddie followed behind. Daniel looked as if he was going to rib his friend, but his eyes widened as he noticed his surroundings. Wow. Daniel turned a slow circle. Orin followed his gaze. They had ridden through the wall, which looked even higher from inside, but the city itself was classical fantasy brick with towering spires, paned and stained glass everywhere, and street vendors selling everything from meat on a skewer to weapons. The smells were fascinating. Orin watched a little girl drag her father to a man holding tiny balloons. A quick exchange of money, and the girl walked off with a blue balloon the size of a tennis ball floating behind her. Orin let out a quick yell when she pulled the balloon down and stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed. That girl just ate a balloon! We have to tell her! What's a balloon? Do you mean the little girl in the green dress? That's just a willow puff. Maddie oversaw a set of guards taking the hidden compartment out of the carriage. Have you never had a willow puff? Number... What? No. Orin shook his head and spotted Daniel talking with Bennet as they looked in another chest at the back of the carriage. I love the purple ones. Maddie held her hand out, and Orin noticed a glimmer of coins. Get 3, please. Brant hates them.
Oren watched Daniel pick up a crossbow and turn it over. They're going over the bandit loot, he realized. Maddie coughed politely. He took her coins and walked over to the balloon man. Can I have 3, willow puffs? The man turned and smiled. His teeth were stained multiple colors, but not like a rainbow. Instead, Oren was reminded of an artist he'd done a report on who just threw paint on canvas. Colors? 3 for 3 coppers, sir. The man continued grinning his crazy and colorful grin. Purple? Oren returned holding 3 balloons. They floated slightly in front of him, defying the wind. Oh, what the heck is that? Daniel appeared next to him. His backpack had more bulk, and Oren saw one sword handle peeking out. Edible balloons. Oren handed one to Daniel and held the other out to Maddie. She pulled the string down and inhaled. The purple circle distorted and turned to smoke as she did, swirling into her mouth. She chewed and smiled. Her teeth were purple. Thanks. It's been a while since I've had one. Oren and Daniel shrugged at each other and tried the floating food. Although the willow puff turned to smoke, it filled his mouth like melted chocolate, but with a nutty spice that warmed his mouth, then his throat as it flowed into him. Delicious. Daniel smiled. That's good. He looked around. We might need to go try some more food. They left Maddie to her work, promising to find her the next day at her home. Walking along the stalls, the boys quickly figured out the conversion rate of the currency. 10 coppers made 1 silver, and there were 10 silvers in a gold. None of the food cost more than a copper or 2.
The meat on sticks was actually 2 fully loaded sticks with veggies for 1 copper. They ate 5 of those each. Nothing was familiar, and yet, Oren already felt more at home here than he ever had in high school. With his junior year ending soon, Oren hadn't started planning for college or anything after high school ended. He knew Daniel was already getting scholarship offers, but they never spoke about that stuff in detail. But as they walked along the aisles toward an inn Maddie had suggested, the smells assaulting his nose and the sounds of multiple instruments floating in the air, Oren felt comfortable. He felt free. Chapter 5. Daniel pointed out that the architecture looked advanced. I mean, it's not like I expected steel frames and huge walls of glass, but this looks nothing like anything from Lord of the Rings. Oren shook his head at his friend. I definitely wasn't expecting this either. 3 main gates on the east side of Day funneled into a large entryway. Maddie and Brant had left them in that area, called the Gateway. The buildings were modest there, flat for the most part, and with just the hint of what was to come. As Oren and Daniel traveled farther into Day, the buildings soared higher. Oren peeked into a clothing shop. The floor was a clear stone, not glass, but still easy to see through. Underneath the feet of shopping patrons, 20 bodies hunched over dresses, suits, robes, and what looked like a big floppy hat. Entertainment while you shop, Oren thought, and management can make sure the workers aren't slacking. Move along, a voice demanded. Oren moved quickly and wasn't hit this time. The guard at the first shop had simply kicked him earlier. Daniel had left him behind and was standing in front of one of the taller buildings in this middle district. They had decided to go straight to the guild building at Maddie's recommendation, but were getting sidetracked easily. Oren came up beside his friend. What's this one? They had found clothing shops, armor shops, food shops, and even a shop for just gloves. Hundreds of different styles of gloves. It's beautiful, Daniel muttered, and nodded his head toward the open doors. The 2 metal doors stood open to the street, with no guards at the front. Inside was a square marble floor with workstations at each corner. Furnaces, larger than the men working them, spewed flames into the air.
Oren could feel the heat from across the street. Along the walls hung weapons, spears, swords, pikes, maces, daggers, and more. Oh, it's a weapons shop.
We saw a few of those already, but I guess none that were making them as the customer waited, huh? Oren really didn't get Daniel's new fascination with weapons. The sword in the left corner. Daniel started walking. I need that one. Dee, we've been over this like 5 times. You can't buy a sword right now. You have one already, Oren started. Daniel kept walking. Oren hurried after his friend. The heat from the forges kept most people from entering the shop, but as they entered, Oren saw the beauty of the inside being missed by everyone outside. A small stairwell to the side led up to another floor above, but the center of the store was vented with a large open space flowing up to the ceiling. The ceiling was a puzzle of interlocking metal blocks. Oren watched as the smoke and grime of the workstations flowed up and settled on the slanted metal slats. The shiny metal darkened with soot. Clink. The smallest noise preceded the slat's movement. If he had blinked, Oren would have missed the turning motion as the metal turned in a cascade motion up. Suddenly, the darkened metal shone bright again. What the hell? Daniel was already standing on the other side of the shop. He was pointing at a sword 5 feet long and 6 inches thick. The blacksmith chuckled at Daniel and waved him off. Daniel raised his voice, but over the hammering of metal on metal all around, Oren missed whatever he said. He walked closer, just as the man in the long, stained and burned apron turned in anger and snapped at Daniel. "And I'm telling you, boy, you can't handle that sword. It's not made for the likes of you. I don't care how strong you think you are." "How much is it?" Oren asked, as he came to a stop next to his friend. "It's 200 gold, but I'm not selling it to anyone I don't approve of. And I don't approve." The man turned his back again and went back to hammering a long spearhead. Daniel and Oren had spent some money as they'd been walking and figured out a rough estimate of how much the coins were worth. A single copper was something like $4 to $5, which made a single silver about $50. A single meal or some snacks had only cost a copper. The few cheap hostels they'd found were charging 5 coppers a night or a silver for 2 nights with stew for dinner. 200 gold was the most expensive item they'd seen. That's about $100,000, Oren thought. Dee, he's not selling. We can find another sword later. Let's go. Can I at least hold it once, sir? Daniel was using his teacher voice again, the polite golden boy persona shining off him. Boy, I can barely lift that monster, the man sighed, realizing this customer was not going to leave. I made it for a friend who never returned from beyond the wall. I charge 5 silver for even nobility to see it. Do you really want to waste your money? Daniel pulled out a gold piece and handed it over. The man shrugged, hit the spearhead 3 more times, and put it in a barrel of water. It hissed with steam. Then he grabbed a metal cube with handles and dragged it over the wall. It's mostly mithril and cold iron, but the shaft and grip is the femur of a dragon, sworn and validated by the guild. Took me 3 months to grind that smooth, and another 2 to beat the thing into shape here, he said, as he stood on the metal cube and put a sheet of chainmail in his left hand. He balanced it under the sharp edge of the blade and grabbed the handle with his right. Arden, come spot an old man. A lanky boy their own age came up and hovered nearby. The blacksmith hefted the sword into the air and stepped off the box at the same time. Oren heard it creak and moan for the second all the weight had rested on it. Daniel kicked Oren's foot. Oren looked to his friend and said, What? Buff, please, Daniel muttered. Oren smiled evilly. I'm sorry, Dee. What was that? Daniel took his eyes off the sword for the first time since he'd entered the store to quickly lay them on his friend. Now, oh. Oren grinned, but acquiesced, sending 5 quick strengths to his friend. With Daniel's bonus, it was an extra 10 strength. If you drop this sword, I will not pay any hospital cost or penalty fee. Give it here. Daniel stood tall, with his legs apart as if he were about to hit the weights. He put his hands on the hilt and tried to lift the sword up. Nothing happened. The tip of the sword did not leave the blacksmith's hand. I tried to tell you, son. It is not weighted for a human. Daniel continued pulling his arms up, trying to get leverage. It made no difference. Oren took a look at his store list and made an impulsive decision. Would you like to upgrade, increase strength, 1,000 out of 1,000 for 2 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Increase strength, level 2, 0 out of 5,000. Increase target strength by +2 for 10 minutes, 10 MP. Double strength and double time, but double cost, Oren thought, as he cast the spell on his friend, hoping it would override the weaker level 1 spell. On the 5th cast, the sword's tip raised a few inches from the blacksmith's hand. Daniel's face was covered in sweat. Well, I'll be damned, the man muttered, before deftly catching the sword again as Daniel let it drop back down. Sorry, sir, Daniel groaned as he sat back on his heels. I should have listened to the expert there. It's just so pretty. He let out a smirk. The blacksmith grunted as he stood on the box, depositing the sword back on its horizontal stand. No, sir, boy. I'm Jovi. This is my corner of the blast furnace, and you got farther than anyone in a long time. Keep the money. That was worth the workout. He cracked his knuckles and handed the gold piece back. If you get that mighty strength of yours higher, you might even swing old Gertrude someday. Gertrude? Oren cut in. Named after the one who should have wielded her, Jovi whispered reverently. Oren wisely dropped it. Thank you, Jovi. I'll be back for her, Daniel said, still panting. Just how heavy was that hunk of metal? Could he even swing it? Oren thought as he dragged Daniel out. The dirt road had turned to cobblestone inside the city, but as they got near the western part of the wall, the cobblestone gave way to finer inlaid stone. The houses and shops lay farther away from each other, with more height and small gardens. Fences and walls were more frequent. Oren and Daniel received more looks as they followed Maddie's directions to the guild. I don't get it, Daniel whispered. We've got on basic clothes and armor. We don't look too different from everyone here. Why are we getting all the looks? Oren was also starting to get worried. Humans of every shade were prevalent. Maddie had dark skin, but Brant had been as white as he was. Daniel's light brown features were mirrored by a dozen different people they'd passed as well. Oren had grabbed Daniel and stared as a group of dwarves had carried large boxes across the street. But nothing that he could see allowed for the constant glances at them. Let's just hurry and get to the guild. Brant said we'd be able to rent a room there cheap, and we need to discuss our future here. Oren hitched his backpack up on his shoulder and sped up. The guild was housed in one of the largest buildings they'd seen. As they rounded the last corner, it took an entire block, one street off the main road. Daniel gestured. It looks like an old Spanish fortress. What fortress had 6 stories and a dozen different towers? I lose count every time. How many do you see? Oren asked. There's only 6. No, wait, 10? Magical fuckery. Daniel gave up and started walking again. It was nearing the end of the day, and people were starting to leave their jobs. As they climbed the steps to the guild building, about a dozen others were entering as well. Through the doors, the boys were jostled along with the small sea of people. They were deposited to one side as most of the group traveled through another door to the right.
As the doors swung open, laughter and banter echoed through the hall. Food. Oren nearly floated to the smells coming from the dining hall. In front of them was a small window in the wall, with a bored man sitting behind the metal bars. A sign above read, "Reception." "Excuse me, we were looking to join Days Guild?" Daniel inquired politely. "Not Days Guild, just Duh Guild," the man drawled. "More kids from the war front trying to strike it rich, huh?" Oren and Daniel glanced at each other. Maddie hadn't mentioned a war. Yeah, Oren muttered. "Well, it don't matter much to me." The man pulled out a piece of paper and a fountain pen. "Sign this. It says you won't break the laws of the country you're in. You will defend any city you are in from a horde. You will take on one quest a month. Break the rules, and you get booted. Depending on the local guildmaster, that could be a week before you repay your join-up fee, or forever. So don't push your luck. Can you both read and write?" "Yes," they chimed together. "Better than most. Sign here and here. If you want to rent a room, it'll be this form. Here for a single, that'll be 5 silver a month. A double is 4 silver. A quad is 2 silver. "Why so cheap?" Daniel asked. The hostels for a week had been just a few silver. "Most who pay don't return much, if ever," the receptionist shrugged. "Meals ain't included. Your room is only yours for the night. They get switched up regular. Cuts down on the murders, you see." With Dimension Hole, it wouldn't be a problem, not having a solid home base where they could store things. "We'll take a double." Oren signed the papers, with Daniel adding a scrawl after.
It's 5 silver each for registration, plus your 4 silver for the room. 1 gold, 4. He held out his hand, and Daniel paid him. They got a room key with so many nicks, Oren was sure he'd cut his fingers. They also got a beaten copper ring to wear on their pinky, or smallest finger you got left, to show they were in the guild now. "D, let's grab some food to go and talk in our room. We haven't really had a chance to decompress, and I'm starting to feel my lack of sleep," Oren suggested. Daniel nodded, and the two made their way through the door to the right of the reception area, into the dining hall. A man sitting on a stool reading a book glanced up as they entered and put a finger on the page he was on. 1 silver. "A silver for food? What are you serving?" Daniel asked. The man grunted and folded the book on his finger. "Newbies, huh? It's 5 copper a person for as much food as you can eat here or carry off in one trip. It's really more just 5 copper to come through the doors, as we've also got the quest board over yonder." He nodded his shaved head to the back of the long dining room with 20 large wooden tables lined up, 4 long and 5 deep. "We have to pay to get a quest?" Oren said in shock. "And to eat." The man opened his book again. "As I said, 1 silver. Daniel grumbled and paid the man. They filled the largest bowls they could find with the night's menu, beef stew. They also each took a large loaf of a hard brown bread. Beer was being served for another charge, but they had their water skins. Returning to the reception area, they entered the second door to the left of the entrance. Inside was a hall lined with doors and a large staircase at the end. As they trudged to climb the stairs, one set of doors swung up with a bang, just missing Oren's bowl of soup. Adventurers clambered out of the doorway. Oren glanced in and saw a large green field with dummies for archery practice, and some people fighting in practice. A training area? I thought the whole thing was a solid building. They trudged up 3 flights of stairs to find their room. It was small, with 2 single beds, a table, and 2 chairs. Once inside, neither spoke for 10 minutes as they scarfed the food. The beef stew was chunky, with carrots and potatoes swimming in the broth with generous slabs of beef. "I hope it's beef," Oren thought. The real star was the bread.
When Daniel broke his in half, the smell had stopped both for a second. Warm honey and cinnamon drifted in the air, with a hint of something flowery that Oren couldn't place. It paired so well with the stew that Oren used bread pieces as a spoon, mopping the last up with a sigh as he sat back, content. "So, Oren, what's the plan here?" Daniel took a long drink of water. Oren had spent much of the previous night planning everything he could, before everything went sideways. But he still had some thoughts. "I think we start with 3 simple rules. 1. Survive. That means everything. We figure out what we need to get by here. We need to find a library or bookstore and learn about this world. We are screwed if they find out we were—" Oren lowered his voice. "Summoned, or that you're a," he mouthed, "hero. 2. Really goes without saying, but we're a team. We each get a veto on anything party-related. We need to see what kind of quests we can do to make money, especially if you plan on blowing it all on some hunk of metal. Gertrude is not a 3, Oren interrupted Daniel. We find a way home. As much as I love reading stories, I do not want to end up monster food." Daniel nodded along. "Survive, teamwork, get home. Simple plan, but I like it. So, tomorrow, we'll go out for breakfast, get the lay of the land, and figure it all out. No pressure." Oren lay on the bed. It was surprisingly soft. He pulled up his status and went to the store. He'd already bought the upgrade for increase strength and still had 8 AP left. I have 8 AP left after upgrading increase strength, and was thinking of upgrading dex, buying will and intelligence buffs, and maybe upgrading my heal. Think I should go for that or start buying other things?" Daniel was also lying down, looking at the ceiling, likely reading his own status. "I knew you upgraded strength. When you cast it the second time, I think I could almost feel it." "You don't get a notification or something?" "Nope." Daniel moved his hand like he was scrolling down pages. "I think you should focus on your buffs and healing. I'll tank. I'm going over some options now, but I shouldn't have bought all this gear. I got a lot of AP to start, but it looks like I only get the normal 10 per level now." "Save your points then. I want to try and find out more about heroes. I'm sure some of them found overpowered builds, and we can make you the very best." "Like no one ever was," Daniel sing-songed. "Nerd," Oren threw at him. "Geek?" Daniel smiled. Oren hit yes. Increased dexterity, level 2, 0/5000. Increased target dexterity by +2 for 10 minutes. 10 MP. Increase will, 0/1000. Increased target will by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. Increase intelligence, 0/1000. Increased target intelligence by +1 for 5 minutes. 5 MP. Heal small wounds, level 2, 0/5000. Heal up to 20 HP. 10 MP. Oren looked at his list of spells. It had really grown. Spells. Heal small wounds, level 1, max. Heal small wounds, level 2, 0/5000. Increase strength, level 1, max. Increase strength, level 2, 0/5000. Increase dexterity, level 1, max. Increase dexterity, level 2, 0/5000. Increase will, level 1, 0/1000. Increase intelligence, level 1, 0/1000. Camouflage, 1490 out of 10,000. Calm mind. Oh, cool. I guess upgrading leaves the last level available too.
That's good to conserve some MP if I need, I guess, Oren noted. Oren suddenly stood up from his bed.
Damn it.
Daniel also stood up, hand already going to his sword.
What, are we under attack? I've got a shit. Oren looked at his friend. God, I hope they've invented toilet paper.
Chapter 6. The next morning, Oren and Daniel turned in their room key and bought buttery cinnamon pastries on the walk to the Catanzaro keep. Each family had a small castle located near the western wall, and Maddie's directions proved easy to follow. The architecture of each keep was near identical, and if not for her instruction to approach only the keep flying her father's colors and crest, they would have had to ask for help. However, the green and yellow stripes and the eagle banner gave an easy path to follow. The guards professionally relayed the message that the ladies' guests had arrived, but they did not let Oren and Daniel leave their sight. As they stood with the two men wearing half-plate and holding pikes taller than Daniel, the two glanced around the small courtyard. Despite the height of the keep, with its twin spiral towers, crenellation, and murder holes spaced evenly, the entire keep looked big enough to house only 20 to 30 people. For a keep of a ruling family, Oren was surprised at the small size. I would have thought her father's keep would be bigger, Daniel whispered, giving voice to Oren's thoughts. Maybe they have another one outside the city, Oren offered. Actually, they do not. Sir Bennett appeared at the door. He waved the two guards off and beckoned for Daniel and Oren to follow. The four families live modestly, or are supposed to. Most men-at-arms are stationed with a particular section of the guard, like at the wall or in dungeon parties. It wouldn't do for us to get used to defending against hordes just to switch to guard duty for the next 2 years. Hi, Brant, Daniel said cheerfully. Good to see you. Brant smiled and led them through a small welcoming hall to a sitting room. The furnishings were old but comfortable looking, with a set of paintings over the fireplace. One was a woman holding a mace in one hand and a dagger in the other. The second painting was a short man, sitting over a board game and holding a book off to the side with one hand. 2 large sofas separated by a short wooden table completed the room. The Lady Catanzaro will be with you shortly. Would you care for refreshment? Brant played host. Is it normal for a knight to get tea? Oren asked. Brant flushed. My lord has seen fit to assign me some small tasks to remind me of my duties. So, you got punished for getting shot in the street? That's a bit harsh. Daniel leaped to Brant's aid. No. Brant pushed a small cart with drinks and small cookies to Daniel's side. Being attacked by bandits is not what I'm being punished for. I should have stopped her from going in the first place. His voice dropped toward the end. Just as Oren was about to ask more, Lady Madeline Catanzaro entered the room. Oren could not call her Maddie, as she was. Wearing a green dress with golden thread that hung off her shoulders and brushed her ankles, Madeline shone. Expertly applied makeup highlighted her cheekbones and accentuated her eyes. Her short hair from the day before was gone. In its place was a tightly curled, dense coif of hair that covered her head and ran down to her shoulders. She wore a thin golden necklace with a single ruby stud touching her throat, and 3 rings, all on one hand. Oren noticed the copper ring of the guild on her pinky. Wow! Daniel stood and gave a mock bow. Maddie, you look amazing. As she smiled, Oren rolled his eyes at his friend. Can't go anywhere without flirting. Thank you, Daniel. Maddie nodded at Oren, too. I was able to have my father collect the balance owed, but if I had known what he'd demand in return, she trailed off. Brant smirked behind her. The Lord has demanded Lady Madeline refrain from any adventuring for 1 month's time.
She'll be attending balls and greeting dignitaries in his place. The harshest punishment he could think of, Maddie muttered.
Just his way of getting back at me for collecting his late taxes. Oren's eyebrows touched. He punished you for doing his job? Maddie sighed as another knight brought a small box into the room and dropped it on the table. Yes, well, no. There have been some politics that kept him from forcing the local barons to pay the yearly harvest taxes. I thought that if I showed up and appealed to their better nature, I could help. She beat up a lot of old men, Brant chuckled and took a cookie from the tray. And one old lady. Sir Bennet, you are excused, Maddie stomped her foot. With a grin and a nod, Brant left. Oren heard him laughing down the hall. Anyways, I might have stirred up some trouble for him. And I then spent a lot of that money on those 2 quests. She shot Daniel a peeved look. Even if it was a good deal. We should have charged more, huh? Oren grinned. Much more. Maddie returned the smile. Daniel poured himself some of the tea and nibbled a cookie. So, he was mad you bought the quests? Oh, not at all. He was excited beyond measure. She held an empty cup out, which Daniel filled for her. She took a sip and sighed contently. The stat bonus from the wall quest will help set me apart for a few years at least. I don't have to push myself as hard, and that means more time for him to make me wear this. She gestured at her dress. It really does look good, Daniel murmured. Maddie smiled softly at him. It's not that I don't enjoy it. I just would rather be leveling and defeating dungeons with Sir Bennet. He's been rather lucky and earned a few extra stats from defeating dungeons, or else Father would never have let me take on any dungeon. So defeating dungeons can give extra stats. Oren filed that away for later. Of course, he also was livid that I robbed you both of 2 quests for only a little gold. Maddie looked at her feet. I thought it best not to mention the other condition. She peeked up at Oren. A little gold? Oren crunched the numbers on the estimates he'd put together. 1,000 gold would be $500,000. Well appreciated, Oren said. We set the terms, though. I don't think we were cheated. Maddie gave Oren a thoughtful look. He wanted to meet with the 2 of you, but was called away early this morning over some crime or another. Perhaps we can treat you 2 to dinner later this week? Daniel glanced at Oren, who nodded. They agreed to meet in 3 days for dinner. After collecting the box full of gold, Oren had a thought. Maddie, is there a library or bookstore you'd recommend? We really need to catch up on a few things and don't want to accidentally break some law from around here we don't know about. Maddie paused. There are a few bookstores in the main shopping center I could recommend. Bartholomew's has class theory books and some spell guide books. Heidi's Corner is good for fiction, but also has the best legal selection outside the courts. Books has a good selection of other assorted stuff. That's where I go when I'm looking for something on a specific monster. Thanks. That will be a big help to us, Daniel said. We should go check those out, Oh. Maddie hesitated for a minute. I know you 2 are not from Day. I don't mean to be rude, but were you run out of your home during the war? Oren glanced at Daniel this time. He shrugged. Yes, we barely made it out alive, he said quietly. I feel bad for lying, but better keep it simple. Is that when you earned a class? She pressed. Oren's mind was racing. They really should have done research before speaking with Maddie again. She was too clever. Keep it vague and untraceable. Yeah, Daniel defended us, and I somehow was able to heal him when he got hurt. Our village was really small, and I don't think anyone else made it out. It is amazing that you unlocked a healing class, Maddie continued as she walked them to the front door. I did not know it was possible to gain healing outside the hospital training. His mom was a healer, Daniel offered. That could explain it. Maddie tapped her chin in thought. Still, your other skill. Best not to think on that one too much, Oren said hurriedly. Thank you for the hospitality. We'll see you in a few days. They hurried away as Maddie frowned after them. Once they were around the corner, Oren had tried dropping the chest into his dimension hole. The small chest was only little bigger than a shoebox and contained 700 gold pieces. But when he tried to put it in, nothing happened. Shit, I must have reached the storage limit, Oren griped. Currently, he had both of their backpacks and bedrolls, the extra clothes, his 150 gold from Maddie's first installment payment, and Daniel's crossbow and extra sword from the bandits in his storage space. All that had sat on only half his bed as they'd taken inventory this morning. I must have about 3 feet by 3 feet of storage. He was tempted to just try dumping the gold coins in, but Daniel convinced him to just wear their backpacks, minus the bedrolls. The box fit this time. So, Bartholomew's, Heidi's, or books? Daniel asked. They had returned to the main street for shopping. Daniel was eyeballing Jovi's weapons store down the road. Oren kicked him in the shin. They spent the next 3 hours browsing all 3 bookstores. Oren found a class primer book at Bartholomew's, which was supposed to help parents explain the most common selections to their children. I guess parents are responsible for guiding the choice. The store's clerk had even let him peek into the back room where they kept the spell books for a silver coin. He'd boasted that many of Day's most prominent adventurers relied on them to help supply viable options for their wants. When Daniel had questioned what a spell book could do, the man peered at him strangely. You learn a spell without spending the ability points. What backwater village did you crawl out of? Oren had worked to assuage the man's concerns, and they'd left with the primer and 1 spell book. Daniel had over 100 AP left, but Oren was back to none. He spent 100 gold on Sidesteps. It was the cheapest book he'd seen in the back room that he wanted. Actually, it was the only book he'd seen that he'd wanted. The options were pretty slim. The primer had only cost 2 silver. That's still nearly $100 for a book, Oren thought. Maybe we can invent the printing press or something. The only problem was he had no idea how to make something like that. Heidi at Heidi's Corner let them know that browsing the legal section was free with the purchase of any book in the store, but the legal books were not for sale and could not leave the store. Oren quickly pieced together the little library of law books were a social service that Heidi had assembled to help those who couldn't afford a lawyer. They decided to come back the next day. Books, books, books ended up being the biggest score. They spent 10 gold on 15 books, 4 different bestiaries, 1 dungeon theory guide, 2 how to defeat dungeon guides, 3 history books written about different countries, 4 children's books about various topics that Oren thought might be helpful, and something called the Leveler's Guide, which the shop owner recommended. All in all, they spent 110 gold and 2 silver. Daniel complained they had enough to buy the sword he wanted, but Oren reminded him that Jovi likely wouldn't sell it until he could lift it alone. They carried their haul back to the guild, got a key for their new room, and started studying. The Leveler's Guide does not purport to give information that helps the adventurer to gain levels, but instead gives best practices for the adventurer to survive long enough to gain levels on his own. While most adventurers will gain experience through monster hunts or dungeon subjugation, a leveler's adventurer will seek to find ways to level his skills outside these dangerous activities. Oren put the dry and repetitive guide down and rubbed his eyes. While the Leveler's Guide, or the LG as Daniel called it, had a lot of good information, the author had seemingly gone out of his way to make it difficult to find. Luckily, Daniel had read it first and circled particularly good portions with the one pen they'd purchased. While Daniel was reading the guide, Oren had worked through the primer book and the 4 children's books. All 5 combined were smaller than the LG. They'd compared notes and then swapped the books to see if the other had missed anything. This is just like how we used to study for classes, Oren thought. The books had been full of information, and Oren was replaying their conversations with Maddie as he worried they'd outed themselves as not from this world. Luckily, his years of reading Isekai comics seemed to have paid off. The primer had noted that most children would not gain a class until 17 or 18 years of age. Even then, some didn't until their early 20s. Traumatic events could trigger classes early. A footnote had mentioned that trying to trigger a class early through traumatic means always backfired and created a block to gaining a class until the victim was well out of their teens. What kind of asshole tried to traumatize kids for a class? Oren shivered. Once someone was classed, they could gain levels in that class. The primer had gone over a lot of civilian classes and how the best way to level was to do a good job. It might have been propaganda to keep a hard-working lower class down, but the LG had noted that the only way farmers could level was by rotating crops correctly, getting a good harvest, and running off rabbits from eating their crops. Oren had a thought of a farmer chasing bunnies and gaining XP, and laughed. Adventurer classes, like Oren and Daniel, could gain XP from quests, dungeon subjugation, and monster kills. A quick peek into one of the bestiaries showed that each monster had a set amount of XP given based on historic records. Some of the rarer monsters had an asterisk near the XP. Supposedly, if you brought proof of killing one of these to the publisher with the XP blue box, they'd pay you for the information. Classes could gain XP to level 100. The XP costs were exponential. While the first 10 levels were only an increased 100 XP per level, Oren was currently at level 3 with 0/300 XP. The next 20 levels were a multiplier of 1,000 XP per level. The number jumped again by 2,000 XP at every level in the level 31 to 50 range. At levels 51 to 70, it increased to 5,000 XP per level. The book noted that above that, the numbers increased, but all high-level adventurers had declined interviews. The LG turned out to be more a lifestyle guide than practical information. It advocated using your spells and skills outside of combat to level your attacks as much as possible before engaging in dangerous activities. The author hammered on about the use of the party function and the problems with an unbalanced team. Create a party with Daniel, yes or no? When that box had popped up in Oren's vision, he'd sighed in relief at the thought of lost XP if they'd encountered any monsters. Yes. Strangely, other people did not give XP if killed. I guess that explains the bandits not giving us XP. We only got it from the quest, Oren thought. A party would split the XP evenly across all who participated in the fight. The paragraph under this worried Oren. Daniel had even written a note. How will Oren get XP? Participation in a monster fight is based on damage done to the creature. The use of a healer in a standard 5-man party is therefore a detriment. The leveler recommends hiring a healer to wait his proper place behind the 5-man team of damage dealers. Many parties fail to survive the attempt of corralling a monster in an attempt to let a healer strike a beast. Let the healer find his own experience elsewhere. D. Do you think my buffs count as participation? Oren questioned. I don't. Daniel put his book of children's fairy tales down. It was the least helpful book Oren had read so far. I think you're going to need to get in and do some damage to get the XP from monster fights. Dungeons also give a set amount from crushing the core, according to that book. Shit. Oren shifted on his bed. That was how I read it too. I'm going to have to get something offensive, I guess. Daniel shrugged. Or we can just subjugate all dungeons together. He smiled at his friend. Oren put the LG down for now. He flipped through the bestiaries and dungeon books, but was feeling off. Had he made a mistake in picking his class? Was this the reason healer classes were rare here? Were there even any other buffing classes? The primer hadn't mentioned one. He picked up the history book labeled A Complete and Accurate Account of the Creation of Day and started to leaf through. He stopped after a few pages and turned back to the beginning. After reading in silence for 5 minutes, he paled and stopped. Daniel, you need to see this. Chapter 7. The creation of Day is unlike the formation of most countries, as Day is the direct result of a turned evil. In the year 1427, a lore was summoned to defeat the newly risen demon lord. In only 2 years, the lore fought back the forces of darkness on the continent of Oshal. With his party slaughtered during the battle, the lore returned a different man. There exist no concrete records. However, oral history from notable historian Jaxus of Minokia purports the lore cast spells never seen before. Oceans fell and rose the world over. Millions died as storms threw lightning in uncountable numbers. Fires raged and mountains grew. Mass teleportation, the likes of which have never been seen, split families asunder. When the magical cacophony stopped, all the lands of the world were combined into one landmass, which we now call Asmia, or Mercy. The people of the world stood together as one, with no fighting between the elves or humans, and no tension between dwarf and orc. For across the new mountain range was a land of monstrous horrors. The lore had taken every untamed island and unknown land's monsters and placed them on the other side of the divide. And thus, 4 stepped forward to cast the spells of what would become the first Wall of Day. Those walls did not stand for long, but others filled the breaches. The elves retreated to the forests. The orcs and dwarves battled for a time before founding their own homes. Humans drifted away to start tribes that would become the great countries of Odrana and Veskar. However, Day was the first. Daniel put down the book and looked at the cover. I guess you can remake the world at a high enough level. Oren broke the silence. Daniel threw the book on the table as he stood up. You think I want to remake the world? Oh, millions died the last time a lore killed a demon lord. That might not be true, Oren threw back. Maddie said 1,000 years ago a hero killed a demon lord and created a lake of fire. That couldn't be this guy. I read more than you, and that took place 2,000 years ago at least. Plus, there's no mention of a lake of fire, and not every hero fights demon lords. Maybe you can just ignore that quest. It was a sea of fire. Daniel calmed a bit and sat back down on the bed. Huh? Maddie's story. The hero 1,000 years ago created a sea of fire. Why did these heroes create and destroy after completing the Demon Lord quest? Oren could see his friend was scared. Maybe he was trying to make fireworks to celebrate and set a sea on fire instead? Daniel chuckled. Oren put his hand on his friend's shoulder. You are not going to destroy the world. I won't allow it. Remember when you wanted to egg Kyle's car and I hard-boiled the eggs so you couldn't? Daniel lifted his head from his hands and looked at Oren. You ass. I knew it was you who did that. Kyle nearly broke Justin's arm when he pushed him down the bleachers. He deserved that egging. You're right, Oren smiled. But if I let you wreak havoc over every stupid person who hurt a friend, you'd have been kicked off all your teams and clubs, and who would have had to listen to your parents yelling at you? Me, because we both know you just tuned them out.
But I can't do that, Dee. So believe me when I say I will not let you end the world." He punched his friend in the shoulder. "It's almost lunch, and we've been in this dreary room too much. Let's go find something to eat and then try leveling our skills like that book said." Daniel cracked his neck as he stood. "What could you possibly level? You have nothing offensive." Oren held up the Sidesteps book. "Want to try and hit me?" After they got lunch, from the street, not the overpriced guild dining hall, Oren and Daniel stood in one of the small side rooms the guild set aside for its members to use.
Oren looked around the room. It was only about 50 feet by 50 feet, but the size of the small training room didn't add up to the exterior size of the guild. "More magic fuckery," Oren muttered. "What?" Daniel was strapping his armor on. "I think the guild is bigger on the inside." "Like the TARDIS?" Daniel started stretching. "You never watched Doctor Who," Oren frowned. Daniel did some jumping jacks as he said, "But I heard you mention it enough to know the reference." Oren shook his head and looked at the Sidesteps book. The bookstore clerk had told him to open it only when he was ready to read it. The book would turn to ash after the skill was learned. Oren untied the small ribbon around the book and opened it slowly. The book was tiny, about the size of a pocket notebook, and so thin he'd originally balked at spending $50,000 or 100 gold on it. A flash of light hit his eyes, along with a prompt. "Would you like to learn Sidesteps, 1% chance to evade any attack, 0 out of 100? Yes or no?" Yes. A warmth spread from his fingers to his shoulders. Then a rush of cold fell over his body. Oren shivered. Sidesteps obtained. "That was too easy," Oren muttered. He looked up at his friend. The training room had wooden swords, little more than long sticks, placed on racks. Daniel was practicing swinging one through the air. "So should I hit you now?" Daniel asked, too eagerly. Oren kicked himself for suggesting this. "Yes, but stop when I say so I can heal. And don't use anything overpowered, okay? I don't want to die." Daniel grinned and advanced on his friend. 3 hours later, Daniel and Oren sat on the floor breathing hard and covered in sweat. Oren had used his buff spells judiciously on himself and Daniel, testing both the effects and the speed with which he could cast. Daniel had hit him with the stick sword, doing between 1 to 5 HP in damage each hit. By cycling and healing, Oren hadn't needed to stop except to breathe every 20 minutes or so. Daniel had also hit him with Power Strike, which did up to 10 HP of damage. The training was for both of them, after all. Sidesteps didn't trigger as often as Oren had hoped. It was not a 1 in 100 hits evasion, but a 1% chance to evade every hit, which left Oren beaten. It had taken 20 minutes before it triggered the first time. Daniel's sword was coming at him from the side. It moved just as quickly as every other strike Oren had tried to dodge manually, meaning way too quickly. But at the last second, Oren felt the way he should move. A twist of his foot and turning his hips, Oren pirouetted around Daniel. Daniel let out a whistle. Nice! After 3 hours, Oren had only triggered the skill 5 more times. However, he'd cast enough spells and cycled so much he was starting to feel woozy again. "Let's stop here for the day," Daniel suggested. "I just got Power Strike to level 2. "You leveled it?" "Yeah, I have 106 points left, too." Oren glanced at his progress. Sidesteps, 6 out of 100. Level 2, 430 out of 5,000. Level 2, 1,800 out of 5,000. Level 2, 1,850 out of 5,000.
1,000 out of 1,000. 1,000 over 1,000. He'd increased his own will and intelligence before starting the training session, getting his will up to 18 and his intelligence up to 16. The increase to will had also boosted his mana pool. Oren was positive he'd found the formula for what will did now. Level 1 cost 5 MP for 10 HP healing, while Level 2 cost 10 MP for 20 HP. With a base of 10 will and 10 intelligence, those numbers wouldn't change. Once will went up, the spell would heal more than the base HP. A spell costs X and did Y.
Y was the base HP healed, in this case 10 or 20 HP, times B divided by 10, where B equaled will. For heal small wounds, level 1, 10 times 18 divided by 10 meant 18 HP per heal. Level 2, or 20 times 18 divided by 10, meant 36 HP per heal. As Daniel had slapped him around, Oren had been focusing on using level 2 healing for the XP. For some reason, the spell cost 9 MP. Maybe intelligence decreases cost? He'd need more data points before he could figure out that math. In any case, casting 5 will and intelligence boosts on himself and Daniel every 5 minutes for 3 hours had quickly maxed out his levels. Taking a hit every few seconds from Daniel had also let him heal himself for over 700 HP before MP fatigue set in. He'd drained his full MP multiple times. "Something just isn't right, D," Oren said. "All the books mentioned not to use more than 1 mana potion a day to avoid overexertion. But for some reason, I can drain my pool multiple times before I feel anything." Daniel shrugged. He'd spaced out when Oren tried to explain his math formula for will, too, simply stating, "Will makes spells hit harder? Cool." Oren spent the next 2 days leveling his spells with Daniel. Daniel also bought more skills as they worked through the books and made a game plan for the future. The general consensus was a group of 5 doing damage was better than the waste of a single healer. Classes that gave bonuses to others were not even mentioned in the books they had bought. Oren had returned to books. The owner, an older man with a hunched back and one white eye, had answered questions and done his best to point Oren to what he sought. A single gold piece, and he left with esoteric and obscure classes. It had been a waste of money. "It makes no sense," Oren complained as Daniel tried a new skill, double strike. Daniel's sword moved once, but Oren took 2 hits. He topped off his health. Daniel's damage was increasing at a ridiculous rate, and he was using his extra ability points to level his skills, while Oren was stuck with no extra points to spend. 48 out of 100, level 2. 1,350 out of 5,000. Level 2. 5,000 out of 5,000. Level 2. 5,000 out of 5,000. 0 out of 1,000. 1,000 out of 1,000. 1,000 out of 1,000. Daniel paused in his attacks. It has to be an evolution thing. Why would people use classes for fighting that can't gain experience? But that makes even less sense, Oren continued. Healers exist and are brought all the time as the non-party's 6th man. But they have the hospitals behind them, countered Daniel. The hospitals were located throughout the civilized lands. Almost like a cult, healer classes were forcefully recruited to work a length of time for them before being let out into the world. Most stayed on in some capacity. They provided good health care. Payment was figured out after healing, with some sort of work program allowed. It wasn't quite slavery, but some people were required to work for a few months before being allowed to leave. And, thinking of slavery, Oren frowned.
During their lunch break the day before, they'd traveled down a side street they hadn't explored before. Every meal, they'd ask for a recommendation for the next from the stall they chose. They'd been looking for a noodle shop when they found the slave market. Prisoners of war, debtors, and even criminals were lined up and being auctioned off. The business was brisk and over quickly, yet Daniel and Oren had stood in a daze after the crowd dispersed. They'd seen their first elf. He'd looked beaten, with the slavery bracelet on his hand before he was sold. A few questions to the men in charge, and Daniel had dragged Oren back to the training room. Oren had to heal himself a lot more than usual that afternoon. Slavery was legal in the world.
Depending on the reason, they theoretically could pay off their debt price or serve their sentence. But the slaver had smirked as he insinuated ways to increase the holding time of a slave. Most slaves were used as fodder to wear down dungeons. "One more reason to get trained up and crush them all," Daniel had said later. Oren agreed. Luckily, it seemed the slave trade in Day was small. The man they'd talked to complained of increased taxes and strict demands on timely release. As Daniel swung at him, Oren triggered sidesteps 3 times in a row. Sidesteps 51 out of 100. "Let's stop for the day," Daniel suggested. "That's the most you've ever evaded. Did you level?" Oren shook his head. "No. We should definitely hit the baths before we go to dinner." "You don't think Maddie's dad would appreciate our stink?" Daniel took a sniff. "Okay, wow. Yeah, we've been going hard today." The guild had a large, steaming pool used as a bath behind another one of the magical doors. They'd discovered it on the second day after a pointed suggestion by the woman at reception. After a lazy lounge in the warm water and a quick scrub in one of the side shower rooms, they pulled out some clothes they'd gotten at Maddie's suggestion. A courier had arrived with a letter for them. It had pointed out that using point-summoned clothing was good for a forest excursion, but not meeting the head of a house of Day. They'd gone shopping. Looking back, it should have been obvious why they'd been getting so many looks. People knew what the basic summoned clothes looked like, and who would spend precious ability points on backpacks and clothing. Oren felt wasteful as they spent 4 gold each on clothes, backpacks, and even newer and supposedly higher quality leather armor for the both of them. They'd also each spent a single gold piece on one outfit. Dress clothes. It was almost like a tuxedo, but in muted colors instead of black, and easier to move around in. Oren had his made in charcoal gray, while Daniel picked a dark red. Finally, it was time for dinner with the Catanzanos. Lord Catanzano entered the dining hall in front of his daughter. His back was straight, and his eyes pierced Oren and Daniel as Maddie pushed his wheelchair to the head of the table and kissed his cheek. "Welcome, guests." His voice was quiet but firm as he tossed a napkin in the air before putting it on his lap. "My daughter has told me much of your heroics. We are in your debt." She never mentioned the wheelchair, Oren thought, as he copied the action, putting his own napkin on his lap. Daniel did the same. "No debt at all, Lord Catanzano," Daniel replied. "We helped a little, but I'm sure Sir Bennet and Lady Madeline would have gotten out just fine." Cooks entered and put trays down around the small family table where they'd been seated. "Just the 4 of us," Oren looked around. "It's too cozy for just meeting guests. Something is up here." Lord Catanzano waved his hand as Daniel spoke. No. Here, in our family home, please call me Silas. And Brant has told me the unadapted truth, unlike my own daughter." He threw a look at Maddie. "I know that my happiness is alive because of you." Daniel did not contradict him this time. "I also know that she swindled you out of a quest," Silas continued. "I cannot allow my family to be in debt."
Silas poured a glass of wine for himself and offered some to Daniel, who shook his head. Oren also declined. They both tucked into the food, though. Steamed carrots and potatoes, slabs of something like pork with tiny onions sprinkled on top, hearty gravy to drown everything in, and more of that honey bread. Oren had almost hoped for some high-class cuisine, but it seemed everybody in Day ate pretty normal fare. "Will you negotiate a reward for the quest?" Silas questioned. "The quests were paid for, my lord," Daniel said. "Sorry, Silas," Oren cringed.
Hout's questions? Maddie had been nearly flawless. Her fork had paused for only a moment as it traveled to her lips. Oren had barely caught the hesitation. Her father turned to her. "Dearest, would you be so kind as to humor your aging father? I distinctly remember only one quest." Oren and Daniel did not move as the room grew dark with displeasure. "I told you I paid them for their given quest, father." "Ha!" Silas let out a bark of a laugh, louder than any noise he'd made since entering the room. "Word games with me. I am so proud I could almost forgive the lie." Maddie looked at her plate, hiding a smile. "So she paid for this hoard quest with a little gold. What was the other quest? No use lying now, boys." He turned his dark eyes back on Daniel and Oren, cutting a piece of meat. "A timed quest to reach the Gate of Day." Oren stepped in. "Maybe I can sidestep someone else finding out about blood mana." "And payment for that?" "She agreed to keep a secret of mine," Oren stated clearly. "Maybe he'll honor the agreement." "What secret?" "Damn." Daniel chimed in finally. "One that cost a quest, sir. What would you offer to know it?" "This is why I love you, you dumb jock." Daniel and Oren had always been an odd friendship. What nobody could understand was they filled in each other's blind spots. While Oren couldn't play a sport like Daniel, he could help him understand nuances and strategy. While Daniel couldn't write a paper as convincingly as Oren, he could spot holes in his logic or convince someone through conversation loops that Oren would never see. I could just demand my daughter tell me," Silas smirked. "But I won't. I see this means a lot to you. I will let the matter rest." Maddie, Oren, and Daniel sighed with relief. However, now that we have established your quest has the worth of a secret not to be afforded a Lord of Day, Oren felt the walls closing in as Silas's smirk turned predatory. "We can discuss the discrepancy in price of only 1,000 gold for the other." Maddie gulped. "I value two things in my life, my family and the knowledge I obtain and use to defend my family and people. 2 quests given to my daughter, with one's price being knowledge I cannot obtain." He trailed off. "Yes, I think I know the price Madeline should have offered for your quest, Daniel." Daniel and Oren did not know the man and had not followed his rambling thoughts, but Maddie had. Oren saw her eyes widen. "No, Father, you can't." "Daniel, you shall marry my daughter." Chapter 8. The table was silent. Maddie was holding back tears and seemed ready to rush from the table. Silas let out another short, "Ha!" I apologize. Silas chuckled into his glass. "My Madeline tries so hard to take on the duties of her future station. I sometimes go too far with my teasing." Maddie looked panicky as he spoke, but then calmed. "So that was a family joke?" Daniel guessed. "Father does like to tease me about my future husband," Maddie murmured as she resumed eating. "I'm sure you are a wonderful man, but Madeline's future husband must meet high requirements," Silas said between bites. Oren and Daniel exchanged glances and relaxed. "So he likes to play games," Oren filed that away. "But to the matter at hand, I would have offered much more, but if you are adamant that the price was fair, I will not push further, Silas continued. However, once you leave this table, no further succor or favor can be given for these deeds. We are satisfied, Daniel said immediately. Maddie smiled softly at him. Good then. On to the matter of you saving my daughter's life. Will this never end? Oren threw a look to Daniel. Kill me, please? Daniel eye-rolled back. Silas offered more gold, but Oren had another idea. Actually, sir, we are new today and wanted to try our hand at helping defeat a dungeon. Dungeon subjugation in Day was regulated by the houses. Knights were sent with select teams to destroy new ones. The only way to defeat a dungeon was going with one of these groups or finding one in the wild by chance. What level are you, son? Not immediately shut down. There's a chance, Oren thought as he said. Level 3, sir. Maddie choked on a piece of carrot. 3? That's not possible. Silas frowned. And you, Daniel? Daniel glanced up from his bread slathered in gravy. 2? Maddie sat still. Nobody under level 10 goes into a dungeon, boys, Silas started. But beyond that, how did 2 freshly classed kids, no offense intended, defeat a band of bandits that took out one of my knights? Shock and awe? Oren mustered. Silas stared at Oren for a minute and then laughed. This was more than the single guffaw he'd displayed earlier. He pushed back from the table and bent in his chair. Sorry, that... Oh, he tried. Sometimes I forget that for all the bluster of classes and levels, even a farmer can take down a hero. Weird idiom, Oren thought. I suppose luck was a great part of it as well, Silas continued. I mean, you haven't even reached your first stat increase yet. However did you do it? The full story now. Daniel and Oren told them of spotting the bandits from a distance and sneaking up, Oren's distraction, the crossbow discharge into Sir Bennet, and Daniel's judicious use of power strike. They glossed over Oren's healing of Brant. So while he was hacking away, what were you doing, Oren? What kind of attacks do you have? Oren tensed. I had cast my spells already. I do have some small healing, but mostly I focus on buff spells. Silas looked lost for the first time at dinner. What is a buff spell? I increased Daniel's strength 100% and dexterity. That's not possible, Silas frowned. That is not a spell I've ever heard of. In for a penny, Oren thought. I have them for all 4 main stats: Dex, Strength, Will, and Intelligence. Oren pulled his level 1 spell slots out of his status and held them up for Silas. See? Silas read the spells, and his eyes widened. This would be expensive, mana-wise, for one person. But you could charge good gold, very good gold, to, what was the word, buff a team before they went into a dungeon. He looked back at Oren. But do you have any attack spells? You must. Every parent teaches their child to get one first. These must have cost you more ability points than you gain when you class. I bought Will and Intelligence recently, yes, but I have no actual attack spells, Oren explained. Daniel and I classed together, so I haven't really had the need for an attack spell. But you can't gain experience without an attack spell unless you are in melee. And no offense, young man, but you do not have the build of somebody who risks life and limb. I'll figure something out. Oren had spent most of the last 3 days reading more of the options in the store. He had a general idea of what he needed to do. The problem was going to be gaining another level first. Dad, maybe Brant and I could take them into the pass, Maddie suggested. Not too far, just the first quarter, where stragglers might be.
Silas did not look excited at the prospect of his daughter going out into danger again. Before he could deny her, Oren added, "Or, if they weren't available to come with us, maybe just access for me and Daniel?" Access through the western wall required approval from a house or the guild. The guild only approved access for quests or silver rings, the next rank above Oren and Daniel. Houses would send their own to train, or those who paid enough. Carrying around more gold sounds good in theory, but I'd rather have favors, Oren thought. Less risk of being mugged that way. The room fell silent, except the clink of silverware on plates as Silas considered. "You understand that going beyond the wall has a 1 in 10 death rate, no matter the distance traveled?" Silas asked. The little research they'd been able to do had turned up some statistics like that. The Leveler's Guide had actually said 1 in 3 died. "We plan on staying within sight of the wall," Daniel offered their plan. "I will do most of the fighting and let Oren get a solid blow in if we can. The more we can both level, the better chance we have of helping defeat some of those dungeons around day." Silas grinned at Daniel's ploy to appear noble.
Helping defeat dungeons that the houses had kept under control for generations was presumptuous. But he doesn't know Daniel's a hero. Oren reached for more meat. "I can't let Sir Bennet or Madeline off the hook for their behavior," Silas announced. "I also cannot afford to let their rescuers die in an attempt to gain experience." He clicked his tongue in thought. "I suppose I can spare a man to take you past the wall. I'll instruct him personally to stay back and only interfere if things look fatal. There are no guarantees, though, and you must be back before dusk. There have been rumors of darkness creatures roaming the pass recently." Maddie pursued her lips and shook her head as the chance to escape her punishment slipped away. Daniel grinned at Oren. They'd gotten access and could gain levels. "We would be fine going on our own, sir," Oren tried. "There's no need for you to waste your manpower on—" "Nonsense. I can't have you both dying so soon after arriving in day. The guild would be at my neck for restitution if I let a new crop of adventurers go off alone." Oren had seen the jaws of the trap set and tried to evade it. "His man will no doubt report back every skill we use. He's trying to spy on us. We would be fine going alone, and that he knows we're already at the guild means the spying has already started. Now, enough talk. Which of you two know how to play Kala?" Oren silently thanked the shopkeep at Books for recommending one of the children's books. It had a small section of the popular pastimes and games of the world, including one section on Kala. Seen usually as a game of chance, nobility and officers use Kala to improve resourcefulness and strategy in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Teaching your child to play Kala with the marbles only will be a great pastime, motor function activity, and counting game. Introduction of the strategy cards should be held until they are older. See my next book, Raising Teenagers to Excel in Class, for more. The game looked at first glance like checkers, but with marbles resting in small depressions on each of the 64 squares. Either side started with 8 marbles chosen from a black bag. They could be set up on any of the 3 lines closest to the player. Different marble types were possible on the draw. White marbles moved forward or back 1 square and attacked diagonally like a pawn in chess. Black marbles moved diagonally 1 square, but could only attack right in front. Green marbles could be placed once and never moved, but had to be taken out before any opposing piece could move past it. The book had called it the forest line. The last type was red. It also could be placed only once, but could attack 1 time before being used and taken off the board. The game ended when someone touched their own marble to the back line of the opponent, or all an opponent's marbles were taken. Already more advanced than basic checkers. Silas tried explaining the strategy cards as well. "It's surprising you don't even know the basics," he'd muttered, while servants cleared the food and put an elaborate box with tiny drawers in front of him. He started unfolding lids and pulling drawers as the box expanded into a beautifully inlaid kala set. "There are 10 different cards," he explained, as he shuffled them out. "Each allows an extra action on the player's turn. We each receive an agreed number, up to 2 before the game starts. Of course, you can also sacrifice a marble for another card." He began to lay the cards down face up on the table. "There are 2 of each type of card. Lightning strikes take out a green marble or forest line. Rains will negate the use of a red marble. There are also 4 change color cards, 2 red and 2 green. You can use a color change on a white marble only." He pulled out the last 2 cards. "These are special, though." One card had a man standing on a hill surrounded by a bright light and with a sword raised above his head. The other was a creature of darkness slouched on a throne. "The demon lord and the hero," Maddie said, as she watched over her father's shoulder. "The demon lord allows you to bring 2 extra black marbles to the table for 3 turns. You place them only on your back line. The hero lets you bring 1 white marble to any spot on the first 5 lines. But if both are played, both players lose all the summoned forces and half their remaining forces." "That sounds too complex for me," Daniel whispered to Oren. Oren cracked his knuckles and smiled. After Oren's dad left, his mom worked more night shifts in order to keep the house running. Before Daniel's family found out and began having him over, Oren had had to learn to heat up whatever dinner was in the fridge and put himself to bed. He was 9 years old. Of course, instead of following the schedule laid out by his mom, Oren had stayed up watching TV, playing video games, and eating candy and cereal. He fell asleep in school, and his grades suffered. But every video game was completed to 100%. He searched every hidden room, found all the bugs that let a character off the regular map, and slowly learned how to complete all the puzzles. His dad's video game selection spanned decades. He played old text RPG games on the computer, and more recent ones across a few different systems, more modern shooter games, and even some resource-building strategy games. In short, Oren had spent years perfecting multiple approaches and tactics for different situations. Kala should have been no harder than a side game, something he'd perfected. He lost 3 games in a row. "That last attempt was clever," Silas praised. "What you attempted with your demon card was called the Hero's Lament, but you placed one of the summoned forces on a different line. If you had put them together like this," Silas arranged the marbles back on the board, "you would have blocked my attacks for several rounds." Oren sighed and shook his head. "Don't be discouraged. That was quite good for your age." Silas smiled. "But it is getting late, and I should not keep you much later." Daniel and Maddie had sat on a couch chatting as they played round after round. They approached when Silas beckoned. "Dear, would you escort these gentlemen out, and see about Sir Deguy taking them out tomorrow or the day after?" Silas put the pieces back in bags and closed up the board box. "Of course, Father." Maddie bowed her head. Silas nodded again at the boys and left. Maddie made introductions to Sir Deguy on the way out. A constant smile stretched his sparse beard, and his eyes glittered with mischief. He shook their hands while asking what time they could meet. The following day, he was busy with other assignments, so they decided to meet the day after at first bell, around 8 in the morning. As they walked back to the guild, Daniel talked about the food and how polite Silas was. "It's like he wanted to pay us and stay out of debt." "Mm-hmm. And Maddie was telling me about the other houses. Before the last duty change, another house gave a year of tax exemption to all their barons, which isn't actually legal. That's why she was out collecting, but now her father is mad she did it." Oren put his hand on the small knife he'd taken to wearing on his hip.
When we go out with Sir Deguy, Maddie said his name is Jude, and he's a devil with his warhammer. What are you doing? Oren had drawn his knife. 2 little lambs come out to play? 3 men strode from the dark alley in front of them. Oren began pumping boosts on himself and Daniel. Daniel had left his sword at home, but had a knife in one hand. Oren hadn't even noticed him wearing one. "We're guild members on our way back for the night," Daniel explained.
You don't want to get in our way.
"But somebody told us you have lots of gold to share."
The man on the left snickered. He held his sword to the side of his dark green pants that had helped hide him in the darkness of the nearby alley. All 3 had swords naked in the night. They were dressed in ratty leather armor and stank of stale beer. The one on the right squinted, holding his sword to the side as he ran his hands over his greasy hair. The leader stepped forward, both hands on his 2-handed sword. "There's another behind us, maybe 2, Oren whispered to Daniel. He nodded. "I really need to get an attack spell." Oren kicked himself. "Tomorrow I'll check for a spell book." "If you just want gold, maybe we can all go get some food?" Daniel tried. "We'll be eating well enough later," the leader said, hefting his sword in the air. Oren used Identify. The men were all under level 10, but not by much. The leader sat at level 9. All had basic fighter classes. He peered behind him, but couldn't catch a glimpse of the following men he'd been concentrating on as Daniel talked earlier. "Have it your way, then." Daniel squatted and held his knife point out toward the muggers. The 3 men spread and advanced. Daniel didn't wait. With a step, he appeared in front of the leader. Shock hit the man's face as Daniel pushed the knife into his neck and withdrew it in a spray of blood. The bandit's sword dropped as he put his hands on his neck and fell to his knees. The man on the left yelled and swung at Daniel. The man's sword swept across Daniel's back and opened a cut across his shoulder, but Oren had already cast a heal on him. Daniel swept up the leader's sword and, with a turn of his heel, slashed through the other man's leg, leaving a deep cut and darkening his green pants. They exchanged blows as the 3rd man circled and approached Oren. Shit, shit, shit. Oren could try to use blood mana, but he'd promised not to use that. It's life or death, though. Sorry, Maddie. He cast blood mana and tried to target the man with the greasy hair. Nothing happened. It must be touch only. Fuck, he thought, as the man swung his sword. The blood on the cobblestones saved him from the first strike. The 3rd man had overextended and slipped a little. Oren scrambled back and threw his knife. It missed. "D, a little help!" Daniel was still fighting green pants. They both had cuts, but Oren had been spamming heals as fast as he could. Another minute or 2 and Daniel would outlast the man. Oren didn't have a minute, though. He pulled another knife out of his dimension hole. His foot turned on a loose cobblestone and he fell on his butt. The knife handle hit the stone and vibrated out of his hand. The mugger smiled and raised his sword to strike. As the sword flowed through the moonlight, Oren realized he was going to die. He had no spells that would help him here. He tried camouflage. The sword struck his chest. His dress clothes were torn apart as the pain hit. Damage taken. HP 54/90. Oren screamed as 36 points evaporated. His chest was on fire, and blood filled the cracks of the street. The man took his sword and pushed it through Oren's stomach. "Shitty little asshole. Killed Leonard. Now I'm gonna gut your friend, too." He twisted. Damage taken. HP 4/90. The greasy man pulled his sword out of Oren and turned his back, walking toward Daniel. Green Pants had used some ability and was still standing despite the multiple bleeding wounds. HP 3/90. Oren was bleeding out, but his mind stayed calm and continued processing.
This must be Mind Bastion at work. I think it just turned off my pain processors. Most people would be taken out by the pain alone. Oren quietly cast 3 heals. His wounds closed, but he could still feel the pain beyond the wall of Bastion. His movements felt sluggish even at full health.
Camo was still active, and his knife was a few feet away. Daniel was being backed into a corner, defending himself and screaming, "Oren, you killed him!" I guess work's on the hero, too. Oren picked up his knife and crawled through the bloody street. He pushed himself up to one knee and vomited. Daniel took 2 hits as his back hit a wall. He swung wildly. "Just put the sword down and give us your gold. We won't kill you, will we, Jay?" The man chuckled as his friend circled. Oren got behind the man who'd stabbed him and put his blade to the man's throat. "That's enough." Oren had meant to scare the man and make them leave, but as the man felt the cold blade touch his neck, he jerked hard to the side, letting the knife cut into his carotid artery. Blood sprayed as he tried to stanch the flow. Daniel used the distraction and pressed the attack. As Green Pants watched his friend fountain his life from an unseen attacker, Daniel slipped under his sword and buried the blade in his chest. A turn of the wrist, and the man coughed hard before falling forward. His weight pulled the big sword from Daniel's grip. "Oren, you're alive? I saw him put a sword in you." Daniel let the body fall and ran to his friend, pulling his torn jacket open to check. Faint scars were still fading on his stomach and chest. "He didn't finish me." Oren was staring at the unmoving body of the man he'd just killed. During the bandit attack, Daniel had done the hard work. Daniel had not been shaken at the killing. Oren turned and threw up again. "I killed him, D." Oren wiped his mouth and resheathed his knife. "I didn't mean to. He should have stopped and just left. Why?" He trailed off. Daniel had Oren take their gear out of his dimension hole and pulled his leathers on over his blood-soaked dress clothes. Strapping his sword on his back, Daniel half-carried Oren back to the guild. The other 2 muggers never showed, Oren thought in a daze as Daniel explained the blood to the receptionist. Guards were sent to retrieve bodies and look for any witnesses. Why would they watch their friends be cut down and not take us out? Daniel got a dazed Oren cleaned up with a wet rag and into some new clothes. As he dropped Oren into his bed, Oren noticed a few cuts still seeping on his friend. That feels better. Thanks, O. I guess that means you're coherent again?" Daniel sat on the side of the bed. "Was I really that out of it?" "You didn't respond even when I slapped you." Daniel's face was etched in worry. "Sorry," Oren whispered. Daniel sat looking down at his friend. He stood up and went to the window of their new room, peering out from behind the curtain. "After I killed those men, after the bandit attack, I didn't sleep for 2 days." Oren shifted and sat with his back to the wall. "I didn't know that. I tried thinking why I had been so okay with killing those men, and realized I was acting like this was all a dream or a video game, and not real life," Daniel continued. "But it is real now." Daniel turned and waited until Oren looked at him. "This is our life now, Oren. You saved my life tonight. Again. I'm sorry I couldn't save you." Oren watched as tears appeared on Daniel's face. He turned and angrily wiped them away. "Why do you think the others never attacked?" Daniel asked. Oren pondered. He'd heard someone approaching from behind, but the footsteps had never joined in the attack. Maybe not a mugger then, but not a friend. "I don't know, but I don't think they were part of that gang," Oren offered. "Yeah, that was my thought too. Maybe one of Lord Catanzano's men, sent to watch over us?"
Oren sat for a long moment before lying back down and pulling the sheet over his shoulders. If it was, and they didn't try to help, that's just one more reason not to trust the houses.
We need to level. I need to level, and get something more offensive. I can't believe I didn't drop the knife. Yeah, me too. Daniel forced a laugh. Good night, Oren. Night. Oren dreamed of blood flowing in the street. Chapter 9. After a quick breakfast from the food stall nearest the guild, Oren and Daniel met Sir Degui by the first gate. The western wall was separated into 3 actual walls with a few hundred yards of space between each. Supposedly, if the westernmost gate fell, the defenders would have 2 more walls to defend before a massacre ensued. Sir Degui stood to the side as guards traveled through the gate. His armor was similar to Sir Bennett's garb, with half-plate and the Catanzano colors of green and golden yellow underneath. He kept his head clear of a helmet, though. He had a sword strapped to his side, but also carried an oversized war hammer. The shaft sat on the ground, and the hammerhead rested above his head. It was the size of a large watermelon and completely squared. Sir Degui! Daniel waved as they approached. The man smiled from beneath his beard and rested the hammer on his shoulder as he strode forward. None of that sir shit while we're out of the house. I'm Jude. Daniel smiled and began to ask questions about the man's hammer as they walked through the gate. Jude nodded at guards, and they passed without trouble. Oren stopped listening to the 2 men talking about different attacks and scouted the large plains inside the first gate. The dirt road led about 300 yards to the next wall and gate. Scattered across the greenery were small, spiked fences meant to slow any monsters that made it this far. I can't even make out the mountains on the sides. Oren squinted, trying to see the growing hazy blur in the distance. You won't be able to make out the mountains from here. Jude knocked Oren from his scanning. This is the northernmost gate, and the mountains are still about 5 miles away that way. From the top of the wall, you can see them a bit. How large is the pass? Oren queried. It varies, but it's about 50 miles wide at the widest. Jude hiked his hammer farther back on his shoulder. Here at the gates, it's only about 15 miles wide. And how far to get out of the pass? Daniel asked. Probably about 80 miles, Jude shrugged. It takes most adventurers a week or more to get through. But we'll be staying within the first few miles today. There are reports of some sproits by the tree line, which should be enough for you 2 to level a bit. As long as they stay low level and haven't evolved. Is that common? Oren asked, as they made their way through the second gate. Jude waved at a guard who saluted. Nah, sproits are an annoyance. Actually, the guild usually has a standing quest to eradicate a few dozen, but most people who can get through the gates don't waste their time. Not that you'll be wasting your time. Oren reached into his pocket and pulled out one of the bestiaries. The index didn't include sproits. He replaced it and pulled the next. Bingo. Sproits, or grass goblins, are the lowest form of the goblin evolution scale. These monsters attack with their fingernails, which they have honed to razor sharpness. Sproits attack only in numbers, but a single adventurer can handle a dozen, as they are the size of toddlers. With bad eyesight and slow movement, sproits are only a 1-star danger. However, if sproits are gathered in numbers exceeding 50, a goblin is likely present. See Goblin for more. Oren marked the page and handed it to Daniel. Daniel looked at the proffered book and raised an eyebrow. What's the highlights? Goblin toddlers who scratch, bad eyesight and slow movement, Oren rattled off. Jude peered over his shoulder. Bringing books to a battle? Can't say whether that's the smartest thing I've seen or... Being prepared never hurts, Daniel cut in. Jude shrugged and walked toward the third gate. Oren's quick glance confirmed the second field was just like the first. Unlike the first 2 gates, the third gate was closed. While Jude walked ahead to announce their little party and get the gate open, Oren pulled Daniel aside. He's definitely working at identifying our abilities for Silas, Oren started. You gave him 3 different skills of yours during his friendly questioning. Daniel raised an eyebrow. Oh, I volunteered the information about what I can do so he could help us get more experience. I only told him about Power Strike and Double Strike. And Stone Skin, Oren interrupted. Yes, and Stone Skin. Daniel played with the strap on his leather bracer. I don't really care if he knows my skills, though, Oren. Oren gritted his teeth. Daniel, the more information they have, the more likely someone figures out your class. According to all the books, hide status changes your class on an identify to fighter, mage, or healer. That doesn't mean they can't piece together your class with reverse engineering and checking classes off one at a time based on your skills. Daniel shrugged. Do you want people to find out you're the hero before you have the levels to control your own fate? Daniel sighed. I get it, Oren. I do. But I think you're being too careful. Maddie would help us, I'm sure of it. You should have heard her talk about protecting her people last night while you and Silas played that game. She was so passionate. Damn it. Oren was struck dumb. He's falling for a princess, or the equivalent anyways. Oren tried again. Promise me you'll be careful and not tell her until we are at least level 10. We need some buffer. Daniel put his hand on his friend's shoulder. When did he get taller? He definitely got taller, right? I promise, Oren. Don't make promises before going into the pass. Jude appeared with his hammer resting in both hands. Be swift, be smart, and leave everyone behind if it means survival. That is not what I want to hear from our guide, Daniel joked, as his hand fell from Oren's shoulder. Shouldn't you say something like, I'll protect you to my last breath? Nah. Jude hefted the hammer a few times, testing the weight. You level quick in the pass or you die. I'm just here to make the former more likely than the latter. Oren had a bad feeling. After leaving the gate, Jude led them north, following the wall. After half an hour, Oren could just make out a forest beginning to creep into sight at a distance. Does the forest go all the way to the wall? He asked. Nope. We keep it culled back, Jude smirked. Can't have the beasties getting too close. Lots of archers and marksmen up there taking out things before they become a problem. Speaking of which, Jude veered to the side and picked a few arrows from the tall grass. Collect any arrows you find that aren't broken. The guard will buy them back, but it's mostly a civil service. Finding the arrows in the grass was a literal needle-in-a-haystack search. It also slowed them down, which Oren was thankful for. He was scared out of his mind, especially after nearly dying the night before. Oren, we don't need to find every arrow, Daniel complained. We should focus on hitting the trees. Oren stood from where he had been sweeping the stalks of grass and sighed. The plan was for Daniel to tank the sproits while Oren used camouflage and took out any stragglers. He had the spare short sword from the bandits that had attacked Maddie and Brant on his hip. It was cheap and not worth much. But then again, my melee skills aren't worth much more than this. Jude would be there in case the plan went sideways. After 2 hours, they reached the tree line. They could see the wall behind them rising up against the sky. The sun peeked over the top of the wall, blinding Oren when he looked back. Sun at our backs will slow the sproits down even more, Jude commented. Oren and Daniel drew their weapons. Jude kept his hammer resting on his shoulder. He must have a skill that makes it lighter. That thing has to weigh 60 pounds or more. As they began to creep into the forest, Oren boosted Daniel's stats, as well as his own. He also camouflaged himself. Hey, where'd Oren go? Jude whispered to Daniel. He's scouting. Daniel used the agreed-upon excuse.
Hopefully, one skill fewer would be picked up by House Catanzano. 5 minutes after entering the forest, Oren spotted the first Sproit. 3 feet tall and a sickly yellow, the small goblinoid was crouched over a rabbit and cutting the skin over and over. From the dried blood all around, it had been doing this for some time. According to everything they'd read, forming a party would split any resulting experience across everyone who did damage. Otherwise, only the person delivering the final blow would gain experience. Oren and Daniel were still in a party together. That meant that Oren had to actually do damage to gain experience. Daniel had spotted the Sproit too. He stopped and looked around. His eyes flared with a skill, and he peered in Oren's general direction. "Do it," he mouthed. Oren crept closer. He avoided dried leaves and sticks when he could, and stood still at any rustle he made. The last 20 feet were an agony of waiting, but the Sproit didn't look up once. So far, so good, Oren thought. He pulled his sword back like a baseball bat and took 2 quick steps, swinging with all he had. His sword whistled through the air and struck the Sproit in the head. Unlike in the books and movies, his sword didn't go right through bone, but stuck tight about 2 inches into the Sproit's skull. It screamed. The sound was a mix of a child screaming in pain and a cat being stepped on. Oren's hair stood up, and as he tried to pull the sword back, the sweat on his hands almost made him lose his grip. He held on as the Sproit tugged his head to the side, trying to escape the pain.
Daniel burst from the trees and swung his sword. His motions flowed like a professional. Oren saw the telltale ghost swing of double strike pierce the goblin's body, and it fell. Experience gained, 10 XP. "Thanks, Daniel." Oren yanked his sword from the Sproit's head with a sucking sound. "The sword isn't as tough as—" Daniel put a finger to his lips and eyed to their right. Oren set up camouflage again. 3 Sproits jogged into sight. The front Sproit let out a scream that clawed at Oren's ears and then dropped into a sprint at the sight of Daniel standing over the monster's body. The other 2 followed closely. Oren froze for only a moment before getting in front of Daniel. He stood to the side and let the first Sproit pass him. He went to one knee and swung at the second. This time he aimed lower. His sword took off the Sproit's leg, and it skidded along the forest floor, adding its own scream to the echoing cacophony now surrounding them. "I did it!" Oren took his sword back to swing again. The third monster changed direction and eyed him. Damn. Camouflage drops after an attack. Oren took another wild swing and clipped the chest of the Sproit. It dropped back and tried to circle. It's actually pretty slow. Oren tried to swing again, but the Sproit simply ducked and then clawed up. The nails on its hands grated as it struck his sword. Oren glanced back and saw Daniel had already dispatched the first one and was running through the second. Experience gained, 10 XP. I didn't do any damage to the first one, so no gains there. Oren kicked himself and then lunged. He pierced the Sproit's arm. Daniel appeared at his side. Want me to finish it? Oren nodded, and Daniel struck the goblin down. Experience gained, 10 XP. Level 3, 30 out of 300. Oren breathed hard and leaned on a tree. This is going to take a while, isn't it? Over the next 4 hours, they found another 20 Sproits in groups of 2s and 3s. Oren and Daniel worked out a system too. Oren would strike first, and Daniel would finish a monster. Or if Daniel got to one first, he'd nearly finish it, but leave it crawling along for Oren to stab. Oren was getting better at stabbing crawling monsters. Level 3, 230 out of 300. They stopped for a quick lunch. Jude tried to ask Oren about his buffs, but Oren only gave terse responses.
It's fine, Jude, Daniel cut in. Oren just doesn't like bragging about himself. Oren opened the bestiary back up and turned to the Sproit section again. However, if Sproits are gathered in numbers exceeding 50, a goblin is likely present. See Goblin for more. He leafed to Goblin. Goblins evolve when enough Sproit are present. While Sproits attack with natural weapons, goblins use tools. Some also use low-level rage spells to whip Sproits into a fury. A furied Sproit can overcome fatal injuries to continue fighting. However, the goblin itself is a 3-star danger, 3 asterisks. Its fighting prowess is formidable, and it can cast a plethora of low-level spells, including Vine Tangle, Whispers, and Power Strike. So run if we see a goblin, got it. They went back to it. They traveled a little farther into the forest but hadn't encountered a Sproit for half an hour. This might be a good time to turn back, Jude suggested. He had stood to the side during the fights, only killing one Sproit that had tried to approach from a different angle. It had ended up behind Jude. A splatter of red was all that was left behind. Daniel muttered and seemed about to argue. We can take a different route on the way back, Oren suggested. Maybe find some more? Daniel shrugged, and they headed back at a different angle. So, have you guys leveled? Jude asked. I have, Daniel whispered. Not yet, Oren added. I know it seems like it's slow, but trust me, you guys got lucky today, Jude said softly.
It took 3 years of regular scouting for me to get where I am now. And what level are you? Oren asked. I'm a level 15, bruiser, he said with pride. Oren used Identify. Jude DeGuise. Bruiser, level 15. HP, 130. MP, 100. Strength, 19. Constitution, 13. Dexterity, 14. Will, 10. Intelligence, 10. Abilities: Hammer Proficiency, Level 3. Sword Proficiency, Level 1. Identify: Power Strike, Fallen Star, Offensive Fighting, Light Weapon. Oren pulled up his own store and checked Fallen Star. Fallen Star requires Hammer Proficiency Level 2 and Offensive Fighting. Raise your hammer on high. Let it fall with the weight of a star on your enemies. Deals variable damage based on strength, 10 AP. They found another group of 4 Sproits, which Oren and Daniel quickly took down. Level 3, 270 out of 300. I guess I won't be hitting level 4 today, Oren thought as he glimpsed the wall through the trees. The screams of dozens of Sproits rang through the air. Echoing under the high-pitched shrieks, another, deeper voice pierced the forest. That's a fucking goblin! Jude paled. Run for the wall! Chapter 10. Oren topped off his 4 buffs and did the same for Daniel. He made sure camouflage was active and sheathed his sword. All 3 of them started jogging, dodging trees and sticking close. I thought you said goblins were rare, Daniel yelled as the screeches of the Sproits continued. They are rare! Jude leaped over a fallen branch, holding his hammer in both hands. There hasn't been a report of a goblin this close to the wall for years. Oren struggled to keep up with Jude and Daniel. The extra stats helped, but Daniel was just in generally better shape than he was. I can't keep going, Oren huffed. They had made it halfway back, but running 3 miles in the forest was wearing on him. Daniel slowed. We are almost back, I can see Sproits getting closer. We can't stop. They're supposed to be slow, Oren complained as he dry-heaved against a tree. The goblin's fury skill, Jude set his hammer down on the ground. It allows them to move faster. If it was just a few Sproits, I'd wade in there and we could take them out easy. He took a long swig of water from his water skin and continued. But you have to take the goblin out first in closed spaces like this forest, or those little guys will carve you up quick. Daniel's eyes never left the path back. I can make out about 15 or so sproits, but can't see a goblin. Eagle eyes? Jude asked. Still spying even when we're being chased by toddlers with knife fingers? Oren groaned. Daniel nodded slowly. I think we need to head off soon. Oren, are you okay to go again? I can carry you. Oren pushed off his knees and straightened. I'm good. I just had to catch my breath. They started running again. But after 10 minutes, Oren was holding his side where a stitch was burning. Oren tried casting Heal Small Wounds, and even Calm Mind on himself, but neither worked at reducing the pain or helping him run any longer. Sorry, guys, Oren groaned as he slowed to a stop. Go ahead, I'll catch up. They can't see me anyways. Jude's eyes narrowed. How? I've got a spell that makes it harder for them to see me. Oren purposefully kept his answer vague. We need to get to the gate and get reinforcements. Jude shrugged. Sproits rarely look up, so just climb a tree and wait. We'll be back with a few guards and take out the goblin. I'm not leaving you. Daniel stood still as he scanned the forest. They haven't gotten any closer, but we're still a mile or two from the tree line. We can signal the wall, Jude suggested. They'll send horses and be here within the hour. Not good enough. Daniel glared at Jude before turning his eyes back to the clamoring sproits. Daniel, I'm holding you both back. Oren surreptitiously cast Calm Mind on Daniel. It's supposed to calm stress and make him think logically. I can carry you, Daniel responded. And don't try casting spells on me, he whispered. In the end, Oren climbed on Daniel's back, and they set off again at a slower pace. You could buff Jude, Daniel suggested quietly. He could run ahead, and we could maybe get a straggler or two. I really don't want Silas getting more information about my spells and skills. It's life and death, O. Daniel hitched Oren higher and kept running. Jude stayed slightly ahead of them. Oren struggled inside. His need to keep all his cards close waged war with their safety. Jude, I'm going to cast a spell on you. Increase dexterity. Huh? Jude had time to get out before he stepped faster and nearly tripped. What the hell? Your dex should be up a bit, Oren explained. Run ahead and signal the wall. We'll head right for it and try to creep along toward the gate. My job is to protect you, Jude started. Your job is to get us back safely, Daniel interjected. If you don't signal the wall, it'll be all our asses on the line, so hurry. Jude's face tore for a second, and then he saluted. He turned and looped along, leaving them behind. You could be running that fast too, Oren tried. Not leaving you behind, little man. Oren slapped the side of Daniel's head. I'm almost as tall as you. Don't start that shit again. Daniel chuckled, and 15 minutes later they spotted the edge of the forest. We made it, Daniel sighed. From the north, Oren heard screams of sproits. More coming from the left, he began. But another noise cut through the howls, low and grating. Is that another one? Daniel groaned. I'm starting to think we're really unlucky, Oren. Oren silently agreed. Daniel and Oren made it to the wall and began traveling south toward the gate. Loud thrashing followed in the forest across the tall grass. I can't get a perfect count, but I think maybe 40 sproits, Daniel said. I saw one goblin. It was lime green and 10 feet tall, O. Jude should have signaled and waited for us. Oren looked around. I think he left us and went back to the gate. He did say, leave people behind to survive, Daniel muttered. After 20 minutes of creeping along the wall, Daniel pointed. Traveling from the south was a cloud of dust being kicked up. Horses.
Jude is at the front. He brought about 10 guards. Will that be enough? They don't know about the second goblin. Oren made sure his sword was loose and ready to draw. I don't like it, Daniel said under his breath. I think I'm going to buy a skill I've been looking at. Long cuts. I'll be able to hit all my attacks from farther away, but it costs 10 AP. If you think it's worth it, Oren shrugged. Daniel stopped and turned back. I've been saving as much as I can because I have this feeling I'm going to need a lot. Oren put his hand on Daniel's arm. We'll get more if we level. I'm going to keep on you, healing and buffing you as much as possible. Oren sighed. I can't convince you to let them do this alone, can I? Daniel smirked. This is why you're my best friend. You know me so well. Drawing his sword in one hand and his small dagger in the other, Oren waited next to Daniel. The guards and Jude were 300 yards away and waving when the sprites burst from the forest. Closer to 50. Oren counted as they ran toward the fighting. The guard nearest the forest went down under a mountain of yellow flesh, and blood sprayed into the air as his screams were cut short. "Ride and pass formation!" Jude yelled. The men turned their horses and rode toward the wall. Another guard went down when a sprite launched itself at the horse's flank. The sprite was crushed, but as the mount fell, the man's leg caught under the horse. He's going to die. Daniel ran and pointed at the pinned guard. The 8 remaining guards, including Jude, passed them, running away. Daniel charged ahead. His sword swung out with phantom double strikes and reached out twice as far to strike with his new skill. Oren had already increased his stats and kept his own camouflage. 3 sprites went down in rapid succession. Oren picked up the spear the downed man had dropped and used it as a wedge to lift the horse. The armored fighter used his arms to drag himself from under the horse. His leg was crushed. Shit. Oren let the horse drop and healed the man rapidly, throwing a calm mind on him for good measure. Daniel yelled at the sprites around him, trying to gain their attention. Some new skill? Oren guessed. Every sprite turned to charge his friend. Daniel locked eyes with Oren. No! Oren stood up and started to run just as over 40 sprites dashed as one at Daniel. Oren was knocked to the side from behind. He rolled twice and tried to stand. He wobbled and found himself in the dirt again. A quick heal and he stood. The 8 guards hadn't run away.
They'd retreated to use cavalry tactics, he realized. Broken bodies of sprites littered the ground, stabbed, slashed, and crushed beneath the horse's hooves. Some guards had fallen. Oren counted 5 down. Jude was standing near Daniel, waving his hammer around like a twig. Daniel was on his knee, breathing hard. Oren picked up the spear he'd left behind and started jogging toward them. He found 2 sprites crawling away, wounded but not dead. He stabbed each in the back. Experience gained, 40 XP, 20 XP times 2. Nobody in his party of 2 had damaged these. He got full experience credit. Oren momentarily felt bad for stealing experience. Level 4 obtained, plus 10 AP. He stopped to heal one of the fallen guards, pulling the man to his feet. 3 guard bodies were too far away and unmoving. The last was in 2 pieces. Just as they reached Daniel and Jude, the remaining 2 guards brought their horses to a stop. One pointed a long polearm at the forest. "Sir Degai, the goblin is coming out." "There's 2, Daniel gasped out. He had furrows of blood across his chest. Oren started cycling and healing. "Oren, boost them all, everything. The other one is hanging back up there," Daniel pointed. Oren didn't hesitate. He poured 3 full mana pools through to give all 6 of them a full set of his best spells. "What the hell?" The guard he'd healed was holding a mace and looking down at his hands. "Boss, I know,"
Jude cut in. Guess you were holding back earlier, huh? Oren grimaced. Stay back, Oren. Daniel pushed himself to his feet. If anyone falls, try to drag them back. Oren can heal. He just spent how much mana, and he can still heal? The only remaining woman asked incredulously. She had no weapon and wore the robes of a mage. She dismounted and started walking forward with the fighters. The horses ran back to the wall as soon as their reins were released. Oren looked at the list of spells and skills he'd been coveting.
Create a ward around yourself or a target to protect against attacks. Protects for MP maximum, 20 MP, -5 AP. Casts an unerring beam of light that hits a target for 1 HP damage, 10 MP, -1 AP. Modify a spell to do its opposite, 5 MP, -4 AP. Would you like to buy these spells for 10 AP? Yes or no? Yes! He had explained his plans earlier with Daniel, but Daniel didn't know he'd leveled. I wonder if he gained some levels from all those sproits he took out. The thought ran through his head, and he jogged to catch up with his friend. He cast Ward on himself. What are you doing? Daniel stopped talking as a shimmer of air coalesced around him. You did it! Should give you an extra 130 HP if it works like it says. Oren was about to cast it again on the rest of the group when the goblin stepped out of the forest. Standing over 10 feet tall, with skin the color of faded grass, the goblin held a long sapling in one hand with a large rock tied to the end, a homemade mace. It roared a deep growl that pushed back the long reeds around the 6 of them. Stand ready, men, Jude commanded. And women. The mage put her hands over her head and started summoning a tiny globe of water. And women. Jude smiled and swung his hammer through the air. The goblin looked out at the dead sproits and pushed a tree out of his way. The 2-story tall oak bent and snapped with a loud crack. It stepped out and ran at them. Let Lethe trip it, then bring the pain. Jude stood still. Lethe, the mage, grew the small ball of water larger. The goblin was running hard across the football field that separated them. 3 steps, and it already had closed the distance. Any time, Lethe. Jude sounded worried. With a grunt, the spell exploded. From the small globe over her head, water and cold air gusted. In an instant, the ground in front of them turned into a large ice rink. She had covered the ground in a few inches of slick ice. Badass spell. Oren watched as the goblin stepped and went down hard. It slid 40 yards and let out another roar. The second goblin stepped out from the forest. Nearly identical to the first, it held a gnarled staff in its hand. Mage goblin! Lethe shouted as it pointed its staff at the group. The grass around them twisted into the air, growing thick. It waved against the wind for a long second, and then shot out at the guards. Oren felt dozens of sharp roots grab at his legs. They pierced his boots, and he felt nothing. Ward, 60/130. It worked just like he thought it would. I've got mage armor. Oren tried his other spell, Light Strike. A light beam flashed from his pointed hand and hit the goblin mage in the face. It blinked hard and roared. Free the guards! Daniel stepped around the guards who were clawing at their feet. Blood seeped through all of their boots. He dashed around the icy ground and charged the goblin. Oren stuck the spear he still held in the ground and started hacking away at the vines with his dagger, healing as he went. 2 of the guards took off with Daniel. Lethe and Jude cautiously walked on the ice. The fallen goblin's leg had snapped when it went down. It was trying to crawl toward them. Jude tried to hit it with his hammer, but it dodged and rolled. Let me try something, Oren said as they backed up, keeping out of its reach.
He tried casting inverse through increased dexterity and targeted the goblin. It slowed noticeably. He did it 4 more times. "Now hit it hard." "I've always wondered what this would be like at a higher level," Jude muttered. He held his hammer above his head. A blue-white light filled the air behind the hammer, and Jude spun the metal around twice before jumping and swinging it straight down on the goblin's back. The goblin exploded.
Jude's hammer had splattered its back, but the shockwaves had continued to throw damage down all its extremities. All that was left was a head and bloody meat in the shape of a 10-foot-tall body.
"Bloody hell, sir!"
Lethe paled. Jude was stunned, too. Later. Oren grabbed and pulled the knight. "There's another." They were too late. Daniel and the 2 guards had worn the goblin down. The polearm guard had circled and poked, keeping its attention, while Daniel and the other guard struck over and over. Daniel used a final power strike, and it went down. Experience gained, 200 XP. Yes, works for experience damage. He had a ranged attack spell. The group pulled back to the wall to recoup. Oren was generous with his healing. "Seriously?" Lethe approached him. "How? I cast 2 spells and I'm wiped." "My class," Oren lied. "Special skill resets my MP, but I'll pay for it later." He'd made up the falsehood a few days ago. It would let him keep some sort of buffer from people finding out about blood mana, even if asking about class specifics was taboo. Lethe frowned. "Lucky. Wish I had something like that. But I love my freeze zone, so..." Oren asked questions about the spell and let Lethe brag. "That's enough, Lethe," Jude interrupted her explanation of the range and depth she could pull off. "I think it's time we cleaned up and got these men back home." Lethe mumbled something as she and the other guards went back to retrieve the fallen. "I'll let you 2 take horses back," Jude offered. "Just give them to the guards at the gate." He looked at the carnage. "You both did good today." As he walked away, Daniel clapped Oren's shoulder. "Do you know how to ride a horse?" "Nope." Oren looked at the huge war horses behind them. "Do you?" "Of course not." Chapter 11. After returning the horses and selling the 3 dozen arrows they'd collected, Oren and Daniel headed back to the guild. Daniel tossed a silver coin to the doorman, and they entered the dining hall. Together they stood in line to get dinner. Slabs of a dark red meat, a leafy vegetable cooked to a crispy exterior, and more honeyed bread. Oren took 2 pieces. "Should we try and find a quest for those sproits?" Daniel looked at the quest board longingly. He really wanted to start taking on quests. "I'm pretty sure we would have needed to cut off their ears or something." Oren shrugged as he dipped a ladle into a tub of gravy for his meat. "How else would they know how many we took out?" Daniel sighed and piled his plate with 3 slices of the bone-in meat. Dinner was good. People around sat in clusters of 5 or fewer and rarely even looked at them. The atmosphere was loud, and they ate quickly. They took a quick bath and returned to their room for the night. Oren pulled up his status. Oren Utility Warder, Level 4, 200 out of 400. AP 0, HP 90, MP 130, Strength 9, Constitution 9, Dexterity 9, Will 13, Intelligence 11, Abilities Mind Bastion, Dimension Hole, Identify, Blood Mana, Meditate, Sidesteps 82 out of 100. Spells Increase Dexterity 5,000 out of 5,000. Increase Strength 5,000 out of 5,000. Increase Will 1,000 out of 1,000. Increase Intelligence 1,000 out of 1,000. Camouflage
6,320 out of 10,000. Heal small wounds, 5,000 out of 5,000. Light strike, ward, inverse, calm mind. Oren pulled up the store with his growing list of potential future purchases. Spells. Teleport. Teleport to any known point within 10 miles. 50 MP per person. 0/5000. 5 AP. Abilities. Map. See the world around you. 4 AP. Mana pool. Increase MP by 100 MP. One-time purchase. 10 AP. Skills. Merge. Combine spells/abilities for new effects. Caution. May lose original spell/ability. 20 AP. A blinking icon caught his attention.
Unlocked. New wards. After finding Ward with its class-unique mark, Oren had tried every search he could think of for additional unique spells or abilities. He'd found nothing. Did buying Ward unlock these? Oren's eyes widened as he read. "Daniel, you've got to see this!" Oren shook Daniel awake and threw a blue box at him. Wards, class unique, camouflage ward. Create a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that mimics camouflage, 50 MP, 5 AP. Mind ward. Create a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that mimics calm mind, 20 MP, -2 AP. Light ward. Create a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that protects against light magic for MP maximum, 20 MP, -1 AP. Heal ward. Create a ward around a target that negates all healing for MP maximum, 10 MP, -1 AP. Utility ward. Maximum possible level 1 strength, dexterity, will, and intelligence increase to yourself and your party within 50 feet. 100 MP, -5 AP. Holy. Daniel trailed off as he read. These are all linked with my spells, Oren finished. Every time I buy a spell, I think I get a new ward. Do you think utility ward casts just one time, or are all 5 stacked? I'm guessing stacked, which should be +5 for each stat at level 1. Oren ran his hand through his hair. Once I unlock all 4 at level 2, I'm guessing it'll be up to +20. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask, Daniel started. You told me that level 2 was only a +2, but I've been getting +20 for strength and dexterity. I noticed that too, Oren explained. It's the increase to my will. Daniel's eyes glazed over. You're going to explain more math to me, aren't you? I don't have level 2 will or intelligence increase yet, so I can only increase my will to 18 and my intelligence to 16, Oren started. I told you the math already, but in short, that +2 strength increase gets multiplied by 1.8. So, at 3, 6 for each strength increase, and I'm assuming it's just rounding up to 4, so let's call it 4, I'm increasing strength and dexterity by 20. That's going to get more insane when you get level 2 will, huh? Daniel asked. Oren smiled evilly. You'll probably be able to pick up that sword you like so much, but probably not swing it yet. A +10 to will gives me a 2.3 modifier, so I can buff your strength up 25 points. They sat in silence, thinking. You know, Daniel started, almost none of your spells show up in my store list. Oren shrugged. It's just weird, don't you think? Daniel continued. I'm supposed to be a hero, and I don't have anything that will turn my entire party invisible. Not invisible. At least, not yet. Oren smiled. I'm hoping that's what I unlock at the next level, though. And, of course, you have something that turns your entire party invisible. I'm in your party. It was Daniel's turn to shrug.
So, if will is increasing all of your spells so much, are you going to focus your level 10 stat points on will? They had finally finished reading through the books they'd gotten. Only the Leveler's Guide had mentioned stat points, and even that was only a few sentences. Every 10 levels, an adventurer gains a number of SP, or stat points, to allocate at their whim. While magic users usually focus on their will or intelligence, and warriors focus on strength or dexterity, constitution is also a worthwhile choice. Completely unhelpful, Oren had thought when he read it. But no other book even talked about SP. I think so, Oren drew out his words. I haven't nailed down the intelligence math yet, but I know it decreased my MP costs. Either way, I am leaning toward will. Good. I'm putting mine into strength. Daniel squeezed his hand shut. I want my sword. Oren shook his head. How many levels did you get today, anyways? I know you took out a few sproits on your own. Daniel puffed up.
I'm at level 5. That goblin took me right over the line. Oren smiled and congratulated him, but felt a bit down that Daniel had overtaken him in just one outing. Should we try a quest tomorrow? Daniel turned on his bed to face Oren fully. I think so. Oren cast camouflage on himself. Might as well keep trying for the next level. I hate it when you do that. Daniel turned on his back and stared at the ceiling. You get all fuzzy, and it hurts my eyes to look at you. Don't you have anything you can passively level? Not like you, Daniel muttered. You realize it's going to take me months to level up my few mana-using skills. Whenever I get too low, I feel like I'm getting a migraine. I know, Oren said, slapping his forearm and breaking the spell. I wish I could help, but I still haven't even figured out why I passed out that one time. He recast camouflage again. Maybe because you didn't sleep? Daniel suggested. I think it has to be more than that. Oren slapped himself again and recast. I do sometimes feel groggy after a bunch of spell casting, but I haven't fainted again. Maybe you're just getting better at controlling the side effects. Silence drifted between them. Tomorrow we get some quests, maybe some extermination quests around the outside of day, Oren decided. Daniel was already snoring. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, they stood in front of the quest board. The board was really just the back wall. Although some sort of order was attempted, others were ripping quest sheets off, looking at them, and tacking them back on haphazardly. The left side was supposed to be for extermination quests, with lower-level quests near the bottom and higher-level ones reaching up to 9 feet from the floor. About a quarter of the way down, the quests started changing to collection quests. Find this herb, or bring me the skin of this beast. From the halfway point to the end, the quests were more random. Find my lost son. Guard my caravan. Daniel chuckled and pointed at one that sought companionship for aged widow. Oren was squatting near the floor and trying to link extermination and collection quests. I think these look okay. This one is from a farmer who needs help with the large rats attacking his crops. He held one sheet and then waved a second. This one is from an apothecary looking for bags of large rat teeth. I'm not hunting ROUSs for silver, Daniel said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Damn it, Daniel. What else would you like to do? We aren't high enough level to try most of these. Here, Daniel jabbed a finger at a page at chest height. Some old cave needs clearing out, pays 10 gold. Oren squinted at the cramped writing of the advert. It doesn't say what's infesting the cave, and it's marked 4 stars. Daniel shrugged. It's on the way to your rats. We could check it out at least. Daniel brought the 3 quest sheets to the front receptionist. A different man than last time took the sheets and scribbled their names down in a book before tossing the quests on a big pile of papers. What happens if we decide we can't finish a quest? Daniel asked.
The man sighed and pushed his long hair back. Newbies. The quests you just handed me will be back on the wall in 20 minutes. If you come back with a letter from the quest giver saying you did it, we'll pull the quest and you get paid. If you give up and don't tell me or another to mark it out, nothing happens. You do it too much and maybe you get reported, but you'd have to be an asshole yanking down multiple quests a day to get that. You die, someone else will finish the quest. Taking on a 4-star with just the two of you? Daniel nodded. He went back to scribbling notes in his ledger. Hope you have a bigger party than just you two.
The farmer, Toby, was located about 4 miles outside the northernmost eastern gate. The cave was in some foothills about 2 miles north of that. The quest sheet had mentioned bringing ears of the beasts. With Oren's buffs, they made the 4-mile hike in only an hour. I love magic. Oren looked back at all the forced outdoor running from high school with dread, but with his increased dexterity, they both jogged faster than he could have ever run before. Toby was a mid-40s man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. His farm grew cabbage and was easy enough to find. Toby himself was trying to get a yoke back over a mule in the middle of a field. "Are you Toby?" Daniel yelled over the fence. "You two here for the rats?" The man waved them over and tossed the curved harness on the ground. They climbed over the wood logs and tried to not step on any of the green heads growing. "I'm Daniel, and this is Oren." Daniel held out his hand. Toby shook it and then gestured to the yoke. Daniel smiled and picked it up. Although he had no idea what he was doing, Toby held the mule and directed his motions. Soon enough, the mule was strapped in. "Thanks, boys." Toby slapped the mule's backside, and it started off, dragging some contraption behind it. "She's a good one, but hates working days." "What is that thing?" Daniel pointed at the spade-like device with a basket over it. "Well, I got to get the ground tilled, but I don't like wasting my time going back over to fertilize and seed, so I set it all up in one." Toby looked proud of his invention. "That works?" Oren asked. "With a few skills I've picked up, it does," Toby smirked. "All right, this way. She knows the lines and can do the rest herself." "The mule?" Toby smiled and nodded, walking off toward the farmhouse in the distance. When Oren looked back, the mule was plowing straight lines down a well-beaten path. Magic fuckery, he decided. So they've been coming out at night mostly to get the stores, but I caught one in a trap. Usually I get a group of 5 come out. Just you two? That's fine, I guess. Just be careful. Toby did not stop talking as they walked. So with the last group I hired, I just let one loose and they followed it back to the nest. That was about a year ago, but they always come back. Nothing you can really do about it, I guess, but, well, you know that, being adventurers. Ah, there it is. Around the side of the house was a giant mousetrap, a sheet of hammered-together 2x4s with a spring and a bent piece of metal. Stakes had been driven into the ground to hold it tight, but they looked as if they could give way at any moment. Half crushed under the thick pipe was a Labrador-sized rat, thrashing. "It's been here a day or so. It'll be hungry. Good luck." Toby turned and left without further directions. "What the hell? That's huge," Daniel muttered as he drew his sword. The rat started shrieking and digging its feet into the wood. Long scratches marred the entire trap. Oren tried Identify. Rat dire. HP 12 out of 40. Status restrained, starved. Damn. He'd been hoping for more information from Identify. I need to start using it more on enemies, too. Oren pulled out the bestiaries and found the relevant section. Dire rats are vermin grown large. A bite should be treated quickly with healing magic or disinfectant, as their saliva is a mild poison. They travel in large groups with a single brood mother hidden nearby. Quick, opportunistic attackers, dire rats are fearful and will run when attacked themselves. 1 star,
See broodmother. Oren flipped back to read the broodmother section, which was mostly the same but with a detailed drawing. Daniel, these things build trapdoors in the ground to hide the broodmother in, Oren recited. It'll look just like the grass around it, but a small piece of wood or other latch should be visible.
See? Daniel was looking at the rat. Should we just kill it? I don't really want to go running after it. Concentrate. Oren snapped his fingers. Daniel glared at him. We need to be prepared. Fine. Daniel looked at the book and nodded. Let's find the entire brood. He grabbed a piece of wood and leveraged it on the metal trap. Get ready to run. Daniel smiled and pulled. Chapter 12. Even with his increased dexterity, Oren was having a hard time keeping up with Daniel and the released rat. It darted away from the boys and headed farther east. I guess increasing my dex doesn't help if I'm not in good shape to begin with, Oren thought as he ran with all his might. You need to start doing more cardio, Daniel said without a hitch in his voice. He was running just as hard as Oren, but he'd been playing soccer, football, and basketball for years. I don't plan on needing to run that often, Oren got out between deep breaths. To Oren, they sprinted for 5 days. In reality, it was only 10 minutes. They reached the top of a small hill and saw the rat in the distance, slowing. Small holes dotted the countryside. That's a lot of dens, Daniel smiled. How do you want to do this? I was thinking of hitting each one with light strike, then keep camouflage up while healing you, Oren suggested. If they are too quick, I can try inversing their dexterity to slow them down too. Daniel cracked his knuckles and pulled his sword out. I'm going to wait for them to get all around me, then try out whirlwind. Oren nodded. Daniel had finally started spending all those saved-up ability points. Daniel waited while Oren cast Ward and all the increase spells. Oren cycled back to full health and nodded. Let's do it. As they came down the hill, a black nose wiggled out of a nearby hole. A rat crawled out with a scramble of dirt falling back. It hissed and ran at them. Oren hit it right in the face with a light strike. The rat fell over its own feet but was back up and running in seconds. Daniel took 2 steps and surged forward. His sword swung with multiple afterimages. The rat shrieked as dozens of cuts appeared. Another few attacks, and Daniel took it down. No healing needed. Experience gained, 30 XP. That wasn't too bad. Daniel took a hard swing at the rat's head, decapitating it, before wiping the blood off on the rat's fur. I think a few at a time shouldn't be too hard, Oren agreed. Let's try to lure 5 or 6 at a time. Oren took out his trusty knife and tried digging the teeth out of the head. We should have gotten some pliers, he complained. Just toss the heads in a pile and we'll get to it later. Daniel was eyeing the nearest dens. Fighting more than one rat at a time turned out to be harder than they'd thought. Daniel used his yelling skill, pull attention, to grab aggro, and 4 rats left 2 of the holes to attack. Oren hit each one once, then had to slow 2 of them down with an inverse and increase dexterity spell. Daniel fought up the hill as the 2 quicker rats nipped at his heels. After one fell, Daniel charged back down the hill at the 2 still crawling toward him. Experience gained, 120 XP. I think 4 at a time is our max right now. Oren cycled his mana back up as he tossed more rat heads in the growing pile. He rubbed his temples. You all right? Daniel dropped the last head. Just a headache. Oren pointed. I think if we approach from there, we can pull 2 or 3. Both of the dens these came from were bigger. Bigger holes means more rats inside. Over the next few hours, Daniel and Oren perfected their strategy.
Oren would slow the rats as Daniel cut up the rats one at a time. Experience gained, 90 XP. Level 5 obtained, plus 10 AP. Experience gained, 120 XP. Experience gained, 120 XP. Experience gained, 90 XP. They only pulled more than 4 one time when Daniel stepped too close to a third den. 6 rats harried Daniel and surrounded him before Oren could slow more than 2 of them. "Hit them with light strike, quick!" Daniel yelled. He counted off the hits and then activated his skill. Oren stood 20 yards away and was still thrown to the ground by the blast of wind that centered from Daniel.
All 6 rats were shredded meat and gore. "Daniel, are you all right?" Oren ran through the matted fur spread around a squatting Daniel. "Yeah," Daniel whispered. "That tanked my mana. Headache." He spoke in halting words. Oren cast Heal Small Wounds and Calm Mind on Daniel, who shivered and rolled his shoulders. "That helps, but I'm going to need a break." "I'll collect the heads. Go sit down." Oren pulled a water skin out of his dimension hole and handed it to Daniel. Experience gained, 180 XP. Level 6 obtained, plus 10 AP. Oren pulled a sword out of storage and started hacking. When he pulled the last head over, Daniel was lying in the grass with his eyes closed. "This is easier experience than going outside the wall. I already hit level 6. Daniel grunted. "Still feeling it?" Daniel turned over and put his hand over his eyes. "You should buy Meditate." "Can't," Daniel mumbled. "Not on my list." Oren shrugged and then realized Daniel couldn't see him. He did a search for mana in the store. Mana pool, increase MP by 100 MP, one-time purchase, 10 AP. He tried healing mana, increase MP, and cure, but nothing new appeared. I could level up increase will, but since he used up all his MP, would it give him anything? Would you like to upgrade increase will 1000/1000 for 2 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Increase will level 2, 0/5000. Increase target will by +2 for 10 minutes, 10 MP. Oren paused for a second, and then upgraded intelligence as well. He cast both on Daniel and watched his shoulders slump in relief. "Thanks," Daniel whispered as he rubbed his eyes. "Zeroing out my MP was a mistake." Oren cycled his mana and then cast Intelligence and Will level 2 on himself. My will increase should be the +2 times 1.3, giving me +3 for each cast. His will went up to 28, increasing his mana pool as well. He'd used 100 MP casting the spells. He went from 30/130 to 180/280. His intelligence was up to 26. He cycled his mana and cast a 10 MP heal on himself. It cost 8 MP. So, my intelligence decreases the costs of my spells. Base cost of spell times 100 minus intelligence minus 10 divided by 100 equals actual spell cost. My will increases the efficacy of my spells. Base damage times will divided by 10 equals actual output. He recast the rest of his buff spells on Daniel and himself. But I get full base cost credit for leveling a spell, he thought as he watched the counter roll over. Too bad I can't get the increases to use the increased number as the base when I recast. That would just let me recast up to infinity, though. Daniel was still sipping water and blinking against the sunlight. I've still got 16 AP points. I'll save them for now and strategize with Daniel tonight. Do you want to keep going? He asked. We can always come back tomorrow. Daniel wobbled to his feet and nodded. Toby looked on in shock as they dumped 25 rat heads at his feet. You two were gone so long I thought you'd died. He kicked a head to the side as he counted. This would be amazing for a full party. How'd you do it? Hit them with a sword until they stopped moving, Daniel grumbled. He was angry that they'd left so early. The sun was still sitting high. We strategized, Oren offered. Toby tallied out the money and gave them 20 silver. Sorry, that's all I'd set aside for this, but I can give you some cabbage for your trouble, too. Oren declined politely, and they left for day. We can always come back tomorrow after you've rested. Oren tried to comfort Daniel. First thing in the morning. Daniel's eyes burned as he stared ahead. Daniel sulked when they got back to the guild and went to their room without a word. Oren went out and turned in the apothecary quest. The woman behind the counter had actually thanked him for not trying to pull the teeth out himself. The best part of the tooth is in the skull, and most of you adventurers just snap the sharp part off. He'd collected the money and returned to their room. Daniel was fast asleep. Oren had wanted to talk AP purchases, but knew when his friend was sulking. We'll get more AP tomorrow anyways, he justified as he started buying. Would you like to buy Utility Ward Level 1 for 5 AP? Yes or no? Yes. Would you like to buy Map for 4 AP? Yes or no? I'm tired of not knowing where we are going and relying on Daniel, so yes. As he reached to buy more, another exclamation mark icon appeared. Unlocked Map Upgrades Party View. See your party on your map. Allows you to cast line of sight spells from a distance, 1 AP. Monster View. See monsters within a distance on your map. Can be negated by certain spells, 1 AP. Trap View. See traps and hidden items within a distance on your map, 1 AP. Zoom. See more of the world around you, 1 AP. Unlocked New Ward. Utility Ward Level 2. Maximum possible Level 2 Strength, Dexterity, Will, and Intelligence increase on yourself and your party within 100 feet. 200 MP, minus 10 AP. Oren had planned on buying Teleport. Walking all day was definitely not his thing, but the map upgrades would make scouting the rat nests easier, not to mention Trap View. I wonder if it picks up treasure, too. He bought all 4, leaving him with 3 AP. I'll save those for now. He pulled up his map. A dot next to him showed Daniel. No monsters showed up around him. He did see a few tiny dots under the bar next door. Probably dropped money. He tried playing with the zoom feature and was able to get about a mile around him in view. He smirked and played with the map until he fell asleep. Ah! Daniel screamed as he hacked at the rat in front of him. D. It's dead. Oren stood off to the side. After Daniel had woken him before the sun rose, they'd headed right back for the rat dens. Oren was barely able to keep up. When he'd told Daniel about them upgrades, Daniel had stopped talking with him. Experience gained 600 XP, 20 times 30 XP. Level 7 obtained, plus 10 AP. Daniel lowered his sword and stood, breathing hard. I need to get more AP, he muttered. Daniel, what is the deal, man? Oren took a step toward him. Daniel's sword rose up again, pointing to Oren. You don't get it, do you? Daniel roared. You can just go and go and go, but I'm so tired and have to keep up. I have to get more AP. I have to protect us. Do you realize how many people must already want us dead? I mean, we were almost murdered the other night, for God's sake. Daniel crossed the distance in an instant, pushing into Oren's face. We've been here a week, and every day is just more killing, he was crying. I killed people! Human beings! He wiped his tears angrily.
And on top of it all, I'm expected to kill a demon lord. Do you know why I save my AP, Oren? Look. He pulled up his status screen and shared a blue box. Demon Seal, hero specific. Seal the Demon Lord. Only usable one time. The Demon Lord must be at low health when used. 300 AP. That's 30 levels of ability points, and it didn't unlock until I hit level 5, he was screaming now. How many points are you at? Oren breathed. Not enough! Daniel turned and threw his sword like a javelin. It struck a rat and buried into the ground. Oren stepped forward. Daniel, we'll figure it out. We'll find more good farming areas like this and… You don't get it! Daniel spun back around. You are not the hero. I am. You don't have to deal with the pressure. You never have. What does that mean? Oren shook in rage. I'm here with you. I've had to kill people too. I'm keeping you healed and buffed. Because you still think it's all a game. Just like back home. You follow me around and I do all the work while you sit back and relax.
And still everyone rewards you for just trying, while I'm expected to be better, to be perfect. I'm sorry my friendship stresses you out so much, Oren shot back. I'm sorry you feel that pressure, but that's not my fault. Nothing is your fault. Nothing is ever your fault, Daniel yelled. You are the reason I'm here. You got in my way and that truck hit me. You are the reason I have to do so much, get such good grades, and play soccer and football. Otherwise, my parents would pay no attention to me, because they have to take care of the abandoned kid next door. Oren stood quietly as Daniel continued. You eat my food, you creep on my sister, you follow me around like a puppy. Then you land me in another world and somehow you continue to try and butt into my life. Why do you always think you know what is going on or what to do? We are 17 years old. We aren't some heroes from one of your stories. You aren't some mastermind. We should have gone to Silas and gotten his support right away. I'm not the hero here, Oren kept his voice tight. You're right. If you think I'm holding you back, go ahead. But don't come begging for my help when they use you in political games or just try to kill you. We've learned enough that I thought you wouldn't be this stupid. Oren's voice broke as he screamed back. I'm sorry I thought you were my friend. I didn't realize I was such a hassle to deal with. But don't blame me for your choices. Don't blame me for trying to save you. Trying and failing, Daniel shot back. That's all you do. You just get lucky, and people say, good job. You got lucky with your class and expect me to say thank you every time you heal me? Do you not see how slow we are going? You are slowing me down. I should be in a full party, running dungeons and getting more experience. Instead, we have to hide out here because you have a weird and illegal class. Just one skill and I don't… You can justify all you want, but you still aren't listening, Daniel cut in. You don't get tired or run out of MP. That's weird. But worse, Daniel picked his sword up out of the rat and wiped it clean. You don't even seem to care that we've been killing people, Oren. I've been crying myself to sleep each night. I've barely been sleeping at all. He looked up, and Oren finally saw Daniel's haunted eyes. The sallow look of his skin and how dirty his hair had become. You've been sleeping fine. You move to the next thing and don't care at all. You scare me. Oren didn't respond. Nothing to say? I've heard you break up with your girlfriends, Oren retorted. I know how this ends. You are kicking me out of your party, huh? You don't see what I'm talking… See you around, friend. Oren spat the last word. He pulled up his store, purchased teleport, and disappeared. Chapter 13. Oren stumbled as he appeared on the road outside Day. A few people glanced his way, but he'd learned that teleportation magic wasn't too rare. Your party has been disbanded. He stormed up to the line of people waiting to get through the gate. That idiot. The guard was checking a cart full of goats, moving them side to side as he hunted for something. He doesn't think about consequences. He just wants to play hero. The guard said something to the cart driver and went back to moving the goats around. He thinks I'm not affected by killing that guy? The line moved up as Oren realized he hadn't really thought about it. I had a nightmare that night, right? The guard was now making an adventurer take every item out of his bag. Oren shook his head. Still, he was out of line. I don't butt into his life. I tried to save him from that truck. He just wasn't paying enough attention. And if he wants to go play hero, I can figure it out myself. Oren stood in front of the guard. Business? I live here, Oren grunted. Reason for leaving? I was hunting dire rats for a quest. The guard looked Oren over and chuckled. All on your own? Oren felt himself draw blood mana in a new way. The sun was still out in force, yet his vision felt dark. A smile crept across his face as the guard stepped back. All on my own. He reached out toward the guard. Hurry up. The man behind Oren jostled him. His vision cleared. The guard was staring wide-eyed at Oren. Oren blinked hard and dashed through the gate. Nobody stopped him. Oren ran all the way to the guild, tossed his coins for a single room on the counter, and slammed the door shut behind him. What was that? He stared at himself in the small mirror over a sink. His eyes looked normal, and the shadows he had felt earlier were gone. I just need some sleep. Oren left his room the next morning and went back to books. He'd spent so much time in and out of the different bookstores around Day, the clerk recognized him instantly. Oren, welcome back! How did Daniel like that book on sword classes? Hey, Rick. Oren ignored the question. I need to see all the books you have on vampires. Rick kept a professional face at the request, but Oren noted the eye twitch. You've already bought our bestiaries. I need more. I need to know about the weirder skills. Rick's eye twitched again. I'm not sure. Oren took out 20 gold and put it on the counter. He'd learned quickly that Rick got a commission on every book sold. That's for the first book. Oren pulled a handful out. I'm going to leave with my arms full today. Rick left the counter and closed the door. He flipped the open sign to closed. Follow me. Books was 2 stories, but Oren had only been in the lower level. Rick took the rope off the stairs and beckoned Oren up. What you're looking for isn't strictly illegal, but people can try to piece together requirements for those skills, Rick explained. So we keep the rare ones up here. I also want anything you have on mind skills. Rick stopped. We have nothing like that, sir. Rick, I can pay. Oren, most mind skills are illegal. We don't keep books like that. Oren kept his mouth shut. Getting in trouble was the last thing he wanted. Rick pulled down 2 books from the shelves, Vampiric Data and Stake the Heart. These normally cost about 15 gold apiece, Rick trailed off. Oren handed him another 15 gold. The extra 5 is for you, as a tip. He turned to leave. Wait, listen. Rick got in front of Oren. I don't know what's going on, but you look serious. Well, more serious than usual. And I don't see Daniel, so... Oren let the pause linger, giving him nothing. So, anyways, I know a guy. Well, I know of him. He's an expert on mind magics and keeps to himself, mostly, but we deliver a few books to him on occasion if we come across them. I'll get you his address. Rick turned back to his desk and scribbled something on a scrap of paper.
He might be able to help with whatever happened.
I didn't say anything happened, Oren muttered. Rick smiled.
You didn't have to.
Oren holed himself up in his room and read the books he'd spent thousands of dollars on. Stake the Heart was useful, if only in confirming that the vampire class was killable. It dealt with the ways to identify a person who had taken the class or evolved another class into vampire. It didn't give specifics, but Oren could see why the book had been restricted. Vampiric data was dull. It was at least 100 years old and listed every known killed vampire the author had been able to confirm. It listed different skills witnessed and read like an insane person's diary. However, one passage perked Oren's interest. Of all the skills used by the vampire fallen, the blood feast is the most universal. Each vampire has some ability to turn blood to mana. Survivors mention darkness creeping in from every corner as they lose themselves in the dark eyes of the vampire. That sounded suspiciously like blood mana. Had he tried to use it on that guard? Oren tossed the book in his dimension hole and left the guild. He walked the streets of Day, buying snacks when he got hungry. He weighed the pros and cons of being a vampire. It seemed every person who took the class gained slightly different abilities. Increased strength and dexterity were common, as was some shadow magic. One rumored bloodsucker could turn into a giant bat. Imagine Daniel's face if I could shapeshift. Oren slowed to a stop. He had walked with no direction in mind, but his feet had brought him to the address on Rick's slip of paper. A small row of townhomes lined a treed street. The buildings seemed barely twice as wide as the doors, giving the entire road a haphazard look. Why am I even here? He turned to leave, taking one last look at the Mind Mage's home. Don't stand out there all day. The door opened a crack. Come in and kill me. Let's get this over with. Oren looked around. Nobody else was nearby. Yes, I'm talking to you, the voice continued. Hurry up, I'm too old to wait. Oren cautiously stepped up the 3 steps to the door and pushed in. Hello? Don't yell. The voice came from farther back, and Oren saw a small man move quickly from a doorframe. I'm making some tea. 2 drops of honey, right? Oren felt frazzled. For the first time since landing in this world, he hesitated, unsure. Come in or leave, but don't come back next week because you'll be dead by then. Oren stepped through the door and closed it. He walked down the long hallway filled with small paintings until he entered a cluttered kitchen. A shock of white hair stood up from the hunched bathrobe, pouring tea into 2 cups. Sit. The voice came again, and Oren realized it was in his head. Of course it's in your head. How else would I talk to you? The old man turned and stuck out his tongue, or at least a severed stump that had once been a tongue. He smiled merrily and put the cup of tea in front of Oren. So, bad mind skill? Who sent you? Jonathan? No. Rick? That's a first. I wonder if he could feel it. It is pressing hard against you, isn't it? Headaches? Blackout spells? Murderous rage? Yes, once, sort of. What the fuck is going on? Oren picked up his tea and sipped. Chamomile with honey, just like his mom made him when he was sick. Sorry, I could feel the aura coming off you 3 streets away. Thought you might be coming to kill little old me? You're tucked into a skill of mine right now. Totally harmless, unless I want it to be harmful. But you seem okay, so you'll be fine. You've hijacked my body? But damn, that tea is good. Thank you. I grow it myself, and yes. It was a bit creepy watching the man smile into his tea as his voice appeared straight in Oren's mind. Hijacked. Interesting word. I like it. So, headaches. And what else? Depression? Anxiety? Apathy? Apathy. Strange. Oren sat in silence as the man rambled. He couldn't have been out of his 50s, but the wrinkles on his face attested a hard life. Who are you? The old man's eyebrows shot up. Doesn't even know who I am? What kind of mind mage is he? Not a mind mage. Utility warder? Never heard of it. Get out of my head, Oren growled. The man fell back out of his chair like he'd been slapped. He stood slowly with blood running down both nostrils. The merry smile was gone, and his eyes sparkled as he stood tall. That's some power, kid. The voice continued in the same timbre as before. Be careful with that. I apologize for getting nosy, but you did walk through my street. Don't worry, I'll avoid it from now on. Oren tried to stand and made it halfway up before he slumped back again. Yes, probably for the best. Don't want the muckety-mucks to see us together, or they'll cry about conspiracies, and I don't have time for that. My name is Anthony Ferrandis, Tony to my friends. You can call me Anthony for now. Can I poke around a bit, or do you really want to die? Why do you keep saying that? Oren said through gritted teeth. What? That I'm going to die. Because you are. I need to look closer, but I think 2 or more of your skills are tearing your brain apart. What? Anthony's voice sighed in his mind. Look, I'm the resident mind mage expert because I can use a little telepathy and root around in a sentient mind a little better than most. People with mind skill problems seem to be drawn to me. Either they try to kill me, or I try to heal them. Oren stuttered out, That's insane. Anthony shrugged and grabbed a tin from his cupboard. Cookie? Oren ran through his options. There was no way he could let this guy go through his mind. He'd find out where he was from and... Oh, it's active right now. What? Seriously, most people with some mind magic can say more than what? Anthony complained. You are using one of the skills right now. Or is it a spell? I can't really tell. I'm just thinking. Show me your skills. Anthony filled his cup up with more tea. No. Okay, there's the door. Bye. Oren felt the pressure release, and he stood. He started for the door and stopped. You're just going to let me go? I told you, you'll be dead in a week. 2, tops. And if you actually aren't going to try and kill me, not my problem. Oren sat back down slowly. I've got some ground rules, he began. Me too, Anthony shot back. No rooting around and reading my mind again. I've got secrets I'd like to keep. Don't do that force slap thing again, and I'll stay only in the guided lanes. I don't know what I did. Anthony sighed audibly, no mind projection. Skills? The voice asked. Oren pulled up his abilities and spells. He pulled blood mana out, as well as ward and utility ward. Then he turned the box over to Anthony. Anthony's white eyebrows climbed back into his hair. Oren was spared the ongoing commentary. He suddenly missed it. Where did you get Mind Bastion? I've never ever heard of this. Oren thought of the walkthrough for his favorite game. You don't have to use the underwater materia, but it makes the fight easier. Outside the lanes, Anthony harumphed. That seems to be the problem's skill. I can see it lighting up right now as you try to distract yourself. It does more than just let you control your mind. You actually are numbing yourself. Great for small use, but you're just running it non-stop, aren't you? I am? Oren stopped thinking about different nuts and greens. Yes, but that alone shouldn't be enough to twist your aura up that much. Anthony tapped his finger on his chin. He looked up. You hid something, didn't you? Just class-unique spells. Lie. I won't pry, but if I don't have all the data, you'll be on your own. Oren had just met this man, and already he'd given him more information than even Daniel probably had guessed. He couldn't trust him with the knowledge of blood mana. Shame and fear, the voice said. No, not reading your thoughts, just emotions. I keep my word. Unless you have a skill that you will use to harm others unprovoked, I swear by my name to keep it a secret. Blood mana. Oren offered the skill box. Oh, you sweet fool. Anthony's face fell. No, not a vampire, but you've been converting your own life energy to mana, haven't you? How much mana conversion have you been doing? Oren started trying to do the math and stopped. Multiple pools a day, training non-stop. 11 days of that. Anthony grimaced. I'm going to talk. Listen carefully. I've never heard of blood mana outside of a vampire, and they use somebody else's blood. I'm not getting that reading off you, so your secret is safe with me. Don't reveal that to anyone else. Later, if you survive, I'll teach you how to rename your skill. It costs only 1 AP, and you will need that. If some guard used Identify on you, well, you're still alive. That's all that matters. You should be able to only use 2 or 3 mana pools a day with mana potions, the normal way to level. Anything after that, you'll get a mana headache, maybe pass out. Idiots who keep pushing bleed from everywhere, and I do mean everywhere. At least one fool kills themselves of mana exhaustion each year. Your mind bastion has let you ignore the exhaustion and keep going. It also seems to make you a little dick, but that could just be your regular personality. Everything has a cost, though. Mind bastion and blood mana would let you get around needing to rest after 2 or 3 pools. A good night's rest, and you'd be fine. If you turned off Mind Bastion. This is all guesswork, but my skills make my guesses an art form. So what, just turn off Mind Bastion and stop using too much mana? No! Anthony yelled in his mind, and tried to verbalize with his missing tongue as well. No, I mean, yes, but not yet. You've been going too hard for too long. If you don't turn it off, you'll die when your body just can't keep up with your mind. But when you turn it off, all that exhaustion is coming due. So, I'll sleep all night and be fine, right? You'll probably be hit with migraines, rolling blackouts, and more pain than you've ever felt. You could bleed from your eyes. You'll vomit for sure. You'll sleep for a few hours, and then it'll start again. If you're really lucky, you'll sleep longer. A few days, maybe? I don't know, I'm not a healer. I am. I could heal myself and— No, listen. Any magic during your recovery could start it all over again. So I need to just ride it out? Anthony gave a rueful smile. Do you have someone to help? You'll need lots of fresh water and broth, cold, wet clothes, that sort of thing. Yeah, Oren stopped. No, no one. Then may I welcome you to Anthony's House for the Wayward Mind Mage, specializing in recovery and subversion of errant mind skills. Initial evaluation is on the house, but room and board is 1 gold a day. I don't have a choice, do I? Anthony's smile left his face. We always have a choice. He put the cups in his small sink. But I will see you through, if only to find out what else you are hiding from me. He smirked over his shoulder. Okay, how do I turn off Mind Bastion? Chapter 14. Anthony took Oren upstairs. The thin staircase creaked, and more pictures filled the walls from floor to ceiling. Once you deactivate your skill, you'll probably either be in so much pain that you pass out immediately, or your exhaustion will knock you out. Anthony chuckled in his mind. Either way, you'll be dead to the world for a few hours until you wake up screaming. That's not reassuring, Oren complained. I'll be here with some home remedies I've cooked up. You're not the first fledgling to fall into my nest, and you won't be the last. Anthony stopped in front of a large metal door and took a key out from under his shirt. Opening the door, he stood to the side and tried to usher Oren inside. This looks like a prison cell. Oren peeked inside at the bare mattress, bucket, and barred window. Why do you have a room like this? Anthony tilted his head. You do realize I cure mind mages, or people dumb enough to get conflicting skills. That's not a safe occupation. I wasn't kidding when I asked if you were here to try and kill me. He waved his hand at the room. Layers of different metals keep most spells in and interested third parties out. You've got a pot to piss in and a mattress to sleep on. You don't need anything else, because it's going to be real unpleasant for a few days. Oren started weighing pros and cons and felt the headache spike again. Fine. Oren entered the room, and Anthony slapped the door shut. Oren heard the key turn. I can always teleport out. Now sit down on the mattress and pull up your status. Pull out Mind Bastion in a box and squeeze it. Right now, it's in charge. But you can always take control of your own skills. Show it who the boss is. Oren sat on the floor, avoiding the sweat-stained mattress. He pulled up his skill. Mind Bastion, individual, is able to control his own mind and therefore part of his body. He gripped the box in his hand and felt something give in his mind. Oren put more pressure on the blue cube and screamed as shards of ice pushed into his eyes from behind. Sounds about right. Anthony's voice in his mind sounded like 100 rusty nails scratching the world's longest chalkboard. Do you feel it yet? Feel what? Oren was sweating as he held on. Some find a switch or a lever. I've always seen skills as a dial. One poor kid had an entire door he'd open. Something that you control. Find it. Oren had no idea what Anthony meant, but he kept squeezing. The pain increased more with every passing second. Sweat poured down his neck. Then the pain stopped, and Oren felt something new. Instead of a box around his fingers, he held a game controller. An old Atari style with a single button. The stick didn't move, but somehow he knew the button was the trigger. Found it. Flip it, twist it, whatever. Try not to scream too much. Oren hesitated for only a second before pressing the button. Pain. The truck running him over had been a light feather falling on him. The attacks he'd suffered so far, gentle tickles from a child. Pain. The stabbing in his eyes turned to hot fires. His neck hairs prickled as he flushed hot and cold. Scratches ran up and down the inside of his throat. Every beat of his heart pushed molten lead through his veins. Pain. Oren screamed. He cried. Mercifully, he fainted. Oren woke with a scream. Anthony sat beside him, water dripping from a rag. He'd been pressing the cold water against Oren's forehead. Hush, it's early morning. Don't wake my neighbors again. Anthony's voice in his head felt quieter, not as harsh. Water, Oren croaked. Anthony handed him a pitcher, and Oren drank deeply. Want to try some food again? Oren pulled the pitcher away from his mouth. Again? Some block it out. That's not good. You'll try and do it again. Remember the pain, son. Oren frowned and then gasped as images flooded his mind. Days and nights of vomit, crying, and pain. He'd begged and screamed. Anthony had to come in to stop him punching the wall, his fists a bloody mess. Oren cursing Anthony for using his magic to stop Oren from healing himself. Oren lying in Anthony's lap as he sang a soft song. The images flashed by, and Oren felt his bile rise again. Enough. Please, no more. Anthony took a bowl of broth and a slice of buttered bread from under a small sheet. Try, you're improving. I suspect it's almost over. What? How many days? The smell overwhelmed him, and Oren tore the bread with his teeth. A little stale from being out for so long, it tasted better than anything he'd ever had. 4 days. Well, 5 now. It's almost morning. Eat and clean up. There's a bucket of clean water and a towel. Come downstairs when you can. Anthony took his own bucket and left, leaving Oren to devour the broth. It took him an hour to wash his body. He felt weak, and the small towel dropped from his shaking hands a few times. He couldn't remember ever being so sweaty and smelling quite so bad. This is Daniel after soccer practice level stink. He chuckled to himself. Daniel. Oh shit. Oren felt tears start again. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I really fucked things up. With Mind Bastion off, all the feelings and emotions of the last 10 days poured over him like a wave. Anger, fear, depression, guilt. I killed a man. Oren almost threw up, but swallowed hard. Mind Bastion didn't let him control his mind. It blocked emotions. He'd stopped caring about his friend. He'd only acted robotically, focusing on leveling and completing tasks. No wonder Daniel had lost it on him. I need to find him and apologize. Oren dried quickly and noticed his clothes had been cleaned and folded in a pile. After he dressed, he made his way downstairs. Anthony was making another pot of tea. Good, you made it down the stairs. Thank you. Oren had stopped at the bottom step. I think you saved my life here. Of course I did. Now sit, we ain't done yet. Oren frowned, but sat. I feel much better. What else? Don't go using that skill. Anthony's voice cut him off. He slammed a cup down in front of Oren. You feel better now, but you could build up again from overuse. Skills are a muscle you have to exercise. You tried lifting a wagon with a baby's left toe. Oren looked down at the cup of tea in shame. Yeah, I know now. You don't. Anthony sipped his tea while yelling in his head. I've never seen a skill detox that bad. I was worried you were gonna die, kid. Promise me, don't use it for another week, at least. A month, if you can do it. When you do, don't you dare push more than 1 or 2 extra mana pools a day. You have to build your tolerance up slow. And I'll keep my word. Not a word about your other skill. But if I hear so much as a whisper that you use it on a person. The room seemed to darken, and Anthony's face filled Oren's vision. I will find you and make the past 5 days seem like child's play. I swear, Anthony. Oren was shaking in his seat. I just want to find my friend and go home. Thank you for everything. Anthony huffed and stared at Oren for a long moment. Call me Tony. Thanks, Tony. Oren pulled a smile. Tony smiled back. Your bill is 5 gold. After Oren had paid him, Tony started up his non-stop talk again. Oren got the impression Tony didn't get out much. So, you save people's lives often? Nah, every few months I'll get some idiot in here trying to skirt the laws and
finding out the hard way why mind mages don't last long. Other than you, I've only had 3 or 4 cases over the years of just crazy skill combos going wrong. But, is it a job? Something like that. Tony went quiet. Oren had stuck around to help clean the detox room. It still stunk, so Oren had volunteered to mop the floors.
Tony stood at the door, not talking for so long. Oren thought the conversation was over. He startled when Tony's voice appeared in his mind again. When I was young, about your age, I picked up a few skills too many along the path to being an illegal mind mage. Most nobles and people in power don't want others taking a glance at their thoughts, so most countries outlaw some skills. But unless you get dumb, a lot of people still have 1 or 2, and it's overlooked. I overheard some things and talked about it to a friend. He started a riot when he shared the information. He lost his head, and I lost my tongue. Really, I shouldn't have gotten off so easy, but someone thought up a new plan. Let a mind mage hunt for illegal use around town. So, for years, I was a chained dog. I'd catch people using thought manipulation or mind read on judges, nobility, or whoever I was tasked to watch. Oren had stopped mopping and was listening with wide eyes. After a while, they stopped thinking of me as a danger. I overheard more and more that made me rethink what I'd gotten myself into. It took a lot of deals and the promise to stay in my house, but I got out of it all. But people still already knew. I was the boogeyman, the one who'd cleaned up others like me. At first, people stayed away. But one girl showed up crying, begging me to help her get rid of mind read. She'd wanted to know if her boyfriend really loved her and got the skill when drunk. More came after her. Now, I'm sort of a therapist/doctor. It's not what I wanted or thought my life would become, but life rarely is what we expect. Oren chuckled. Thanks for telling me. I appreciate it. Tony smiled his crooked smile and pointed to the floor. You missed a spot. Oren spent the morning helping the old man do chores. His body felt weak, but he felt clear-headed. He also knew he was avoiding the one thing he really needed to do: find Daniel. With a wave and promised to check back in a few days, Oren left Tony's and headed back to the guild. He bought some meat on a stick on the way. After 1 bite, he got back in line for 2 more sticks. I need to remember this place. At the reception desk, Oren tried asking after Daniel, but the receptionist just shrugged and refused to give out any information on fellow guild members. He's my friend. I just need to make sure he's okay, Oren tried. If he's your friend, he'll show up. Oren tried to sleep that night, but nightmares now plagued his dreams. He was tempted more than once to just put Mind Bastion back on, but the smells and images Tony had shown him were still fresh. He spent 2 days waking early and staying in the front hallway. Every receptionist rejected his efforts to find Daniel. Finally, one offered a new solution. Put up a quest and leave me alone. How? The woman hadn't given any response the day before when she'd been on shift. She took her feet off her desk and pushed a scrap of paper forward. Write your quest down. It's 1 silver. You also better pay your reward, or we'll come after you for it. Oren scribbled down, locate Daniel, fighter, dark hair, 5 silver for information, contact Oren, guild. Add credible information, or you'll have everyone telling you they saw him, the woman suggested. Oren did it and paid.
Now get out of here. He was shooed away.
Oren sat on the steps outside the guild, thinking of other locations where he could look. The sword. Jovi's. He ran down the street to the blacksmith's store. A guard yelled at him to slow down. Oren did a fast walk until the guard turned, and then he darted around a building. He arrived, sweating. "Hi, sir, can I interest you in—" "I'm looking for Jovi," Oren spoke over the sales clerk. The man rolled with the rude interruption and guided Oren to the back, where Jovi was happily hammering. Oren's eyes scanned the walls, and he sighed when he saw the sword, Gertrude, was still there. "Mr. Jovi, this young man," Oren waved his hand at the man. "Sorry, I forgot my money. I'll be back." He ducked out before Jovi even turned around, leaving the clerk sputtering. He walked slowly back to the guild. There was no way that Daniel had tried to do that cave mission without him, right? He had just reached the guild steps when someone tapped his shoulder. He turned and found a woman in her mid-20s holding a spear and small arm shield. Her hair was short and shaved at the sides. "You Oren?" He nodded. "Daniel's the guy you're always with, right?" He nodded again. 5 silver if I tell you where he is? That simple? Oren guessed his quest had been put up already. "Yeah, I haven't seen him in a few days. Just trying to find him." She shrugged. "He's been staying at the Catanzano house." She held out her hand. Oren's mind raced as he processed her words. "He's okay. At the Catanzanos." He felt cold run down his spine. He told her. He went right against our promise. No, he wouldn't do that, would he? "Excuse me, payment time." A frown line appeared between the spear holder's eyes. "Sorry, yeah." Oren pulled silver out of his pocket and gave it to her. "Here you go." "Listen, if you were hoping to party up with him, I'd give up. Word around the street is Lady Catanzano is putting together a team for a dungeon dive. Don't know what she sees in a little sword wielder, but then again, I'm no lady." She forced a laugh and left without another word. Oren's heart sank. Daniel had already found another party. Chapter 15. Oren felt a punch to his gut as he realized Daniel had found another party so quickly. It has been over a week, I guess. He had been stuck in Anthony's house unconscious for most of that time. If only I could have apologized before. The woman with the spear turned back and watched him with pity on her face. "Sorry, kid." She really did look apologetic. If you don't mind me asking, what is it about him? Nobody has ever heard of him, and suddenly all the houses are clamoring." Oren looked away from her face with tears in his eyes. "He's my friend. We had a fight, and he kicked me out of his party." Oren knuckled the tears away. "Thanks for the information." "Yeah, no problem." She hesitated. "Listen, if you're looking for a group to run with, I've only got 2 others, but we are a solid team. We could use some fresh blood. What's your level?" 7, Oren muttered. "A bit low, but not too bad. I'm 18 myself." Water spear. "Probably a bit obvious, though." She nodded at her spear. "My name is Tin." "I'm Oren. Nice to meet you. Sorry, but I don't think I'm—" "Don't say no right away." Tin smirked and playfully pushed his shoulder. "Meet the others. At the very least, grab some food with us. You look like shit." Oren smiled back. Tin was bubbly, but he felt a steadfast personality underneath. The kind of person who would worry after giving bad news to a stranger. "I've been a bit under the weather, but I could eat." Tin pumped her fist in the air. "Great! Emily, our spell slinger, is holding a table outside at Frederick's for the 3 of us, but I'm sure we can pull an extra chair up. I couldn't believe such a simple recon quest was still up. I don't know why nobody found you earlier. Like I said,
Everybody's trying to figure out what Catanzano is up to. Do you know that Tin kept up the one-sided conversation as they walked down the street toward the fancier section of town.
Restaurants and theaters for the rich lined the road. Oren hadn't spent any time here, and without Mind Bastion running, he felt like a tourist. He turned to watch a sign with stenciled people dueling, showing the name of a play underneath. One building's windows were blacked out, and the doorman was handing blindfolds to people in line.
Ing, huh, Oren?
Oren blushed and apologized for not listening. Tin just laughed and pulled him along. She began pointing out different places to him and telling him all the rumors and secrets of each chef or theater troupe.
And when they found him, Petro had already sewn him into the outfit with his skills. It took burning the cloth to get it off, so the guy was extra crispy when it was all done. Tin let out a loud laugh. Several outdoor diners looked up in disgust at the adventurer. She ignored them. Here we are, Frederick's. Best food in town, but don't tell him that. He'll just raise his prices again. Tucked between two massive buildings with lines around the corner to get in, Frederick's was a small window. Two tables sat chained to metal posts, and a stack of beaten-up old chairs toppled precariously to the side. Oren could just make out a shock of red hair moving behind the window. "Emily, you already ordered?" Tin slumped into a chair next to the only occupied table. While Tin was tall, buff, and carried herself with grace, Emily slunk into the chair as if to escape from her friend. Her dark skin contrasted with the red robes marking her as a fire user. Most mages wore colors announcing their spells. "You were late," Emily muttered. She bent over the bowl on the table and slurped loudly. "Garrett's late. I'm hungry." "Garrett's our third," Tin explained. "Earth Archer. Emily, this is Oren. Oren, Emily, our spellslinger." Emily shook her head. "I'm a fireflower mage, not a spellslinger. But nice to meet you." "Fireflower mage? That sounds cool."
"What's your build?" Oren found himself interested. Learning all the different types of classes was a lifetime's work, but it all fit in with his perfectionist min-max mentality from gaming. Emily's withdrawn attitude disappeared as her smile bloomed. "Well, I started off fire mage for the first 10 levels, as you do, but then the group I was in found this crevice in the cavern we were clearing out. Inside was a slow-moving lava river with about 100 fire geckos. The number goes up every time she tells the story." Tin slapped his back and walked to the window to order. Emily continued, unfazed. "After we took them out, which is no easy feat as I'm sure you know, I used Fire Friend to run across the lava. I could feel it calling me, you know? And then I found a mana construct of fire against the far wall from where the lava flowed. A tiny flower of fire." Emily looked pleased and looked at Oren expectantly. "So what happened next?" Emily frowned. "Shit, something I didn't find in the books. Mana construct?" Oren kicked himself. "How do you not know? And here's dinner." Tin saved him as she slapped 2 bowls down. Oren dug right in. Heaven. He'd found heaven. The bowl wasn't soup, but noodles. Noodles in a creamy sauce with peas and mushrooms. The flavors exploded with each bite, and Oren ignored everything as he worked on the bowl. "Damn," Tin laughed. "When is the last time you ate?" Oren stopped devouring the food and sat back contently. Wow. Just wow. That is amazing. Emily was still giving him a funny look. "Sorry, Emily. You were explaining the flower? I'm from a small village with almost nobody going beyond farmer, so I'm still learning." He started eating slower. Emily shrugged at that and continued. "Anyways, after I absorbed it, I worked my way up to level 20 and changed classes when I got the prompt. Fire Flower gives me fire growth abilities, sort of a mix of fire and plant magic. She's being modest. Emily is level 24. She can grow a field of fire in a few seconds. She took down a dry apple with a big flower thing that just ate it up. By herself. Tin complimented her teammate between bites. I had to, Emily smirked. Otherwise, Tin would have spent hours attacking it and laughing as it tried to hit her with all its legs. The banter between friends was a balm that Oren didn't realize he'd needed. Emily warmed up quickly, and Tin's naturally exuberant personality left an imprint that had Oren laughing along to their stories in no time. When Garrett, their third-party member, arrived, Oren had already finished his dinner. The man stood a full head taller than Oren, but smiled and shook his hand gently. I see the ladies found some eye candy for us. He gave Oren an appraising look before heading to the window to order food. Oren blushed, not used to being called eye candy, especially as he spent most of his time with Daniel. Oh, did Garrett get to you? You're red. Tin laughed and clapped her hands. Just tell him you're not interested and he'll leave off. Emily finished her drink. He's good people. Garrett returned and ruffled Tin's hair. She slapped his wrist. So, Tin finally found us a new man to drag around? Oren had just returned to normal as his skin flushed again. Leave him alone, Gare. Emily closed her eyes and leaned her chair back. He hasn't agreed to join, Tin chimed in. Just dinner and meeting us. So, you must want to know all about me then. Garrett pushed his food around as he looked at Oren. I heard you are an Earth Archer? Oren asked. Yep, level 19. Oren waited. Oh, I don't just put out like these two. I want something in return. Garrett winked. Oren blushed. He stammered, I'm a utility warder. Garrett, Tin, and Emily looked puzzled. That's not one I've heard of, Emily started. Mage or fighter class? Neither, really, Oren hedged. Now I'm actually interested. Garrett's eyes pierced into Oren. I'll play. Earth Archer lets me create arrows from damn near anything. I can make the arrows heavier or lighter, and ignore gravity to an extent. With these two lovelies, I usually just clean up the edges or create nice little rows of big rock arrows to pen monsters up for slaughter. Garrett paused and looked expectantly at Oren. I'm only level 7, but I can heal and buff. I can increase your strength or will. I can also put a ward, a magic barrier of sorts around you that soaks up damage. Garrett's eyebrows went up in disbelief. Then he laughed. Oh, Tin, that's a good one. Where did you find this guy? He's hilarious. Oren frowned a bit. I'm telling the truth. Emily was frowning again, too. Oren, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Only Tin was smiling like she had won the lottery. Is that what Daniel can do too? Oren's heart sank as he realized Tin had set him up. She just wanted information on Daniel. This was not a real interview to bring him into a new party. He was only level 7. What an idiot. Oren just shook his head. Thanks for the meal. Sorry to have wasted your time. As he stood up, Tin put her hand out. If what you say is true, it's obvious why the Catanzanos snatched your friend up. What kind of buffs are we talking here? Garrett was surprised. You don't actually believe. I believe every word he said. Tin didn't take her eyes off Oren's. I want him on the team. Any complaints? Emily shook her head. Garrett opened his mouth and then closed it again. He shrugged. We'd have to get him up a few levels. Grinding can be fun with the right partner. He smiled a wicked grin. Oren's skin turned red again. Garrett turned to Emily. Oh, I'm so in trouble with this one. So, what do you say, Oren? Want to join our little party? Tin has invited you to a party. Yes or no?
I've lost my mind, Oren thought for the 100th time.
How else am I going to level? After he declined as nicely as he could to join their group, the three friends had taken it in stride. They invited Oren to hang out anytime, or even come on a quest as a temporary add-on, just to see what we can do. None of them were more than a few years older than him, but they'd all been leveling for years. They'd chatted for a few hours about different builds and skills. Oren shared a little of what he could do. Garrett had still questioned his abilities until he wasted one spell and buffed Garrett's dexterity. He'd shut up after that. They'd waved as he left, and for the first time in years, Oren felt the rush of making new friends. But joining the first group he found wasn't the smart way to do things. He might have turned off his analytical robot brain skill, but Oren was still a smart guy, right? He'd turned around 3 times to go back and accept the offer. No. He turned back to the guild. As he slid his coins across the counter, the receptionist tilted her head. "You're Oren, right? Letter for you." Oren took the key and a large vellum envelope to his room. A stylized C was on the front. He rushed to his room and tore it open. To Oren. It has come to our attention that you are attempting to contact Daniel. He has decided to rely on our family as he moves toward the future. While we do not doubt your friendship, we request you do not interfere with his training in the next several months. His will be a hard regimen of training, with no time left to frolic with others. We know that you will make the correct choice. In return for your discretion, your name has been added to the entrance list for both of Day's dungeons. A party of your own may enter as you wish. Best, Lord Catanzano, Protector of Day. Oren read the letter twice. Fuck that. As he neared the Catanzano house, Oren tossed camouflage on. He also pulled up map and activated all the different options. Nothing for party or monster appeared, but showed 3 separate items. The front door had a long rope near the 2 guards, obviously an alarm of some sort. The windows also had a small bar across the inside. If the window was pushed up from the outside, they'd probably break. Another alarm? The third was a general haze around the building itself. While the map itself was blue, a light red washed across the Catanzano estate. Trying to zoom in farther only showed the roof. I guess I have to be inside for more. Oren had briefly considered just showing up and knocking, but if Lord Catanzano had tried to buy him off, he would likely just throw him out before Daniel even knew he was there. Maybe I can try inviting him to a party? Oren probed the menu until a prompt appeared. Create a party with blank. As soon as he thought Daniel, his name filled the slot. The box disappeared. Did he get it? Oren had no idea how party creation worked. He'd never asked Daniel. After waiting a minute, nothing happened. He went back to his original plan, infiltration. While didn't make him invisible, in darkness he was merely a dark blob moving. Even if he was caught, he hoped he could make enough noise that Daniel would hear him. He made his way to the servants' entrance and waited. Only 2 minutes went by before a young maid brought a full trash can out. She hefted the can with one hand and gently placed it down among the other rubbish. Before she turned back, Oren had already darted inside. He found himself in the back of the kitchen. It was almost 10 at night, so nobody was actively cooking, but a few people were up cleaning. He stood against the wall and shuffled his way to a door, ducking through as fast as he could. He slammed into someone coming the other way. Sorry. Oren? Daniel stood in the door for only a second before grabbing Oren and dragging him up the nearby stairs. He threw Oren through an open door. Oren landed on a heavy carpet. He looked up at a 4-poster bed, a small balcony, and Daniel's armor gleaming on a chair. "How did you get in here?" Daniel whispered as he closed the door. "I've been trying to find you for a week. What happened to you?" The abrupt manhandling and Daniel's concern etched across his face broke the little remaining calm Oren had. He let out a single sob as he tackle-hugged Daniel. "I'm so sorry." Oren held his friend. "It's no excuse, but my skills were messing with my head. It's fixed now, but I was sick and unconscious for days. Then I couldn't find you anywhere, and people were saying you were here. It's fine if you told them. We'll work it out. I'm just so sorry for what I said and how I treated you." Daniel slapped Oren's back and pulled him away. He looked him over and smiled. "I'm sorry, too. I felt like an idiot right after you left, but I couldn't catch up to you in time. I found a book that said fighters that use mana skills can have mood swings with overuse of mana. I was wrong, too. Tell me everything." Oren laughed and told Daniel what had happened over the last week. Scaring the guard, meeting Tony, the little he remembered of being sick. He even mentioned putting up a quest to find Daniel and meeting Tin. "You got invited to another party?" Daniel looked impressed. "But I said no," Oren quickly added. "Good for you, O." Daniel smiled and punched his shoulder. Oren looked around the room. "Doing all right yourself, huh?" Daniel shrugged. "When I couldn't find you, I decided to see if Maddie could help. She had her dad put out some feelers to find you and told me she was interested in doing some questing in the meantime. She agreed to help so fast that I was a little suspicious, but nobody has used the H word. I just got back an hour ago. We hunted these panther things in the forest. They attack from the trees and weigh a few 100 pounds, but I'm up to level 9 now." Daniel puffed up. "Then I got your party prompt and knew you were outside. I'm in a party with Maddie and didn't want to drop it. I was just drying off from my shower. They have showers here. I came to try and find you, but the guards up front said nobody was around. I was just coming to check the side door when I found you." Oren frowned. "What did you ask the guards?" "Just if anyone had been asking for me. They just shook their heads." "You didn't use my name?" "No." Daniel caught Oren's anxiety. "Oren, what's up?" Oren sighed and handed over the letter he'd gotten. Daniel read, and Oren watched his normally affable friend get angry. "D, there could be a perfectly reasonable explanation," Oren started. The door to the room suddenly opened. Maddie and Lord Catanzano entered the room. "Of course there is," the man said as his wheelchair came to a stop. Guards flooded in behind him. "Why don't we have a nice little chat?" Chapter 16. Daniel moved quickly, his sword springing to his hand. He moved in front of Oren and held his weapon pointed at the man in the wheelchair. "Bursting into my private room with guards, trying to separate me from my friend, and lying to me." Daniel's skin glowed. "You better explain, and fast." Maddie bent over and whispered to her father. He made a few quick hand gestures, and the guards funneled out as quickly as they'd appeared. "You are a hero," Silas stated. Silas and Maddie stood in the room, waiting for Daniel to respond. Daniel's body shielded Oren from seeing his facial expressions, but Oren knew Daniel couldn't play poker to save his life. I'm not a... What's a hero? Why would you think that?" Daniel stammered. "Shit." Oren slapped his face. Maddie stepped around from behind her father. "We've known for a while. You took out those bandits too easily. You even took out Leonard and his gang. You take on low-level quests but destroy every quota and record." "Leonard. They did set us up." Oren got ready to start casting all his boosts on Daniel. "You did set us up,"
Daniel just blurted it out. We had to kill those guys. Maddie gaped for a second and turned back to look her father. Silas sat silently as his daughter stuck her foot in her mouth. We had people watching. It was a test. You were in no real danger. Oren took a sword to the chest. Daniel's voice went cold. We had healers. And besides, he's just some local freak with a weird class. You're the hero. You're the one we need to help. Don't you get it? Heroes appear when the world will need them. Enough! Silas's single word cut the tension of the room. Maddie stepped back, eyes on her feet. Daniel swayed and let his sword dip. Oren activated Mind Bastion automatically. He felt the magic hit him and rebound. Silas grunted and turned his eyes directly on him. Sit. Daniel's sword dropped to his side as he slumped on the nearby couch.
Maddie sat on the floor next to her father's chair. Oren put his hand in his pocket and pulled a dagger from his storage. Stop now. It's been a long time since someone resisted me. Silas put his hands together. Maybe you are not a waste of our time. Oren used Identify on Silas. Silas Catanzano, Allure, Sorcerer level 48, HP-MP. For the first time, Oren's skill failed to give him much information. Allure Sorcerer and obvious mind magic skills. He must use a high will. I said, sit! Oren felt the magic roll around him. It felt like oil dripping down his back. I said, stop! Now! Oren cast Inverse through Increase Will 5 times. At 10 MP per increase and another 5 MP per inverse, his mana pool dropped to 55 out of 130 MP. Silas physically slumped. Oren had just dropped his overall will by 15 points. Probably not a lot for such a high level, but it was likely something Silas had never dealt with before. Oh, Silas gagged but held it down. You are just some kid from nowhere. You just have a unique buffing skill. This is not possible. While Oren held Silas's attention, Daniel sprang across the room and held the sword to Maddie's neck. That's just a small taste, Oren bluffed. Want to feel what negative will feels like? Silas blanched. I think I requested an explanation. Daniel took charge. I can't believe I trusted the two of you. Maddie looked up the sharp edge of Daniel's sword with fear in her eyes. You must understand. We were not lying. I told you we scouted you for your martial prowess, and that's the truth. We didn't tell you we knew you were a hero, but we planned to. Actually, I had just been telling Father that you were nearing level 10. We were going to tell you tomorrow before we went out. And I'm just supposed to believe this? What about searching for Oren and trying to buy him off? We found him only 2 days ago, Silas interrupted his daughter as she opened her mouth. That was my choice. I meant for you to have only my daughter and retainers as your friends. It would be easier for you not to make connections outside the household. You mean easier for you to control him, Oren chimed in. Daniel nodded in agreement. Yes and no. Daniel, when heroes come to this world, most are found immediately. They have no limit to their power like all of us. He gestured around the room. Most are actually summoned, although that practice has been mostly outlawed. Asmir itself actually brews up enough magic to pierce time and space when some great catastrophe is close. He pushed his chair closer to Daniel, who immediately grabbed Maddie's hair to steady his blade against her throat. That you are here means something is coming, or someone is making a move, Silas continued. While I won't deny the benefits to my family from being connected to a hero, I swear that we do not want to control you. Far from it. Heroes who are put on a leash always end in disaster. Oren's mind absorbed the nuggets of information Silas dropped and turned them over. They thought he was a local, befriended by Daniel before getting to Day. Silas either truly wanted the best for Daniel or was an amazing liar. I thought a bribe the easiest way to get rid of a potential problem, Silas explained. I never dreamed a true friendship had been created so suddenly, or with such a powerful mage. Silas's eyes glittered with excitement as he looked at Oren. Truly, I apologize. I can't wait to explore your skills in detail. My library is open to you both. Give me one reason I shouldn't leave right now, Daniel growled. Silas smiled like a man with the winning cards. You never left my daughter's party, did you, Daniel? Daniel glowered. Come to think of it, Daniel could have dropped the party and joined Oren's when he first sent the request. Why didn't he? I still could, Daniel spat. Silas shook his head. But you won't. You know that I have the resources to help you. You are a smart boy, if a bit headstrong. That's not an insult. You'll learn to turn it to your advantage. But few else have the connections, money, and power you'll need to reach your goals. I don't need your help. Daniel's grip on Maddie weakened as he talked, though. What goals do you have, then? Oren interjected. What do you get out of it? Silas gave Oren that smile again, the smile of a cat interested in the slow-moving, wounded bird within reach. Besides the prestige of being known to help raise a hero, tell me, Oren, did your village have many stories of what heroes do? Just play along. Better he think I'm some local than another summoned hero, Oren thought. Just a few. Mostly those who defeated demon lords and destroyed the world. Heroes bring change. There have been a few that were actually here to save the world from a demon lord. But Darius stopped that about 1,000 years ago when he created the Sea of Fire right on top of the demon's homeland. Heroes now are sent to uproot despots, create new magics, or end wars. So if my family helps, we gain political power. I would have been upfront with you about all this, Daniel. I just did not think it time yet. Oren shared a look with Daniel. Fuck, they think demon lords are not even an option. We should tell them, right? No way. They'll freak out and kill the messenger. It was apparent to me as soon as I knew you had multiple quests. My guess is Asmia brought you here to stop the war in Odrana. They are our closest neighbor, and coupled with the placement of your arrival here, it makes the most sense. Oren didn't actually think quicker with Mind Bastion on, but it definitely increased his analytical side. Robot brain makes it easier to be logical. Maybe I should call it Spock brain. If they lied and said Daniel was here to stop the war, Silas would want the quest shared. He probably wanted the boost for his daughter, as well as the prestige and benefits of bringing up a hero. If only he could create quests. It would help protect us until we could figure out the whole demon lord thing, and who to trust. As soon as Oren had the thought, a new blue box filled his vision. New quest. Stop the war in Odrana. Reward, 200,000 XP and variable failure, loss of 10 levels. What the fuck? Oren stood mute, staring at the box. He had thought it, and a quest appeared. Exactly what he needed. Daniel was waiting for Oren to take the lead again. Silas was watching them both, searching for any minute detail or look they shared for a deeper meaning. I think we need a minute to discuss, but it goes without saying, Oren is part of my party.
Daniel pushed Maddie against her father's legs. Oren saw a bead of blood purling on her neck. Of course. Silas knocked on the wood of his armrest, and 2 guards reappeared. One handed a small cloth to Maddie, who dabbed her neck as they left. Maddie turned back at the door. Oren, Daniel, I do hope you can forgive us. We really were only doing what we thought best. She ducked out. Oren stood still, reading the quest over and over. I'm not the hero. How did I get a quest? It wasn't the first time, he remembered. He'd gotten the Save the Hero quest right after they'd first arrived. It was how he'd gotten his oft-forgotten Identify skill. But he'd figured that a fluke because he was near the hero. Oren? Daniel was standing close to him, both hands on his shoulders as he slowly shook him. Dude, are you there? What happened? I got a quest, Oren got out. That's great, Daniel smiled softly, like he thought Oren would bolt at any minute. Is it to get the fuck out of here? Because I don't know if I can trust someone who... I got a quest. Oren lowered his voice and leaned in close. To stop the war in Odrana. Oren almost shared it with Daniel, but he paused. He didn't know how parties worked. Drop out of their party and make one for us. Create a party with Daniel, yes or no? Yes. After mashing the accept button, Oren shared his new quest with Daniel. Maybe you really are a... Don't even say it, Oren interrupted. This is your quest. Silas is right about one thing. They have much better resources. That group I was talking to complained about how hard it is to get a dungeon. Maddie and Silas can get us in. Plus, he mentioned something about hitting level 10 for you. They already know you're a hero. You didn't even try to deny it. What we should do is... Daniel slapped Oren's cheek. Not softly, but not enough to knock him over. What the hell? You're using that skill again, I can tell. I want to talk with Oren, not this logical and unfeeling thing. Oren hesitated. If he dropped Mind Bastion, then Silas could... No. Oren pushed against the skill. He was in charge and could make his own decisions. He deactivated Mind Bastion. Hey, there you are. Daniel smiled as Oren's eyes filled with the anxiety he had been holding back. I just attacked a leader of the community. Oren put his hands in his hair. Silas is going to have me killed. He already has tried once. Damn it, Daniel. How do we keep getting into shit like this? Daniel chuckled and patted Oren's back. Listen, as long as we stick together, I'm fine using them a bit. Maybe they can help you find a way to use your skills without becoming an asshole. Oren shrugged Daniel's hand off his shoulder. Too bad that's just a permanent fixture of your personality. Daniel laughed out loud. There he is. You really think we should go along with this? What if they... Oren whispered the rest. Find out about the other quests? We already shared the wall quests with her. Daniel shrugged. She's level 12, so the level 10 quest is out of her reach. They'll probably want us to share this one too. We could tell them that's all of them. What if the variable reward for the Defeat the Dungeon quest is like a full suit of armor? How do we explain that we didn't share that? Oren pulled up his quests. Defeat the Demon Lord. In the southern lands, the Demon Lord has risen. The dark armies have been assembled. Seek out and defeat the Demon Lord before the Dark Horde attacks. Reward, 1 million XP and Dark Essence unlocked. Defends the wall. Help push back a horde. Reward, variable on participation percentage / horde type. Defeat a dungeon. Reward, variable, obtain level 10. Reward, Hero Kit level 2, unavailable. Reward, stop the war in Odrana. Reward, 200,000 XP, and variable. Failure. Loss of 10 levels. Yeah, I agree with you. That's too risky. These vague rewards suck. I still don't know if I'll even get anything for hitting level 10. Maybe we just show them the war quest but make them earn our trust before we share it? Defeat a dungeon we can give to Maddie, as I'm guessing Silas is killing 2 birds by using the hero to power level his little girl. Daniel nodded. She's been with me the whole time. She's no slouch, though. She uses light magic, but totally different than you. So, is that our choice? Are we really going to stick around with them? Oren hated the idea, but Daniel appeared to be warming up to it. For now, Daniel decided. There's nothing to say we can't just leave when we want to. I know someone who's pretty good at disappearing when he wants to. Oren blushed and stammered out another apology. I said I was sorry. Daniel punched his shoulder as he walked to the door. So, to recap, stick with them, war is my hero reason, and you'll be my trusty sidekick from Asmia. Oren nodded. Come on in, he yelled through the crack as he opened it. Silas and Maddie reappeared. Maddie still held a cloth at her neck. First, I'm sorry for that, Maddie. Daniel pointed at her throat.
I've been here for only a few weeks and really wanted to get my bearings before announcing I was a hero. For all of Silas's blustering earlier, his eyes went wide. So it's true. Daniel, my boy, I was mostly sure, but my identify only told me you were a fighter class. You have no idea what— Hold on, Daniel cut in. I don't appreciate being used. By anyone. I'm a team player, and will give respect as long as I receive it in turn. But you are not in charge, Silas. I am. Oren was my first friend on this world, and I intend to keep him nearby. You will not interfere with that again. Silas nodded eagerly. If I find someone else, I'll replace you. If you try to attack me or control me, well, you saw what Oren can do. However, I've never let loose around Maddie yet. So whatever reports she's been feeding you, don't cover the half of it. Oren grinned to himself. Daniel's ability to show enough respect to the Lord while also vaguely threatening him reminded him of all the times he'd talked the two of them out of trouble. Daniel's understanding of authority figures was really coming into play. I would never, Silas began. Next, I will allow Lady Madeline to continue to participate in my party. If you would like to sponsor us in any way, that would be appreciated, of course. I don't have many other options right now, so the other 2 members can be retainers of yours. But if I find a better option, I will have final say. Of course, of course. I would ask only that Madeline remain as a full-time member, Silas quickly agreed. Daniel nodded and squinted at something. Madeline Catanzano has joined your party. Interesting. Oren had never seen that prompt before. Daniel must have sent her an invite. In exchange for your discretion, I'll share another quest with her. I'll decide if I share it with someone else before we complete it. Oren just watched as Daniel threw another prompt at Maddie. She suddenly leaped at Daniel and hugged him. Thank you. Thank you. She was nearly crying. I won't let you down, Daniel. May I ask? Silas began. Maddie looked up at Daniel, who nodded. She turned around and handed an invisible blue box to Silas. Variable. From the texts I have, that's rare. To have 2 quests with variable rewards, he trailed off. Daniel, Oren, I do apologize for my earlier behavior. I agree to your terms, of course. Silas wheeled himself to a long nightstand and poured some water for himself. Defeating a dungeon is no easy feat. You must get through every layer of defense, fight floors of monsters, destroy the final guardian, and then figure out how to break the dungeon core. He sipped from the cup. A variable reward
Also means if you wait for a simple dungeon to spawn and defeat it, the reward won't be as good as if you try to take on one of the more established dungeons. But those have not been defeated for decades or centuries. I'll begin gathering information on all of it, regardless. Silas turned from Daniel to Oren. And you, sir, although I must admit I'm quite peeved that you broke into my home, I hope you become friends enough with my daughter to put yourself at risk for her, as you have for Daniel. Oren didn't hear an outright threat, but a chill ran down his spine as Silas turned away.
Chapter 17. Daniel decided that Oren would spend the rest of the night with him. The room he'd been given was big enough, and Oren didn't mind sleeping on the plush carpet. Maddie wheeled Silas out of the room, excitedly chattering about different options for a dungeon run and possible rewards. Oren closed the door and put his hand in the air.
Dee, that was a masterpiece.
Oren slapped Daniel's hand. Daniel smirked a bit.
You tired?
Daniel asked. It was late, but Oren felt buzzed. Maybe the flipping on and off had some lingering side effects, but he was still wide awake.
Want to talk strategy a bit?
Daniel leaned in close, staring into Oren's eyes.
What the heck, man?
Oren pulled away.
Just making sure you are not using it.
Daniel shrugged.
What do you want to talk about?
Oren explained his purchase and use of teleport.
I think it's too expensive to use right now, especially if I'm going to be cutting back on cycling. Tony told me I can probably get away with 2 or 3 full mana pools a day. That's about average for people using mana potions too. He also told me that if I try to cycle and use a mana potion, I'll be able to do 6 full mana pools a day, but will most likely have a headache the next day. But what I really want to know,
Oren paused,
is what is it like fighting in a full party?
Daniel scowled.
It sucks.
Oren was taken aback. From how Tin had talked, he'd assumed the group thing would be awesome.
Why? Maybe I'm being too harsh, Daniel backpedaled. I'll explain. Maddie uses light magic. It does some damage, but it also disorients monsters. She can do minor illusions too, so they'll get misdirected. But everything we fought had a good smell sense, so that didn't help.
Daniel started picking pillows off the twin bed. There were way too many pillows. He dumped them on the ground and tossed a blanket on them as he continued. Brant is actually pretty capable on his own, but he hovers at Maddie's shoulder. I had to physically drag him into the melee a few times. We had another knight there too, John. He fights like a berserker, super strong, but just goes off on his own. Silas also hired a fire mage from Veskar to join us. He's a much higher level for sure, but only cast a few spells. Honestly, I did like 99% of the work. Daniel finished making a pillow nest just as he stopped talking.
So, lots of moving parts and no teamwork.
Oren knew that would drive Daniel crazy. Having grown up playing every sport, Daniel was used to being team captain and being listened to.
Exactly,
Daniel threw up his hands.
And when I tried to give pointers, the only one who listened was Maddie. But she actually does her job fine. The Veskar mage just ignored me and said he was hired by Lord Catanzano to protect his daughter, not listen to a lowly fighter.
Daniel and Oren spent a few hours talking about potential plans. As Oren couldn't go all out anymore and had to be more judicial in his spell use, they agreed it would be best for him to buff the team once before a fight, tag monsters with his light strike, and then save as much as possible for emergency healing.
I know it will really bring down the total damage output having me there, Oren admitted.
Thanks for fighting for me.
You are wrong, Daniel argued. The extra damage the other 4 party members do from having their stats increased is better than having another sword swinging about. I didn't even realize that dexterity let me hit more accurately and quicker until I didn't have your boosts. John's entire build was dexterity-based. Just hundreds of small cuts to bleed a monster dry.
Oren nodded
as he realized Daniel's argument was sound.
I could increase dexterity to level 3? Just cast that as needed? Maybe wait until you have all the increased skills ready to level. Then Utility Ward is what you should use. It's cheaper and hits us all at once. How many ability points do you have? I've been saving mine still. Oren winced as he remembered that conversation. I've got 8. Daniel ignored his wince and asked, What else are you looking at still? Increase heal small wounds to level 3. Mana pool, but that costs 10. Get Utility Ward to level 2, but again that's 10 and 200 MP to cast. And Merge, but that costs way too much. I think you should hold off and try to get that mana pool. From what little the fire mage said, most mages run out of MP too quick to be really useful. That's why so many people go with the fighter class instead, or do something mixed. Oren agreed, especially now that he couldn't just cycle back to full. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. So, are you planning to mix in any magic? Oren questioned. Maybe something with wind magic, Daniel responded. I'm planning on building out lots of strength, and wind magic will allow me to make sure I actually hit. For all Silas's faults, they have an incredible library here. I learned things that were most definitely not in anything we bought. Like, you know that every 10 levels you get extra stat points, but did you know it's completely dependent on what class you have? Like, a farmer might get 1 or 2 points that they can put into strength or constitution, while a fighter class usually gets 4 to 6 they can put into strength, dexterity, or constitution. Wait, so I might be able to increase my will or intelligence even more? That would massively benefit every spell I have, Oren exclaimed. That must be why level 10 is a cutoff for going into a dungeon. Yeah, Silas wouldn't even let us talk about a dungeon until after I hit level 10. But he kept saying we need to talk before that. Maybe he knows a way to change your class? That Emily girl I was telling you about, she said she found a flower that let her class change. Maybe that's why she was so excited about it, and why she acted weird when I didn't catch the significance. Maybe class changes are really rare. Why would I want to change my class, though? Daniel shook his head. What could be better than hero? They chatted a bit more about inconsequential things and drifted off. Moonlight crept into the dark alley as the hooded figure strolled along the street. He stepped out of the lamplight and into the blackness hiding beyond the eyes of those still up this late. You have news? The hooded figure couldn't see the figure that spoke, but knew who it was from the timbre of the voice. The boy has revealed himself. You were right. The other is not plainer. Of course not. He almost died from a mere sword strike. I still worry about him, though. Something about him. The hooded figure stopped talking as 2 silhouettes passed by the dark back street. A drunken question and a tittering laugh pierced the night before they continued along to whatever destination was open at such an hour. He is insignificant. The voice picked up as the 2 people narrowly avoided an untimely death. Will he side with us? It remains to be seen. You know that I despise evasive answers. Silence permeated the air as both figures felt violence settle in the tiny walkway. With the field only 2 yards wide, any fight would be fervent, fast, and fierce. I will do my best. The hooded figure readied for flight. This was not a fight one wanted. See that you do. A swift wind flitted down the alley, and one presence disappeared completely. A minute later, the other left, and the street was vacant again. Silas had been telling the truth about setting them up for success. Oren woke up and discovered a tray heaped with eggs, bacon, something like pancakes but crunchy like cookies, and coffee. Blessed coffee. I take back everything I said about him, Oren mumbled around crumbs as he sipped his second cup. The first he'd shotgunned, burning his tongue. "Traitor," Daniel spoke with his mouth full too. "It's just coffee." "How are we even friends?" They bantered until a knock at the door startled Daniel. "Who is it?" "Sires, I am here to outfit the young adventurer," a voice called out. "Oh, good. Come in." Daniel's smile turned evil. "This is going to be so much fun." "Huh?" Oren was confused. Daniel just shook his head. "Consider it payback for ditching me." A lady wearing smooth, dark leather from neck to ankle walked in. Oren saw no buttons or zippers, just strategically placed seams that highlighted her natural curves. Two girls followed her. One wore a frilly dress that started as yellow and morphed through the colors of a sunset as it went down. The other wore long strips of gray and black cloth that hid her frame like a ghillie suit. Both carried bundles of leather and bags spilling over with different thread and plates of metals. "What are you talking about? What the hell are you doing?" The lady in leather had grabbed Oren's shirt and pulled. It fell apart in her hands. Oren barely felt the whisper of cloth as he was stripped to his boxers. "Esme has been sent by Lord Catanzano to outfit you properly in acceptable armor," the girl in bright colors explained, as she held different pieces of cloth and leather against his bare skin. "Please behave better than Mr. Daniel and stand still." "Daniel?" Oren waved for help, but his friend was snickering as he walked out the door. Oren was handled like a doll. They prodded him and moved his arms. Shirts and robes were pulled over his head. Leather armor with sleeves and without appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared. Esme used some combination of skills and magic to create and destroy different clothes and armor. The two girls, Monochrome and Polly, were her daughters, just a bit younger than Oren, and learning her trade. They were monsters, and tried to stab him with needles every chance they got. "Melee or distance casta?" Esme asked one question the entire time. Distance caster, I think." "Ow!" Monochrome stabbed his thigh with a needle. She didn't talk to him again. Instead, she gave small nods and one-word instructions to her daughters. After an hour, Oren was cold and miserable. "Acceptable. Finish it." Esme nodded and left. Oren was still in his boxers. "What the hell is happening?" Her daughters let out a malicious, simultaneous chuckle and moved in. Oren checked himself out in the mirror. The two girls had behaved much better once their mother was gone. Oren wore a half-sleeve dark leather cuirass with a layer of metal underneath. It moved better than his old leather armor. He also had a matching set of leggings, a silk shirt to wear under the armor, and a solid set of lightly armored shoes. The best part was the knee-length cloak with pockets inside and out. It had tightly woven metal links sewn in between the layers and would supposedly turn anything but a direct strike from an arrow or sword. Claws and teeth stood no chance. "Damn, better than mine. Esme must have liked you." Daniel stood at the door. "I didn't throw things at her." Oren laughed and twirled his cloak dramatically. "Which twin told you?" Daniel entered, and Oren saw he was dressed for the day too. Daniel spread his arms. "Take it in." His old leather armor had been traded in for chainmail, except instead of a clunky one-size-fits-all dress of interlocking rings, his armor fit his form exactly. Different colored metal covered his armpits, spinal column, and stomach. A swirling design drew Oren's eyes to Daniel's sides. He blinked and noticed his eyes had slid off to the side. "Some kind of magic on that?" Oren blinked his eyes. "Yeah, Esme complained enough that Silas brought in some enchanter to help give me an edge in melee combat." Daniel also wore greaves and studded metal boots. He still had the same sword and scabbard. Oren quirked an eye at that. I know, Daniel shook his head. Esme wanted to do a whole thing with straps and my sword, but I couldn't justify it. I'm getting Gertie as soon as I can. This sword is fine for now, but... He trailed off. They spent a few more minutes striking poses and laughing at each other. So, what's the plan today? Go kill some things and level? Hit their library? Oren questioned. Silas wanted to talk, but then probably go hit the forest. There were always some quests to beat back roaming monsters. Brant keeps on top of it for us. Oren's mood soured. It made sense to work with Silas. They'd talked about just setting off on their own, but Daniel's few days working with him had already shown how much better a full party and support was. When Daniel and Oren had looked over the quest board, they had not known that what made it to the board was the leftovers. Most people contracted directly with the guild, who gave the best quests to higher-ranking adventurers, or those that paid best. That meant that while Daniel and Oren had fought rats for scraps and low experience, Maddie and Daniel took on cloud sabers, the panther things that Daniel had mentioned before. Although cloud sabers were only a few stars stronger than rats, they had a better return on investment. In fact, the experience was so much better that Daniel had barely exerted himself and had to split the XP with a group of 5, yet he'd still leveled twice in the few days they had gone hunting. Connections in this world meant everything to getting the first chance at sightings for high-experience monsters. They gathered the few things they'd need, Oren putting a few extra pancake cookies into his dimension hole for later. Daniel walked down the upstairs hallway. He obviously already felt comfortable in the Catanzano's house. Oren kept close. A few guards and maids nodded at Daniel as they walked, but nobody stopped them from going farther into the house. At the end of the hall, they found Sir de Guise sitting on a stool with his hammer leaning on the wall. "Jude, how are you?" Oren smiled at seeing a familiar face. Jude grinned. "Young Oren, why am I not surprised you weaseled your way back in? Good for you." Jude stood and stretched in front of the door. "If you are here to see Lord Catanzano, you'll have to wait. He's in a meeting." "Oh, that's fine. We can just talk with him later," Daniel began. But Jude shook his head. "Orders are, you don't leave until talking with him. Sorry." "We are not prisoners," Daniel put his hand on his sword. Whoa, Jude waved his hands in front of him. "That came out wrong. He wants to speak before you go out, so Maddie is under strict orders not to fight anything with you until after. You're always free to leave. We don't mess with slavery in this house. If you say you're going to go out and look to level anyways, I've been instructed to interrupt his meetings. But really, it should be over in about 10 minutes. Oren put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. "We can wait in the library, maybe?" Jude started nodding. "It's just across the hall there. Have at it. I'll tell him you are waiting for him." Daniel and Oren crossed the hall and opened the door to the library. Oren had expected a room with books stacked around the edges, a desk, and maybe a sofa. Instead, the large room had rows and rows of bookshelves that reached to the ceiling. A small mechanical lift sat at the end of an aisle, perfectly sized for Silas's wheelchair. Oren cracked his knuckles. "Now this is what I'm talking about." Chapter 18. Daniel had already been in the library with Maddie, so he showed Oren around. "He's got it all separated into different sections. The first 2 rows here are mostly history and record books, stuff that he used in Maddie's education," Daniel pointed out as they walked through the aisles. "Here, he's collected a bunch of different class books, split into fighter, magic, and other. Some of the melee books are pretty cool, but unless you have the qualifications for them, the classes are basically useless. Or that's what I thought before you mentioned class changes might be possible. Don't ask me what that means. I didn't spend too much time looking at other yet."
Oren's eyes ran over the different classes printed on the sides of the books. Although his menu store gave him so many options, he had to manually select one to read the description. Maybe some of these would help him pick out something helpful. Over there are the fiction books his late wife loved. Maddie told me nobody actually reads those books, but Silas won't get rid of them. The aisles in between are everything else he can get his hands on. Lots of different skill builds, theory books, strategy guides, and stuff like that. That's where I found my idea to combine wind magic with my class. There's a book on past heroes. Daniel ran his finger along the books until he found what he was looking for. He pulled a battered-looking book out and handed it to Oren. A few hundred years ago, some guy, Stephen, was summoned to fight a war for one country or another. He used wind magic to partially become the wind, attacking with some custom weapon he had made. Hand-held triple punching knives is what it says. I swear, if it wasn't for the fact that he lived about 400 years ago, I'd say he was cosplaying Wolverine. Oren held the book close and started reading over the other book spines. He pulled out a few that looked interesting. Spatial magics, alchemy, and you.
How to avoid getting stabbed or crushed. I see you two are already preparing. A voice came from behind them. I respect that. Oren turned to find Silas wheeling himself into the room. Someone told us we couldn't go out and level until I talked with you. Daniel crossed his arms. Silas waved away his comment and rolled past them. Come on, this is what I want to talk about. Oren stuck close as Daniel followed Silas to the far side of the library. These were my wife's. Silas ran his hand along the shelves, wiping dust off. He rubbed the dirt between his fingers and looked off into the past. He turned and smiled at the boys. The best place to hide something is in the open. He took 4 books out from the middle of the stack and reached behind the resulting hole. Shorter than the fiction books he held, he pulled a thin and shabby book out. Nobody would search a sentimental keepsake of a widower. As far as I know, this is the only copy of this book still in existence. He handed the book to Daniel. Secrets to being a hero? Silas's eyes lit up. So it's real? What? Daniel looked up as he opened the book. I was sold this book when I was a young man. It gives off a distinct magic flavor, but no intelligence or scouting magic could pierce the hidden text. The crazy old man who sold it to me swore on everything important to him that it was a book for heroes, by heroes. It's nice to have it confirmed. Oren peeked over his shoulder. It's blank. Silas's sneer was quickly controlled, but Oren saw the judgment. Of course it is. Only heroes can read it. Thank God, Oren thought. With all the weird things happening lately, he was glad for this little confirmation that he was not in charge of saving the world. Other books I've read have mentioned things like this, Silas continued, as Daniel flipped through the pages. Help sent through the ages from one hero to another. One of them. He wheeled back to the section Oren had been browsing. It is in here somewhere. I read it just a few years ago. A minute later, he found what he was looking for. A Tale of Wind and Earth. Scholars ignore this, as it's a romance novel written by the only surviving party member of a failed hero. What exactly is a failed hero? Oren interrupted. Silas sighed. What does it sound like? He died before completing his mission. His lover wrote a book. It wasn't a success, and she died in obscurity. He leafed through the pages. One passage stuck out to my wife. She was a hero expert, or maybe I should say fanatic. Her dream was to meet one, but as far as I know, Daniel is the first one in 65 years. Here it is. Silas read aloud. Liam would rarely talk of his home or even his time before creating our party. I had met him when he was already nearing level 40, and he spoke little of the trials before. After completing our mission for the elves, we were plied with elven wine and food. Elven food is mostly plants, and elven wine is created for elves. To put it simply, we were all drunk after one glass. We told drunken stories and secrets. Most of what the party talked about that night was forgotten by morning, except when Liam talked. His struggles in the desert where he was summoned, the days without water as he tried to find civilization, and his first few monster kills wove a story so compelling and terrifying, I will never forget his words. Liam's magical abilities were already unique, but he told us that upon hitting level 10, he'd made a mistake. He had been given multiple choices for changing his class. He'd taken one interesting in name, but that plateaued quicker than the rest would have. Abandoned in the middle of the desert, with no knowledge of our world, he'd had to spend the next 30 levels trying to undo his blunder. But not all was gloom. He told us of his homeland and... Silas stopped. That's why I wanted to talk before you hit level 10. You must select the proper class upgrade at level 10. I haven't heard of anything like that, Oren said. Of course not. It is only heroes who naturally upgrade. And from every source I've been able to find, level 10 starts you on the path. I have found almost no information on what parameters are needed for further upgrades, but I'm sure it is just as onerous as it is for the rest of us. Oren thought of Emily's flower story. This book has some information on that. Daniel had finished flipping through and had returned to the beginning to read in depth. But the first page specifically says I should never share this information with anyone but another hero.